On today's episode of Still Up Sports, we go for 24 hours again, guys. We got a fun show lined up. We got some cool guests that are coming up on different times. Who knows when they'll come on? We got some fun stuff lined up, and we're gonna line up some. We keep going with trying to get some more guests on as well, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful night. My name's Cody Chapa. Welcome to Still Up Sports. There's a lot coming, guys. All that and more. 60 seconds. See you soon. Hope you guys are having a wonderful. Hope you guys are having a wonderful night. We're going for 24 hours. We got another fun show lined up. We get better at these 24-hour streams each time we do them, guys. We got some cool guests lined up. I will let you know who right now. So far, sounds like we may have snagged Mario Vitanzi from Altitude Adjustment. Sounds like he'll be on tomorrow. Sounds like, Dak from Orange and Blue Network. He sounds very interested. He sounds like he was interested. So sounds like he's in. Jay Weaver. I baited Jay Weaver in with a little Jonah Coleman, fandom talk. I said that we could totally just talk Coleman. So you may get a whole Jonah Coleman, crush hour. So there's no rush hour here. It's crush hour, and we're going to talk about Jonah Coleman at one point. When Mario comes on, we're going to be talking about Dondre Tillman, and we're going to talk about Pat Bryant when he comes on. We're going to think of some fun topics and stuff to still talk about with these guys when they come on. I think it's going to be fun if we keep going every hour, and maybe we pick for, so we have a task every hour, because we've been kind of comparing, Bronco players and personnel to their superhero comps. So maybe we'll just keep doing that every hour. So far, we already got Bo Nix as Superman. We got Sean Payton and Davis Webb as Bruce Wayne and Terry McGinnis. We got Jalen Waddle as the Flash, of course. So we'll keep going, and we'll just keep naming players and who their comps are. One for each hour. So by then, we should have covered most of the team or everything by then, right? Besides that, guys, we got some more stuff coming up. We're going to go for 24 hours. We're chasing 125. So if you're with me right now, feel free to come over here and support us, because we're at 108 right now, and we're trying to reach 125 on this stream. We got 24 hours to do it, guys. 24 hours to go up. What is that? 17 or so. We can do that. I think we can easily do that. So welcome to Still Up Sports. I'm your host, Cody Chapa. Normally we do late night sports talk. This is kind of late for some of you, but in reality, it is not late. This is not late night normally. Here we are. There we are. We normally go live Monday, Wednesday, Friday, guys, and that will be 1:30 a.m. Mountain Time. We are currently, in the off season, in the dead, horrible emptiness of the off season at that, guys. So right now we're just trying to make it through all of this horrible boredom that we're stuck with. So, that's why we're going for 24 hours. We're killing some time. We're going to have some guests on. We reached out to a few other people. We reached out to David Talks Broncos. We reached out to Mike Carmelini from My High Monsters. We reached out to a few people, and they all know they're invited. Everyone that I've already, streamed with, or, they already know they're already welcome. I just got to make sure everyone has the links. But we're going to go for 24 hours, guys. We're going to do this for our third time. We're proving that we are still up. No one else is still up like we are, because we can prove that we can do it for 24 hours. And we can prove that we can be up late night talking sports. Even though it's not normal, we're going to normalize it. We do it one show at a time. We do it eventually one guest at a time. I'm trying to line up a guest for our first late night show, maybe this upcoming week. There won't be one Monday because we're obviously extending into Monday. So this will be Monday's show. But maybe for Wednesday's show, maybe I can find one of these guys will want to pop on Wednesday night. Well, Wednesday around 1:30 a.m. Mountain Time. We'll see if we can snag one of them. We're getting ready for this NFL season, guys. This NFL season is going to be fun because we got the Broncos coming back, and there's so many great factors to talk about with this team, guys. But also, this is my first year covering the team. This is my first year going from casual to someone who has to take it seriously. And I'm learning quite a bit. This has been my redshirt off season. So there's been stuff I haven't done, like no mock drafts, no 53-man roster projections, You can ask me if I think they'll make the team, and I'll give you my opinion. But in terms of how all that's going, guys, it really is it's my redshirt off season. So because of that, we are not in a position where we're just doing mock drafts, or we're not doing some of that, or we're not doing too much speculative content, just because there's too much for us to keep getting better at here, and these are vital weeks that we can keep getting better and getting ready for this season to begin. We're going to be doing regular season watch-alongs, so you're going to have 3 late night shows a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then you're going to have watch-alongs Saturdays and Sundays, whether it's UFC or football, hopefully college football too. I'm going to be going to 2 college football games for you guys this year. I'm going to UNLV versus Memphis and UNLV versus Nevada. So, I'm going to be at the Battle of Nevada. I think it's November 28th. That'll be after my Denver trip. Before my Denver trip will be Nevada versus Memphis. I was really looking into like Nevada versus Cal, or Nevada versus Wyoming. Those were ones I really wanted to do, or Nevada versus North Dakota State. Those were ones I really wanted to, UNLV versus North Dakota State. I really wanted to do some of those ones, but I wasn't able to make it to work. But I worked overtime yesterday, and based off of the tickets I got, I settled for Memphis, and then I settled for UNLV versus Nevada. And I was able to actually get both those for under about $100 for just one seat, 2 games. So it was actually a good deal. But we're going to be covering college football. We'll cover the NFL. We'll cover the Broncos. We're doing fantasy for the first time. So, we're going to be facing some other creators. There's a Broncos creator. There's some Bills creators. There's a Seahawks creator. There's a Chargers creator. So we're going to be doing fantasy for our first time. We've been learning a lot when it comes to fantasy. And good thing is there's no punishment. It's not like there's no big money on the line. Nothing too serious. This is just a fun little, we're going to be competitive, but it gives us a chance to all get content out of it, and use it as something that we can use to grow all together. So that's going to be on Instagram. So I'll keep my updates on that stuff. Will all be on Instagram. So if you come over here, guys, we are on, like I said, we're on YouTube. So go ahead and subscribe, like, comment, subscribe right now, because we're trying to normalize late night sports talk, and this is your chance to get in on it while it's early. But besides that, guys, we're going to be here on Instagram. You can see my post right there about we're going to be at UNLV versus Memphis, UNLV versus Nevada. That's going to be fun. And then that's on top of the fact that the days after we'll be doing our watch-alongs for Broncos games. So we will be live here in our studio doing reactions to Broncos games, minus the Broncos games we will be at Broncos versus Raiders here in Vegas. I think that's December 20th or something like that. And then we will be at Broncos Chiefs in Denver. So those 2 weeks, in Denver, I'm going to do my best to find good Wi-Fi, so I can still do a show that week while I'm out there. That would be something I'd really like to do, and I'd love to have a guest on the show live while I'm out there too, like Petros. We snag Petros in person. Besides that, you guys see me rocking the Goonsville. Uh, Go support Goonsville right here. Goonsville gets free ads. I've always said this. Goonsville's family. It's great practice for me. I get to practice my ad reads, and I get to show off something that he's passionate about. I'm passionate about. We love our and support our other Broncos creators out there. And he's a Broncos fan that he's out there who's created some amazing clothing, guys. The man has killed it in all that he does. Go support Goonsville if you haven't already. Let me pull this banner down right now, because if you see right here, he's got 10% off on the website. You can see it right there. So if you go hit that 10%, you can go get yourself a hat, go get yourself, a shirt or something. Get ready for college football if you're a Buffs fan. Look at all these Buffs, shirts, hoodies, beanies, hats, all that stuff. Look at this, Buffs. I just got this hat. I might throw that one on later. I'm just rocking the Goonsville shirt, and I was like, the white Las Vegas Lights FC hat looked really nice right now. So I threw on the Lights hat. But my point is, guys, look at all these awesome combinations. So much cool stuff on here from Goonsville. And he hasn't even gotten started, guys. The man is cooking up some crazy stuff, like a mad scientist that just loves clothing. So go support another Broncos fan. Go support someone who's like family to us, and whose drive, what he does with that company single-handedly motivates me every day, because I see how much effort and how nonstop it is for the work and grind that takes place to make Goonsville happen. So go support Goonsville, guys. Again, you never know who may be rocking it, whether it's Warren Sapp, whether it's podcasters, whether it's other online creators. You may be seeing motocross athletes out there rocking Goonsville. You got former combat sport athletes right now. Congrats to Chris Carmuzzi on his retirement. Congrats to him, and great career in BKFC. But yeah, guys, and look, you see this guy's face? That's how I react when you don't go get some Goonsville. That's my face right there. This guy. Really? You haven't at least gone and checked it out. Go look at it with 10%. Why not, guys? But yeah, so we're at 108 on YouTube. Go subscribe. Hold on. I can't accept this call on stream like this. I got to do it with this. Give me 1 second. Let me take care of this. Yeah, I know. Okay, hold on, guys. This is the fantasy thing I'm talking about. Hold on. 1 second.
No, yeah, I was making sure that I can. Yeah, I can put your face. I don't care. I was making sure that I can record. Hi. I was making sure I can record the sound.
You guys are on. You're on my stream. You're on stream right now.
Yes, I was making sure that I can record. Hold on. I'm gonna see if it works and I can hear the sound, because I don't.
All right.
I don't hear no sound when I record. Oh,
I muted my stream, so my mic is muted. So whatever we got to talk about, we can do.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna see if it actually works. Let me see.
We're going to take care of some fantasy football business real quick, guys.
Yeah, I still don't hear it, so I'm about to figure out how this works.
I'm excited to play some fantasy with you guys.
We can't get this to record the voice. Oh.
If you guys have any comments, questions, drop them in the chat. I'll read them and I'll address them. We're doing some fantasy stuff real quick.
Okay. So, like, do any of you guys know how to record? What should we use, like, to record the sound of a video call?
Of this video call, I feel like on Instagram, we should probably do this on Zoom, maybe?
Okay. We should make a Zoom link.
A Zoom link. I'll do it on Zoom link. That's the easiest to record, but that's only up to like 30 to 40 minutes.
30 to 40 minutes? That's fine. We don't have to talk for long.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'm going to make a Zoom link.
Okay, bet. Yeah, all right. Just send it. I'll look at the Old Boy show too. I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Right on.
I'm going to jump on your YouTube right now, bro.
All right, man.
I'll see you right now.
All right, appreciate it. All right, guys. So we got some guys popping in, at least in the chat. We're dealing with some fantasy stuff. We're trying to figure out how we're going to do our, because we're going to make content off of it at least. So there's a few of us creators in here, and we're trying to figure out how we're going to make it work. But you're going to see someone pop in right now in the chat, probably from the Superchargers podcast, I believe. Double check. I believe it's Superchargers. Yeah, the Superchargers podcast. So we're competing against. So we'll see how this goes. If you guys are in the comments or watching right now, and go ahead, comment, like, subscribe, do what you got to do. As I was saying, we're on YouTube. We're at 108 on YouTube. We're trying to reach 125 this stream or so. Try to boost ourselves up. For anyone that does not know, we normally talk Denver Broncos in all sports late night. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then we do watch-alongs Saturdays and on Sundays. Saturdays would probably be college football and mixed martial arts, or just combat sports. And then Sundays would definitely be Broncos, and same with Mondays as well. We'll do watch-alongs on Mondays. So we do late night sports. 1:30 a.m. Mountain Time is when we normally do our shows. But this one's 24 hours. So we're only 22 minutes into this, but we're going for 24 hours. But yeah, so we're trying to figure out the whole communication thing right now for this fantasy league, because we're gonna try to make some content off of this, guys, and it's gonna be pretty fun. I'm excited for it. As I said before, we got some guests coming on tomorrow morning. Probably we'll have Mario Vitanzi from Altitude Adjustment, guys. So go check out Altitude Adjustment if you haven't watched his show. He does great work. Mario does great work on top of taking care of some of the best athletes that Denver has ever seen. So we should have some guests tomorrow, like Mario. Dak from Orange and Blue Network will be on at one point. I know that who else? I know Jay Weaver from Orange and Blue as well will be on. We lured him in with some Jonah Coleman talk, so we baited him in. I got something to show you guys. I'm only gonna show it once because it's for Jay. But watch. This is for Jay. Watch. Boom. That's for Jay Weaver. We're not gonna show it. That's for him. That's his little surprise. So when Jay Weaver comes on the show, we'll make sure we pull that on too. Besides that, guys, we got I think Mike from Mile High Monsters may be coming on. I invited him, and he hearted the message. So I think that means Mike may come on at one point. I invited David from David Sports Talk. David Talks Broncos. I invited Ben from Sports Talk Denver. We're just going. We're just going and going. We got nothing to do, so we're just trying to get as many people on and just talk and engage and make this 24 hours pass by as fast as we can. Something that I'm curious about, guys, and I'm gonna find out before we reach to like close towards the 12-hour mark is like the first two 24-hour streams, it did not let me upload them. So because of that, I think they need to be shorter. So what I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna at the 12-hour mark, off on, just bam bam real quick, and I think that would be a good way to at least make sure part one, part two of this stream stays online available for anyone to go back and rewatch if they want to stick through all that. My God, but you know what I mean, guys. If you're here with me, let me know what's up. Smash the like button, comment, subscribe. We are a small little show right now. We're trying to normalize late night sports talk. We talk Denver Broncos, but it's called Still Up Sports for a reason. We talk about anything. You see our logo? That's supposed to represent, a rising sun because it's that late that it's early morning, guys. It's so late that it's early. So, you see our logo. It's awesome. It may be blue and orange, and, I may be a Broncos creator, but it's Still Up Sports for a reason because we talk UFC. We do UFC watch-alongs. We reacted and watched along to the UFC, 329. Great night worth of fights. Horrible main event. But yeah, guys, so feel free to like, comment, subscribe, whatever you guys want to do. We're trying to grow. We're at 108. We're trying to, our goal for this stream, I appreciate you. We're trying to hit 125 in this stream because we're really trying to grow each stream. And these 24-hour streams have been an awesome way for us to grow, but also an awesome way to engage with people. I've always read every comment, and I still do. But the way that these 24-hour streams go, it's awesome because I literally can invite a million people on, and it's just at their convenience. So I just got to sit here and just wait and twiddle my thumbs and see if someone shows up. So it's kind of cool. And besides that, we talk about whatever you want. So if you're a Broncos fan, if you're NFL fan, you want to talk about your team, drop it in and we will. Again, I was just talking about, we got some fantasy stuff going on Instagram with some fellow creators and stuff. What's up, Jay? Oh boy, Jay Weaver, I got a gift for you. Man. 124, let's go. I told my Broncos fans, hey, I appreciate you, man. So yeah, guys, just to no problem, man. Just so you guys know, at Superchargers Pod, go subscribe to him right now. He is in our little fantasy thing that we got going on. So we're trying to figure out, how we're going to talk and communicate. Sounds like it's going to be a Zoom thing. Either way, this is our first year playing fantasy, and we're going up against, Superchargers Pod, our favorite Chargers podcast out there. We normally don't say those words, but the man's awesome. We love his content, and it's been nothing but fun and friendly banter already in this Instagram chat, and it's fun. I'm excited for it, guys. I'm excited to play fantasy for the first time. Let's see. You guys can see I got my little chat open right there because I want to be talking. And it's fun because there's some other creators in there too. There's me, there's Broncos Chat, our guy from Instagram. I'm worried about him. He knows me too well. Yeah, so go check out at Superchargers Pod on YouTube, guys. Go subscribe. If you are a Chargers fan or you just like good AFC West talk, it's always good if you're a Broncos fan to jump over there and see what the Charger fans are talking about. It's always good to jump into a Chiefs pod so you know what's going on. Same with these, well, maybe not a Raiders pod, but you know what I mean. You guys know what I mean. We're going for 24 hours, guys. Martin, I appreciate you. Show me your lightning bolts. Martin's a regular here. Yeah, Superchargers pod. JC Bear, that's my mother. So my mother's also in here. We got Jay Weaver. We got my mother here in the chat. We got Superchargers pod in the chat. We got Martin in the chat. Martin's awesome. Martin really helps keep these pods going late at night, churning with questions, challenging my opinions. It's awesome. All right, man. You can pop on in about an hour. I got you a gift, Jay Weaver. I think it's something that I'm pretty sure is real. So we'll see. We'll see what your reaction is to it. But when Jay Weaver comes on, guys, in about an hour or so, that's going to be all Jonah Coleman talk. Maybe something else. Yeah, Martin says hi, right back at you. But yeah, guys, so it sounds like we'll snag Jay Weaver soon in a little bit. I'm glad that the Jonah Coleman bait worked because I just threw it out there. And then I sent the Madagascar meme too. Because I was thinking about like maybe I got to double down on the Jonah Coleman bait, but it doesn't take that much for Jay Weaver to agree to something if you include Jonah Coleman. Something tells me if you need a kidney, he'll definitely get you that. Yes, gotta peep the rivals. Worried about the Bills fans in the fantasy league. There's two of them. I slanted Uptown, and then I'm trying to remember everyone's name, but you're aware, just like I am. Yeah, there's two Bills fans. We got a Hawks fan in the thing. Me and Broncos chat. We got you. These AFC West characters, are probably gonna pick ourselves apart. I don't know. I've never played fantasy, so I expect you guys to have the upper edge, but I've really asked for a lot of big tips from some people that I know are really, really good at fantasy. Some Broncos people up there in the media world, so I've asked a few of them, and they're giving me great tips. We should do 12 players. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know how it's going. I'm just agreeing and along for the ride. That's Slanted Uptown's job. That's her job, and she's doing great. She's the one running this league too, so that's awesome for her. I'm loving seeing all of her content too. But yeah, guys, so if you are paying attention, I did say earlier, we're going to our 2 college football games this year. Our first 2 college football games. We're going to be at UNLV versus Memphis, and we'll be at UNLV versus Nevada. So we'll see some good Mountain West football, guys. Did you get a chance to do a fantasy mock draft? If so, how do you do it? I did not do it, but I'm going to probably do it during these 24 hours at one point because there's nothing to do. And usually how the first 2 streams have gone is when we get to our normal late night hours around 1:30 to about like 4 o'clock in the morning is when it starts, like the chat dies and no one's there. So during that time, I'll just be doing some other stuff while also still sitting here writing my script for, our actual next late show. But no, I haven't done one yet, but I think that it's a good thing that I haven't because we can save it for this stream and address it at one point or another. And I'm going to cut this stream at 12 hours and then immediately pop back on so that way, YouTube will upload them because it does not want to upload 24-hour streams. It will let me upload probably in 12-hour increments, so that's why we're going to do that at the 12-hour mark. But Martin, if you're excited, I don't know if you know Jay Weaver from Orange and Blue Network, but the man does great work. We're going to talk Jonah Coleman for a good bit. I got him a little gift that we're going to pop on screen for him. But yeah, I'm excited to talk Jonah Coleman, guys. And I just wanted to say, the fact that I think that was Superchargers pod that subscribed. Thank you so much, man. We'll pull up yours right now. I'm going to pull up your page right now. That way we can show them. And so I can make sure that I'm subbed on this account and then also on my personal account. All right. There he is. All right. Watch it right here. All right. So here he is, guys. Right here. Go subscribe. Bam. How long you been making content, man? Absolutely. We got 2 Broncos Chargers games to talk about this year, so those are some times I would love to have you on, especially because I predicted the Broncos going 13-4, but I have them losing 2 back-to-back games in California, and that's the Chargers game and then the 49er game. I think they're going to lose both those games back to back. I'd love to talk with you about the Chargers when we get closer to Broncos Chargers and when we get closer towards both those matchups. But yeah, guys, go check out the Superchargers pod. You're at 834 now because of me, but we're going to jump over onto the personal account at one point, and I'll subscribe on there too. So I'll make sure I subscribe on the personal account right now. Let's see. But yeah, we'll do some collabs, man. We'll figure it all out. Let's see. Like about a year ago, starting week 4. That's not bad, man. That's awesome. You built yourself up pretty good in that time. Broncos are going to be a force, that's for sure. I'm excited for this AFC West. I've always thought, and I've always said it many times, I hate watching boring, depressing, one-sided AFC West football. If the AFC West is at its best, when these teams are tearing each other apart and stealing their playoff dreams or hopes from each other, and that's when I love the AFC West, when it's at its best, not when it's easy, like not when the Raiders are at the bottom of the division for 20 years. I love when there's enough. Oh, there you go. See, you got my mom as a subscriber, and she's a Broncos fan. So you got a Broncos fan who just subscribed. Yeah, Coleman's gonna be fun. Of course, we hope he's not going to need to be counted on, but I also think he will be. And I will say this, and you're probably going to hear it when Jay Weaver comes on. When we talk about our hype or our excitement for Jonah Coleman, it's not because we're expecting J.K. Dobbins to get hurt or because we want to. It is because we expect it, but not because we want it. A lot of people think that just because you're a Coleman fan, that means you are immediately out on Dobbins and you're wanting. Some people have correlated that to wanting J.K. to get hurt. You could ask Jay and me, neither of us want him to get hurt. And you got people out there saying that, because you're a Jonah Coleman fan, you want J.K. to get hurt. That's not true at all. The Broncos will be their best if J.K. Dobbins stays healthy. But in my opinion, it's best if J.K. gets hurt early. So then not early enough to where RJ has to go in and be the starter, but maybe like 6-7 games in. So maybe you can get J.K. back for a playoff run. Because he was close. If we went to the Super Bowl, he said he would have played in that Super Bowl game. And he was coming off of that big, ankle issue. But the man's always banged up every year. But yeah, it's going to be fun. Yeah, no, I appreciate you, man. And yeah, we're going to do some collabs. We'll definitely collab. I'm excited to collab with you, man. We'll talk. We got 2 games this year, so, we can evaluate them and then maybe recap them too. So maybe we can make like 2 pods out of each one. Like one pre-game, like leading up to that game that week, and then we can do one after the game happens and just to recap how it went or something. That'd be kind of fun. I'm available Saturday, Sunday, Monday, guys. At times I give up my Saturday for a little bit of overtime, but that's only because it's the off season right now. I'm using the off season in this overtime because we're focused on our Denver trip. Because I want us to be at a point, guys, that before we hit Denver, we're pushing 200. Because if we're pushing 200 before Denver, I think we're going to tear it up in Denver when we're out there. I just know it. And I think we're going to start to see some growth towards the end of this year. I just feel it. And it'll be excited to keep collabing with all these creators, all these Broncos creators. There's so many of them. And I've said it before. It looked like a competitive field because I got into this, and we can jump back over to, right here on our analytics. And if I pull it up all the way, you can see right here, guys, going back to our sub count, subscriber 3, 1 and 2 was me and my mother. Subscriber 3 was Zach Stevens from DNVR. That was towards the end of the playoffs, beginning of, I think, getting ready for Super Bowl week or something like that, and towards the end of the playoffs. And so we were at just 3 subs at the beginning of the year, and we're at 109, and we're not just because of our work and our effort, but because of the hard work that you subs put in to show up on some of these late night shows. we're trying to normalize something different. We're not just another Broncos show. We're a late night sports show. We may talk Broncos because that's our favorite, but it may not always be just me on the airwaves representing Still Up Sports. Who knows what will happen in the future? But here at Still Up Sports, we're just trying to normalize late night sports and see this growth that you guys have created. Look at it from right there into February. We saw ourselves really just get up there and keep going. And I'm quite grateful to see the growth that has come from what you guys have done to show up and support, and all the friends we have made along the way, guys. We've made some great friends along the way, some great podcasters, some great people that love to talk ball. It is amazing. So nothing but love to you. You guys are amazing. Bam. So if there's something on your guys' mind, let me know. Let me jump over here real quick. I may have to click on this Zoom link real quick for this little conversation. So I may let you guys listen, but once Jay's ready, I'm gonna have to jump off of the Zoom meeting. Diana Rossini and Sean Payton did hook up. Do you think? I think Sean Payton might have been smoking too much bong rips in the back. Everyone remembers the Sean Payton bong rip video. Go back and watch it. I think he's too stoned to be messing with Diana. And I don't think that he could pry Diana out of Mike Vrabel's arms ever. Mike Vrabel's too strong. All right, let me check out this link. Oh man, I don't have the clip pulled up, but I mean I'll make sure I pull it up at one point. That'll be funny. I'm gonna click on this Zoom link so we can try to get this fantasy talk dealt with real quick, because I gotta be ready for Jay Weaver to pop on in about an hour. But also, guys, we are almost 1 hour in. So when we hit the 1 hour mark, we're gonna hit the air horn. But we're hitting the air horn right now, and the applause for Supercharger spot, subscribing and help us hit 109. All right. All right, let me take care of this fantasy thing, hopefully. I don't have Zoom, so I have to figure that how I'm getting into it right now. Let's see. All right, I'm downloading the Zoom app right now, so you guys can do these little Zoom meetings. Because let's see, we got almost an hour till Jay Weaver comes on, so we got some time to kill. But yeah, guys, so we're 16 subs away from our goal from this stream, because we're trying to hit 125 in this stream. Because next weekend, when we do another 24-hour, the goal would be to try to be pushing 150. We're trying to get all these creators on, and I'm DMing some crazy creators. Some of them don't see the DMs, some of them do. We'll see how all this plays out. I did bring Red Bulls, guys, but I'm trying the Bloom energy, sparkling stuff. So we're gonna see how that is, because anyone knows me, I love myself a good Red Bull, but we're trying to, see how these are. I took a big nap before I slept in, so I got plenty of sleep today. But we always just like to try one of these, and we'll see how this goes. All right, let me sign up for Zoom real quick.
It wouldn't let me like do it. Do you want to make the Zoom link? Because when
Here, I'll send. Let me make it. I'll send it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm downloading Zoom right now, so
Okay, cool. I'll send it to you in chat right now.
All right, I got you. All right, guys, we're getting this whole Zoom thing figured out. I downloaded Zoom, so now I'm just signing up. You can hear the neighbors outside playing. I don't know if you can hear them. I can hear them. All right, guys. Yeah, guys, so we are going to be playing fantasy with some other creators. There's some cool creators that we're doing some stuff with. A few Bills creators. We got Superchargers Pod, of course. We're doing stuff with him in the definitely in fantasy. Probably might do some stuff when the season creeps up. Honestly, we talk about the Broncos Chargers, 2 matchups, during the season to discuss. I'm signing in the Zoom, so let me get that figured out. Worst case, guys, you may have to keep it in the back of mind, that if we can't get this all going right away, we all double, plan on this for next weekend. I know you want to do the draft next weekend as well, so this is a good time to get this dealt with now. Because I do have to at least get this done before I have a guest on. Just because I don't know how long I can keep Jay around. All right, let's see. Yeah, when we have Mario on tomorrow, we're going to be talking Dondre Tillman and Pat Bryant. We're going to let him gush about those two. Okay. All right.
Yo, what up, bro?
What's up, man? Figure out.
Yo, what up, bro? What's up, man? What's up, dude? Well, you're up the YouTube too. Let me know from YouTube too.
Yeah, I muted the mic, so I had to mute my mic.
There we go. Cool.
Right on.
All right, you're all here. Yeah, really?
Good. Should I stop recording?
Yeah. What's the cool thing about it is, so you don't have to do the record from Zoom. I got recording directly from my laptop.
Oh, cool. Nice. It'll get the audio too?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I'm checking, right? I'm checking, yeah.
Make sure you get the audio. I feel like that's the tough part sometimes.
Yeah, it's not picking up the audio. I just want to try.
Yeah,
I'm always trying.
Yeah, take your time.
So I got two. I got the game one that I use, and that picks up the audio pretty well.
So how's your guys' day been going? It's been chill?
It's been good. I with this 24-hour stream, I've done it twice already. So I've learned that the best way to prepare for it is like a great night's sleep and then another nap before you do it. So I've spent the whole day napping. So
That's a marathon, bro. 24-hour stream?
Yeah. I've done it twice. The first one was horrible because the final few hours I was like starting to doze off. But no, all it takes is just extra sleep. So you double down on the sleep the night before, and then you wake up, and then you take another nap.
Hey, that's what I'm gonna collab with you on, bro. I'm gonna 24-hour stream. I gotta do that too.
It's fun, and you know what? It's cool because you don't even have to have things planned because the chat will tell you what you want to talk about. So it's all like chat engagement at that point. So there's very little like planning for what you do on that point.
That's cool. I got to a certain point. It's like, all right, well.
It gets a little tough. It gets a little tough come like hour 22, 23. It gets a little tough, but it's a vibe.
I like your setup, bro. It's dope.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, I don't have my guest Jay from Orange and Blue Network. He doesn't come on until he said about an hour or so. So I got some time. Let's see. He said that.
What jerseys you got hanging up?
So I actually met both these guys. So I got Todd Davis, Super Bowl champion, Super Bowl 50 champion, backup linebacker to Danny Trevathan. And then I got Benny Fowler, the man who caught Peyton Manning's last pass in Super Bowl 50.
That's dope.
So, because Peyton's last pass was a 2-point conversion, and Benny caught it.
Yeah.
So anytime Benny signs it, he signs it Peyton Manning's last pass.
Oh, that's tough.
But I met both of them in person because of DNVR, because I'm just like a fan of DNVR. I don't know if you've heard of them. But
is that like DNVR? Is that like the Denver? Is that like a Denver sports page?
Yeah, so they do sports media. They're a part of something called All City Sports. So they have like PHNX for Phoenix. They have one for Dallas, one for Philly, one for Chicago, but it's called All City. But basically what it is in each city, it's half sports bar, and then up top, it's sports media. And they do and they do podcasts for every team in their city. So whether it's the hockey, the baseball, the soccer, whatever.
That's bad. It's funny, my buddy who picked up the phone call because I was getting my mail. He's a Broncos fan. I told him that he was, I should have kept him. I was like, yo, you guys Broncos fan, you think shit. I was like, I can't kick him out right now. Well, I was like, oh shit, maybe. I was like, I really was talking to you guys. It's like, maybe I should have kept him.
Man.
But okay, yeah, I got it. Hey, you don't think we should do 12 players?
I mean, if y'all want me to add more players, we can do that.
I think 12 is better because I feel like 12 is better because a 10-man league, I think the teams are going to get a little stacked actually.
Okay, so you can hit record whenever you want to because this thing, I just don't want it to trip. So
no,
you can record whenever you want to.
No,
yeah, so if you.
Just 1 second, guys.
Okay, because it's like going in and out.
So you think I should
I just hit record. So we can have something just in case it don't capture everything.
I got you. Let's do this.
Yeah. And you said 12-man lead. I can let me bump it up right now. 12-man. That's why I want like us to have a meeting so y'all can like
recording in progress.
Good. So y'all said we have a time limit. So first thing, 10-minute, a 12-man lead. I'm gonna just write that down and I'm gonna update it.
Yeah, if we can get 2 more content creators, that'd be lit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be lit. Preferably of like a different someone that we don't have in the bunch.
Okay. I did invite my dad, so he is in there. And then
that's okay.
That's awesome.
I'm gonna see if I get like 2 more people in here because you suggested it, and I feel like that's a good 2 more people would be good. Okay. So, like I said, I want y'all to be as free as ever. Like, I don't have no itinerary for this meeting or nothing. I just want to make sure, like, we all, like, just, like, learn each other, get chill. Because, we're all online, and sometimes you're, like, always messaging people. It's kind of hard to, like, to get to know people.
So I said, I'm like, do these meetings with us regularly, so like we can like be friends in a sense. So, so let me see. I did say the way that I want to run this fantasy league, I want to run it like a top-notch football league in a sense. So we all can have like our own takes on everything, on the matchups. I will work more like on the graphics because like that's my strength. But then other than that, any other ideas that you guys have, go for it. Y'all could talk beef, whatever. Whatever we feel like can make good content, then we just go for it. Okay.
Well, I definitely agree with doing this once a week and making content off of this. You know, the reactions to every week.
Yeah.
React to how the games went out and how that performed in points and stuff.
Yeah. So also, what I like about the app that we're going to use, they have like different achievement badges that we all can like get throughout the league, like throughout the season. So whenever I see if you got the app, you see like the different badges you guys get. So I'm gonna make sure like whoever did get that badge, you get that recognition on the page, my page as well. So like I said, I have a lot of great ideas. I don't want to say everything because I want to like build up on it.
Should we do a buy-in?
Say what?
Should we do a buy-in?
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to start it out like free first, just because this is the first time we're doing it. So I just want to do like the run first, and like probably next year, if more people are interested in doing like a buy-in, then we can do that.
I think we should do a buy-in next year because then you can snag like more creators and make it more like exclusive.
No.
Yeah.
Hey, honestly, we should front for. I mean, dude. I mean, we don't have to put up a lot. I mean, there's 12 of us. We don't put up like. Yes, you're right. I guess we could put. But I haven't. Maybe we should wait. But I mean, if we had $20, I feel like that would make it kind of lit.
I know. That's dumb. Yeah.
No, that'd be fun.
That's your question.
We don't have a high buy-in. I feel like we can keep it low, but like we have a low buy.
Yeah, we
can
I'm
do
fine
that.
with it.
Whatever you guys feel like we could do, we could probably vote on it with the rest of you guys in there.
Yeah.
And see what they feel like. If the vote is like over, yes, let's do the buy-in.
All right.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm doing that.
We'll do a vote. Do a vote.
Yes, we do. That's good. Like I said, like this, that's why I want to have the meeting. Because sometimes when you have a meeting, you think of different things than just when you're texting.
So the rivalry part, people getting heated. I feel like if there's some money on the line, I feel like people are gonna get a little bit more.
Yeah. Okay. I'm getting everything noted.
You're so right. Well, we were talking shit in the trash, or in the like people were on the Patriots. When we're talking trash, we need to get that on here, like for fun.
Absolutely.
Film that. Just keep it in the chat, or we gotta do something where it's like we're actually talking smack. We might need a little. Yeah, I mean that's cool. You know, I think we all gotta keep it healthy.
I'm gonna make sure I be the referee throughout the trash. Yeah, that's gonna be so fun. So yeah, that's why I said we're gonna have to do this. Let's try to do it for like Sundays. Like
yeah, kind of like
Sunday games. Yeah,
Sundays.
because I know a lot of people, and a lot of people do work. So on Sunday nights, so we do have to accommodate some of those days when people cannot work. But yeah, like when I was reading it, I'm like, man, that would have been really good content. Yeah, I'm talking about the Patriots and stuff. Okay.
Maybe that's a 12th person we should add as a Patriots creator.
Yeah.
How do you see? I don't know a lot.
Nobody, even myself, nobody really likes the Patriots.
Everyone
hates them.
Everyone.
Yeah, the Super Bowl was not good either. It was bad. It's like,
That is more proof why the Broncos should have been there instead of the Patriots. Oh man, absolutely. Well, see now Davis Webb's doing play calling, so hopefully he does kick that. Oh yeah. No, it's Kay Adams. He has a K. Anytime Kay Adams shows up, he spills the beans. He spills the beans on anything when she shows up. He is tough with like the local media, but if she shows up, he just like gives up everything.
This guy.
So he's more of a Kay Adams, not a Diana Rossini kind of man.
If he would have kicked the field goal right, what would happen to the quarterback? Like, what happened to Bonus? Because then he get hurt.
No,
So, like,
Bo wouldn't have played. It would have still been Jarrett Stidham. So we would have probably lost horribly in the Super Bowl.
Well, but to be honest, like we would have been watching that Super Bowl with more anticipation with a Stidham and Darnold Super Bowl or a May and Darnold. Just
Hey, I extend. I thought Stidham played pretty good in the game. That pick was good ball. That was Sean Payton play calling, bro.
People forget the snow too. The snow showed up in the second half. It was a clean field, and then it just turned into a blizzard too. So it's like God said, I did not want a backup quarterback to win this game.
It started to snow on the ball days. It started to snow.
Yeah.
But you probably happy with the Super Bowl. I was happy. Probably good watching the Patriots. I was kind of happy.
yeah, I was happy. He Drake May kept getting sacked.
I was really.
I'm like, it was happy, but it was also like, oh, this is a Super Bowl. Like it was a bittersweet kind of Super Bowl because it was like I was happy that
the Bills, bro. Fucking they should have fucking won, man. I swear, dude, fucking Josh Allen got that guy fired, bro. I feel like damn, he should have had it.
Well, he got hurt too in the same game as Bo. Both of them got hurt in the same game. So who was the Bills' backup QB? Because he would have played.
Who's the Bills' backup QB?
Yeah, because he would have ended up playing because Josh Allen got hurt in the same game.
He did. I believe we would have played with.
What's that?
Yeah, I was about to say that.
So Kyle Allen or Jarrett Stidham.
We gave up Mike. We gave up the guy who used to play with the Jets, Mike White. Mike White. I think. I thought he was a great backup.
He had like one or two good games as a Jet.
Yeah,
like really good games.
It's funny. My buddy played with Mike White in high school.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So, Adams was always really good. He's always been a backup quarterback. He never started, but like I feel like if he played a full game, he averages 200 yards.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Who, Kyle Allen?
Yeah, 31 completions.
Kyle Allen, he
still would have been. I feel like James Cook would have to run that whole Super Bowl if the Bills did though.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, James Cook. And then James Cook would be fumbling. So it would have been even more worse to see him fumble in the Super Bowl. It was bad for the Bills. I just feel like Sean McDermott when he was playing against the Eagles, right, Josiah? And instead of going overtime, we should just been kick the field goal. We went for a touchdown. Was that what happened? I was like, he should just kick the field goal.
No, I kind of feel you. No, Sean McDermott.
Sean McDermott, I forgot what game you're talking about.
It was against the Eagles. No, it was the Eagles because we could have went overtime, and I kept saying
Eagles. So yeah, Sean McDermott, he got some decision making problems when it comes down to the wire.
Like, he's not perfect.
Yeah, exactly what you're talking about.
Hey, I think he's gonna be better. The Bills are gonna be better now that he's gone.
Okay, so what's scaring me is that we're basically switching the whole culture up. Like the whole team is.
I don't like what they're doing. They need to retire OJ Simpson's jersey, bro. They better do that.
Yeah.
They need to do that. And like, come on. And I feel like Sean McDermott wasn't perfect. Like he was a little goofy. I feel like that game was his fault, bro. I feel like Josh Allen, he's kind of like Herbert, bro. Those guys.
Yeah, Josh Allen. Josh Allen, man.
And just like
wide receiver problem too. The Bills have a wide receiver problem too because Tyon Coleman was wide open. He dropped the pass in the touchdown. I don't feel like Josh Allen was doing what he was supposed to do. It's just like if nobody's catching the ball, we just keep Stephon Diggs back. We just keep Stephon.
Yeah, I think if him and his brothers done, I think if I had a Chargers guy, my buddy, he was on my podcast, he's like, oh, we need to get Stephon Diggs. I think that guy's out of the league. I was like, can anybody come back and step on his brother? You know, like I feel like yeah, but I don't know with that whole situation with him and the Cardi B shit. I don't know what's gonna happen to him.
Yeah, it was. And I think that's why Buffalo's not bringing him back because of that.
Oh, I think he would have a job if it wasn't like this. If he wasn't getting caught on the yacht and stuff. I feel like there's like, yeah, there should be other people like saying. I would bet him though. It's just like too much. It's everything, bro. Just too much, you know. And he did kind of get his ass like that. Stephon Diggs got punked in the Super Bowl too. I thought.
He got like 2 touches. They didn't even play him. Like he was already getting punished.
No, they should have used him.
He got Chico treatment.
That's a punishment.
And also, I feel like because of that drama with the coach, the Patriots got embarrassed in the Super Bowl as well.
Oh yeah. No,
I feel like
they had a bad offseason.
Yeah. I feel like but I'm happy for Seahawks because I feel like they earned it. Like they had like consistent, like every game for this whole season, they're like consistent.
Yeah, no, they've been good. Yeah, but no, I'm a little mad at the Seahawks too. I hit up this one girl. She makes these dope, bedazzled, like foam head things, and she's like the Seahawks fan.
Yeah.
This girl tried to finesse me. I was like, yo, how much would they? I tried to inquire about one. This girl was gonna charge $550 for one of these things, and I was like, are you trying to hustle me? She's kind of popping. I was like, I got some smoke with the sea pigeons right now too. I was like, yo, trying to hustle me for this game. It's dope. Shit's really good, but I'm like, $550 for this thing? I'll show you. Just my boy.
Okay, so while he gets that up, okay. This meeting is going pretty well, but I also want to say, who do y'all feel like will be the breakout team this season? That was my main thing I wanted to focus on tonight. Who do y'all feel like is going to be like the breakout team?
NFL or the fantasy league?
It doesn't matter. Give me both teams.
Go NFL.
Breakout team.
Non-biased answers only.
I'm going to stay out of the AFC West. I'm going to stay out of the
I think
West.
the Steelers. I'm going to say Steelers with the Rodgers. I think Rodgers and the Steelers might low-key upset a team. Like I don't think they're gonna. I don't know how. I think they're gonna be like a little bit of a dark. They might get hot later. Maybe win a playoff game. I don't know. I think they're gonna be better than what people think.
I got Carolina.
Yeah.
I think Carolina's going to be good. I think that because like when I did the Broncos predictions, I think they're going to lose either their Steeler game or to Carolina, one of those weird East Coast games. And I really think that what Bryce Young has done, he's taken a good step back up from where he was. He was almost on his way out of the league. It's crazy to think,
Facts.
And he went through like a rehab almost of how to play and grow. And I think Tedero McMillan, everyone's gonna be keeping their eye on that man, in some of these later rounds too. So
Yeah, that's a good choice.
Yeah, no, I'm really worried about the Panthers actually. They got a good little defensive line too.
Yeah.
Derek Brown.
I was gonna say the Titans.
That's a good one.
I feel like Cam Ward last year he was good, but it was his first year. I feel like this year he's gonna like break and his receivers, and then they also drafted Kyle Tate. I just feel like that's like the icing, and we got a good coach. I just feel like the Titans, they're gonna like surprise everybody this year.
They got John Franklin Myers on the D line.
I heard the Titans off. I didn't know they're making some good moves.
See, this is why Colts Convo would have been great to be here. Colts Convo if he was here.
Yeah, he's inside. You're right. He's what the Titans are.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He is a cool logo. His logo.
Oh yeah.
His logo is really dope. Yeah. He we have been talking when I first started my page. He's really, really encouraging. Yeah. He's a cool
Awesome.
guy. Cool. Yeah. Well, all you guys are cool. Everybody in here. Everybody's so far. It was like J.Y. was around. I'm like, okay, I can do this. Yeah, it was all cool. It was all cool.
Okay, let me show you. Isn't this shit cool? It's cool.
Oh wow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's
You think she gave me a full fair price? $550 though? I thought that was a lot.
Ouch.
I was like,
Wait, is she doing like the gems one by one?
I guess it is bedazzled. So yeah, it is like your art. Yeah, I guess it is like you put one gem by one. I guess that just.
Well, yeah, because one of my family members used to do that. And she used to play. Yeah, she used to do it on 2 shoes. Like she would put gems on the shoe, but one by one. And she would charge like $800 for a pair.
Ah, damn, that's probably fair. I feel bad then. Maybe I was lowballing the homegirl. I was thinking about it. I was like, $550, bro. And I was just doing that ish myself. I was just.
Does she do layaway?
Hey, bro, that dog, the Broncos head, they have a cool foam head too with the horse.
Oh man, I would do it. I just need a few months. Oh yeah, absolutely. It'll look great on me.
You guys are so funny. Okay, Josiah, what would your team?
our breakout team. I think the Giants.
Oh,
Draft picks that they picked.
that's a good one.
From the past 2 years, from last year and this year, and then just what they did with their defensive line, how they beefed that up with Arville, Reese, Brian Burns, and Abdul Carter and Thibodeau.
And getting OBJ back.
On the offensive side, you got Malik Neighbors, who should be coming back healthy. Jackson Dart learning, OBJ coming to teach the youngins, Scat Pack. You just got a lot going on over there, a lot of young talent, youthful energy, and then you just put in Jim Harbaugh. Now you got John Harbaugh. Now you're talking about contending for playoff.
Yeah, he brings a culture. Jim brings a culture. I mean, John brings a culture for sure.
Yeah, Harbaugh brings that culture. So I'm looking at them being the breakout team this year. They look. I feel like they have the best options. The only thing that scares me about them is their secondary, but everything else.
Why about them last year? Because I remember they beat us. I'm not gonna lie, I made this podcast that they beat us. I was pissed as hell. The Giants were pretty good. I don't know what happened later in the season because then I kept up with them when they what's his face was out here. I'm in Fresno, dude. What's that running back's name? Their running back, Scattaboo. Yeah. He was out here. My buddy met him. He's saying good things. He's all hype. But I was like, I don't know that even with when he was at the Trump rally, that kind of they really killed that actually controversy pretty quickly. It seemed like they had yeah. And I'm not gonna lie, they handled that pretty well. And you might be right, because
that's good.
Giants are a well-ran freaking franchise.
Yeah. And people want to see them. People want to see them go far too. So they'll make a lot of money.
Yeah. Honestly, dude, the Chargers never played the New York teams well, dude. I don't know why. I feel like, and I was telling my buddy this too, and the Giants are a blue blood franchise. I don't know if you guys think this, but I feel like NFL's got some blue bloods. And it's like when you play these teams, you get me, there's a little, I feel like they have a little bit more organizational structure. Or the culture is always kind of, right? You kind of feel me?
Mm-hmm.
No, I agree. With you.
Right? Because I feel like the AFC, you can go back from like back in the day of the AFL and the NFL merger. I feel like those. I think it's like it's just a couple of those teams. I feel like are kind of, especially if you're a player.
Yeah. You're speaking facts.
Like I feel like every time Buffalo go against That's your linebacker. Yeah.
I think he's on the Chiefs now. I don't know where that guy is. He's not on the Chargers.
He is on the Chiefs. He is.
Yeah, he is.
They want to go get him.
Yeah, but no. Not running back.
Treatment.
Oh man.
Got CTE, don't know. CTE from an ACL injury.
Hey, fantasy, he balled out for me in fantasy. He won me some games right now.
He did.
Then he tried to like all those Devo's getting all the touches. I was like, no, he's Brandon Ayuk a little bit.
Yeah.
You know,
Brandon
he's just
Ayuk,
chilling, just fighting, and he just mad at that, just holding out.
Hey guys, sorry about that. We're doing our little fantasy Zoom meeting, so we're getting to know each other. We're having fun. We're getting to know each other. It's awesome. We had some fun discussions. We all talk crap about the Chiefs and the Patriots. That was fun. More to come with that. Man, this is awesome. I love this community with fantasy football. That I've made some awesome friends. Just by joining this thing. Uh, and we'll see how this goes, guys. If you're watching here, I did step aside from the mic so I can go on my Zoom call real quick with our fantasy people. Let's see. I want to send a cool little GIF of Bo Nix. Let's see. No lie. Like, I'm gonna try my best not to be emotional in fantasy, but like if I have a chance to snag someone that is like a Bronco, it's gonna come off it and be hard to not be like, well, this guy might be more productive. But I know nothing about fantasy, so however this year goes with it, so be it, right? But yeah, guys, we got Jay Weaver popping on in a little bit. If and when he does pop on, we'll know. We'll see him in a second. We're 1 hour and 30 minutes in. I was busy with the call when we did our air horn for 1 hour, so here we are. 1 hour in. And then I realized that I didn't even check my audio settings before going live. So because of the fact that I didn't check the audio settings before going live, we were using the audio off of our off the webcam instead of off of our mic right here. So we got it all fixed and set up now. So all is well. If there's any issues with the audio, you let me know, guys. But I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. My name is Cody Chapa with StillUpSports. We're going for 24 hours, guys. This is our third time doing this. We're proving once again that we are still up. We're trying to normalize late night sports talk, starting with your Denver Broncos, but then also continuing and expanding into other sports talk about your other, teams you're curious about in the NFL, especially with fantasy season creeping up, to learn more about it. It just means you got to learn more and have a better knowledge of the game in general. So, we may talk Broncos, but we talk everything here, guys. So feel free to like, comment, subscribe, share. It all helps, guys. You see us right here. We're at 109. We're trying to hit 125. So we're 16 subs away from our goal for this stream. So let's just keep going and going. Let's just keep going. Let's keep chugging along because this is you only hit 115, you only hit 109, you only hit 125 once. So let's do this. And, thank you for being here with me, guys. Just want to say thank you again. And then while you're here, go check out my friend over there, Superchargers Podcast. We just talked with him. The man's been killing it. I love that the man knows what he's talking about and actually is not afraid to talk at least in favor of the Broncos, which I understand because I have my own fears with the Chargers too. The only team in this division that I'm worried about is the Chargers. The Broncos swept the Raiders. They swept the Chiefs. I think they do that again. But I think they split with the Chargers. I think both teams will win their respective home game against each other. But yeah, guys, so we are 1 hour and 32 minutes into this 24-hour stream, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Let's see. I want you to also do me a favor. If you are watching, guys, I have my own personal YouTube channel. I'm really working on it. It's right here. So if you want, go check out my personal YouTube because, right now I have this little series that I call Ride With Me, and all Ride With Me is on my personal YouTube. So you see it right here at Cody Chepa, Cody, CHEPA 88. So if you check me out on YouTube on my personal, you'll see that I have this Ride With Me series. It's something I'm a little proud of, but also it just doesn't take much effort to do. It's just something that's fun because when I would ride home from work as I'm headed home, I would take a little detour, and it's always just me filming my little shot of my ride home, and one of my favorite views here in Las Vegas, as well as whatever song is on my mind for that day. I have such a crazy music taste, and I think that the Ride With Me series is a fun way to discuss and talk with you guys about, at least a fun way for me to show you, something that, is like my music taste, my favorite view in the city. I've come to find it very fun, and I hope you guys are interested in maybe doing something like that. So, like, I'm going to show you, you see it right here. I have the audio off just due to the song, but yeah, guys. So that's all it is, and then it's usually a song, and it's just my view as I'm riding home. That's my personal YouTube. So you want to go check it out. I'm at 34. Eventually, in the future, with the personal YouTube, I'm going to save that for if I want to talk politics, if I want to talk history, because I'm a big history buff, and I'd love to make some history content. So we're going to save history content. We'll save political content, geopolitics. We'll save all that kind of discussion for here on the personal YouTube right over here. So go check out the personal YouTube if you're curious. I'll talk whatever over there for the most part. It's just going to be a nice little step away from the channel itself. But again, if you're watching, go subscribe to the channel. We're at 109. Come help us get to 110 right now and help us keep going because we're trying to get to 125. We're almost 2 hours in, and we're trying to hit 125 by the end of this stream. It would be really cool to keep pushing and pushing for this 500. The guys, we're really working for this 500. Again, we're on X, so go check us out on X. If you have X or if you're watching on X, maybe jump over on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, jump over on X and go subscribe or follow over there. I'm very engaging on X and TikTok. We have a TikTok right here. So I like to engage in all this stuff, and I'm cranking out some shorts more on now. So I figured out how to crank out some shorts. So we're getting there. And then check us out on Instagram. Again, we're going to be covering some college football. Episode 18 is out right now. We just did that one the other day. So episode 18 is out. So go check that out. Besides that, after this fact, guys, after this stream. But yeah, so go check us out on all these. We are on all these platforms. And, as I say, come for the sports, stay for the cats, right? We talk Broncos. We talk whatever sports, guys. It may be a Broncos channel, but it's called StillUpSports for a reason. The logo looks like an orange and blue rising sun for a reason. And that's because I may be a Broncos creator, but I talk all sports. And that's why it is not Still Up Broncos. It is Still Up Sports because we talk all sports. And, that's our studio at the moment. That's what it looks like here with us at the moment. Down the line, we're going to get a couch so we can have guests in person in the studio hanging out with us. But yeah, that's our little studio at the moment. It's gone through some transformations. It's still a constant changing process. You can see right here, there's me. That's my mini mic. So I got my little mini mics right here. I'm going to take them with me to Denver because I'm going to be trying to snag an interview or two when I'm out there. Yeah, I'm going to be trying to snag an interview or two when I'm out there with some of these big, content creators or maybe like a Bronco player or someone. But yeah, so that's my other side of the studio. You see this side right here with me. You see this side of the studio with me right here. But on that side right there, I have the Bronco flag. I have the Demaryius Thomas baseball jersey. I got the Broncos pillow, sitting on a nice little foam chair over there. Eventually, we're going to get a real nice chair to put there.
And that's going to be where we start to film some shorts and film some videos from sitting right there. This is where we're going to do our studio stuff and our live stuff. And like this camera angle that you have right now, guys, that you can see me on, this is not the permanent angle. Ideally, with a couch and having guests, the angle would be more centered and pushed back, because there would be a couch here, guys. Probably like right here is where the banner ends, right here. So probably the couch would go a little above the banner. But the point is we'd have a wider angle. We would have a wider angle when it comes to in the future with some of these shows and stuff. But it's always cool to see where we're at. So if you're checking us out on Instagram or something, I have some videos out there. But yeah, you can see that we have a different section here in the studio where we like to film some stuff, and we're going to keep filming stuff from that little section too. Down the line, when we're making this big push for monetization, because soon these 24-hour streams can be charitable. That's what I would love to do, is make these charitable. And a 24-hour stream to raise money for an animal shelter, that would be awesome to me, because we've gotten our animals from the shelters here in Vegas, our dogs from the Animal Foundation. My cat is from Homeward Bound Cat Rescue here in Vegas. Our old lady cat, she was just dumped on us. Point is we love animals, and that's something I would love to do with this channel, is to get monetized, make the 24-hour streams just for charity, and then see if I can round up big guests for those, just to make raise money for charity. Because Broncos country is amazing. Sports, the sports online community is just amazing too. But yeah, guys, so you see me right now. Thank you for being here with me, guys. Again, my name is Cody Chapa. So if you don't know what we do over here, we talk late night sports, guys. We talk Denver Broncos and all sports, but we do it late night, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Those are our normal shows, our Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 1:30 a.m. Mountain Time. So we're an AM show, guys. We're a morning show. Not less, even though I say late night, everyone knows late night can be early morning, and that's exactly what we are. Absolutely. Let's go Broncos. Broncos country is the best. Absolutely. And that's something that I'm incredibly grateful for with Broncos country, because they've been incredibly supportful as we continue to normalize late night sports talk. It doesn't happen without people showing up. It doesn't happen without me coming on the stream and doing it no matter what. It doesn't happen without us sometimes sitting on the airwaves with no one else here with us. And for the growth that we've seen is incredible. Broncos country is amazing. The online sports community is amazing. I'm incredibly grateful for all that you guys have done for me. You guys are awesome. And yeah, guys, so when I talk about the studio forever changing, I showed you like that little section over there where I like to film some stuff. I got this little area, which is like my own little terminal. This is my laptop. I use it once in a while, but I barely use it because I'm always using the PC over here. So part of having, changing up this section, maybe rearranging how some of this stuff eventually looks one day, it allows me to be more flexible with that side of the studio too, and make it a more productive space to create more content. But yeah, so like this is my little terminal over here where like I use it right now as like a resource. So like when I'm streaming and stuff, if I need to pull some stuff up and keep it right here, it's nice. But like at this angle in particular, you can see the screens, and you sometimes you don't want to have certain things on screen. But yeah, guys, thank you for showing up. We got 5 of us watching in the chat on YouTube, over like 40 something, 47 on X. So, come jump over here on YouTube, guys. Right here again. I've already mentioned it before, but we're sitting at 109. Let's hit 110. Let's hit 110 on YouTube, and let's keep making this push to normalize late night sports talk. These 24-hour streams are about proving that we are still up. Still up is a fun little concept, but to be still up, you have to make yourself available to be up for all these things, like searching for content or searching for interviews or making content or having guests on your shows and stuff. So you always have to be still up and be ready. All right, guys, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to step aside because I'm expecting Jay Weaver to pop on here in a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to step aside and eat something really fast before we get back into talking with Jay. We just spent a good little hour almost talking on the phone with some of our awesome friends over at Slanted Uptown, at Superchargers Pod, at Bill's Business, at Colts Convo. Those guys are all awesome, and so this is why we gotta really talk. We gotta talk ball and all that. We had some fun conversation with them talking fantasy. All right, guys. I'm gonna step aside 1 second. In the future, guys, I have a background being made, and I think it's going to be really sick. She's making it for us as we speak, and it's almost done. She's just doing a few more tweaks, and it won't be 100% accurate, and nothing will be, but it's going to be pretty neat. I like it. No matter what, I do my best to try to keep her working and keep her busy, because she's so kind with what she does with my graphics and stuff. Because this logo, my first logo was AI, and then she took my AI logo, and then she kept taking my input and then my vision. And it felt like she took what I had in my brain and turned it to reality. So that's how we got this beautiful logo right here. And this logo, again, it's supposed to represent a rising sun, kind of like you think about like the old Japanese, imperial Japanese flag almost, where it was a rising sun. It's like a rising sun, but it's blue and orange. And it's StillUpSports, not StillUp Broncos. So StillUpSports gives me the flexibility to talk all sports, not just Broncos, but blue and orange colors insinuates that it's a Broncos channel, of course. But we cover everything. So I think it came out really good. And it's a really original logo. And I'm just incredibly proud to say that, I'm someone who created this and, went down this path, and it's my first time owning or creating anything in my life really like that. And I will say I'm incredibly blessed that I have a beautiful logo to connect my name and my vision with, and say that, that came from my brain with the help of someone who helped, pull that vision together, to say that this brand is something that I helped have a vision in. Well, I mean, it is my vision because it's my brand, but you get the point. To say, like, anytime I look at that logo, I'm just, grateful and proud to even, be connected to it. And yes, guys, you see me rocking the Goonsville right here. I'm rocking the Goonsville. After the 24-hour stream, I don't know if I'm going to go for a run, but because when I get off this stream, it will be 6:30 something at night tomorrow, and that's still going to be probably too hot to go on a run. I normally do my runs after the late night streams, but yeah, so we're going to probably step aside for a few minutes, guys. All right. We got 15 minutes till we're 2 hours in, so I'm going to go check my water. We've been drinking this Bloom Energy, but I'm not getting no energy from it, guys. It's just, I don't know. We'll mess around and we'll go do that real quick. All right, guys, stay tuned. I'll be right back. Let me pull up the Be Right Back screen. Let's pull up the banner, and then we'll pull up the Be Right Back screen. All right, you guys sit right here. I will be right back. Let me play the music for you. All right, 1 second, guys. If you guys are still joining, or if you're just joining me right now, welcome to StillUpSports. I stepped aside so I can, make some food. So I'm gonna eat a little bit real quick. Let me see. Let me pull that off real quick. Sorry, guys. Here, hold on. Boom. There you go. You got me right here. So I'm gonna mute this mic and I'm gonna keep eating. Okay. I'm gonna step just aside, right off the camera, but I'll be right here with you guys. I'll be reading whatever you got, whatever you say, so I can still see it from over there. All right. I'm gonna mute this mic. All right. Hope you guys are having a wonderful night. Let's see. I'm gonna deal with that little noise. So if you're just joining, guys, we're doing a fantasy league for the first time ever. 2 hours in. So that's nice. We're doing fantasy for the first time. So we spent like the first part of the first hour in a Zoom meeting. So that was kind of fun. Go like, subscribe, comment, guys. We do have the Red Bulls on tap. Oh, something else, guys. We got like I mentioned before, there we are. We're at 2 hours in, guys. 22 hours ago. We have our Red Bull. I tried the Bloom Energy. I didn't taste anything much of it. I'm not impressed with that flavor I had. So maybe there's a different Bloom Energy I got to try, but I'm not impressed. Yeah, guys, feel free to drop your comments. Feel free to like, subscribe. We may talk Broncos, but we talk whatever. So there's 6 of you here on YouTube, and then there's like 50 of you on X. You can drop your comments, questions. We'll talk sports, whatever is on your mind. Again, I'm Cody Chapa with StillUpSports. Thank you. We should have Jay Weaver joining us within about an hour or so. We'll see. He said it'd be about an hour or so. So we're just waiting. We're being patient on here. We've had some great questions and comments earlier from, or at least some great interactions. We had, Still Up. Go to the big screen. That was earlier. Jay, what's up? Yep. And then one 124 to go. Nope, 125. What's up, Jay? Yeah, we're going to pull up all this stuff up so you guys just get a recap on the chat right now. But yeah, Superchargers pod, guys, we're going up against this man. Hopefully he takes it easy on us, but it's going to be fun either way. It sounds like we may do like a $20 pot. Just to make it where there's a little spice, so if someone wins, there's something to it. I think $20 at least gets you committed, right? At least makes you committed to it all. What are you doing? You want to come over here? You want to come on screen? Come here. We might have a dog, guys. Let's see if we get the dog to join. Let's see if the dog wants to join us. Come here. Come here. Reese, up. Up. Come here. Come on. You're up. He's acting like he wants to come up here, guys, but he is not doing it. Come up here. You can come up here and hang out with me. Oh, we got a dog. We got a dog. Here you go, guys. Let's see what the dog has to say. Speak. Here. What? You have something on your mind? Say it. Say it. Let it be heard. Say what you must say. All right, guys. We're just sitting here hanging out with the doggo. This is Reedus. This is Reedus, the sweet dog. He's a very sweet boy. He's a Broncos fan. He's like 10 years old. He's 10 years old, but he's Chihuahua. So he's probably got another 15 to go. Yeah. Sweet old man. But he's still got pep in his step, too. Yes, he does. You want to show off? Look, there you are. That's you. That's you. You're on camera. Yeah. Sweet dog. I think he does want football season to start too. Yes. Look. Are you here? What? What is that? What? Here. Speak. Speak. Okay, he's ready to go. We're gonna let him down. Bye. There you go, guys. First guest of the show was the dog. So that's awesome. Yeah, guys, if you see this shirt and you're curious about it, it's from Goonsville. So, come check out Goonsville right here. Go to catalog, and then we'll just jump over here. Damn. Look at that. Look at that awesome Goonsville shirt. You get 10% off, too. Yeah, it's awesome. It's embroidered. It looks great. I love my Goonsville. I love my Goonsville shirts. They really help me out because I love my Goonsville hoodies, but it's too hot out here for a hoodie right now. We are dealing with some crazy heat here in Vegas, but honestly, when you throw on some Goonsville, you're immediately dealing with some crazy heat automatically too, because look at all that heat. It is incredible. But yeah, guys, so I'll keep you up throughout the season. I'll keep you posted on how our fantasy goes with these guys. Yeah, guys, when we get Jay Weaver on here, we got a little gift for him that we're going to pop on screen and show him. But when Jay Weaver comes on, it becomes the Jonah Coleman hour. So get ready, guys. We're going to go full on into the Jonah Coleman, chaos. but you see us right there, 109. We've gone up 2 in the last day or so. One of them was our boy, Superchargers Pod, man. So let's try to get us going, guys. We're only 16 away from our goal from this stream. And even if we hit that 16, the stream keeps going. So make sure that you subscribe and comment. Get involved, guys. I appreciate you guys commenting and engaging. Let's keep this ball rolling and let's keep the engagement going. Because at times it gets a little dull. There's nothing going on. But feel free to keep the ball rolling. You guys change and dictate the subjects usually anyway. I always read every comment, so I always answer it. So you guys dictate the shows usually anyway. Yeah, guys, it's going to be pretty fun. I'm pumped to play some fantasy. We'll see how good I can get at it. But yeah, if you guys are watching, we're going for 24 hours again. We just spent almost an hour on our little Zoom meeting, talking fantasy with our league that we're in. And we're going to see how this plays out. Besides that, I made sure to reach out to some people. We got a few yeses for sure. It sounds like tomorrow morning we'll get Mario, Mile High Mario from Altitude Adjustment. Sounds like we're gonna get him tomorrow morning. And we're going all the way till tomorrow at 7:30 in the afternoon Mountain Time. So we're gonna be on the air for a while, guys. We're only 2 hours in, and we're gonna keep going. If you got any questions, let me know. When it comes to Mario's segment, we're gonna be talking Dondre Tillman and Pat Bryant. When it comes to Jay's segment, it's all Jonah Coleman. We're going to jump into Coleman, and we're just going to ride this train, and we're going to see how crazy it gets. It's going to be a Jonah Coleman hour. I threw out the Coleman bait, and I think he took it no problem. You could, as long as you just mention Jonah, he's in. And then if he shows up and it's Jonah Ellis, he'd probably be wondering where's Coleman at. So yeah, guys, so we are just here cruising. I've had some fun shows. We're 18 shows, which are technically, if you count them, 19 shows plus 2 UFC watch-alongs, plus this is now our third 24-hour stream. But technically, even though it says 18 shows, there's a 0.5. There's a 5.5 episode in there, kind of like a Lion King pull right there. But we've had some fun episodes. I go back and I read these notes from some of our other episodes and stuff. Like right here, this is for our 24-hour. There's barely any notes. Like one of them just says Jay Weaver, Jonah Coleman hour. That's what that one says. If he stays for an hour, if he wants to talk Jonah Coleman for 22 hours, we can do it. But that's just gonna be we're gonna do our notes tonight to get ready for Mario when Mario comes on. That way, we want to be ready for Mario because I got a lot of respect for what Mr. Altitude Adjustment does, man. He does some great content. The man is really good at what he's doing. Oh, we got someone in here, guys. All right. Let me just bring him in, guys. So we got the main man, Jay Weaver, in the chat.
Oh!
Here with us. How you doing, man?
Well, how's it going there, sir? On the
I'm happy to see you.
The Sunday night excursion that you're on here.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I was just talking. We got a fun little Jonah Coleman. We're gonna go off the rails with Jonah Coleman if we need to. This is there's no censorship here with Jonah Coleman. I know that the other guys want to put you down. They want to censor you. They want to laugh at you.
Yeah.
Here we're all about promoting, your horrible addiction.
They want to dim my flame, Cody. And I just, there's times I'll handle it, and then there's times I can't handle it. So
I got a gift for you, as I promised to lure you on here with a gift, and this is exactly it.
Oh my! Oh wow! Oh wow!
Is that real? I think that's real, right?
It's absolutely real.
He's got
AI
that
is not
had
a
to be
real thing. Like AI doesn't actually exist. We all just talk about it. Dude, that Jonah, go Jonah. I mean, let me just say, he has good taste in hats. Obviously, it's a pretty nice hat. But
I need
yeah,
to get
dude,
one of these. Do you sell those?
I wish. What is that? What's the emblem? The N. It's not Fanatics. What's the hat brand?
It was a Broncos hat, obviously.
Yeah,
So
it looks like a nice
AI
hat,
right here.
dude. I would absolutely wear that hat. Like if that were in creation, IRL. Absolutely, man. But dude, that is a fantastic present that I'm going to take and run with.
Yeah.
Again, more ammo to the bit,
I'll
and
send it to you.
I appreciate you teasing the bit, man, because at the end of the day, like, I'm half joking about it, but I'm actually, secretly not joking. Like, Jonah Coleman actually might, like, if you actually sit down and keep thinking about it, like, it's, tinfoil hat. I'm always trying to think like a couple steps ahead and kind of see, the forest through the trees, if you will. It's, I think, an important note that we drafted a player like Jonah Coleman when we just drafted Harvey last year. So to all the people that are like very high on Harvey making the jump, that is my one like bullet point of case against Harvey is like, if the organization loved him to death, why would they draft a running back the very next draft? Like,
there's your
right
answer
after his
there.
rookie year.
New era.
Yeah, new era. Thank you.
So I was saying it earlier, and people need to understand you can be pro Jonah Coleman, and for some reason there's this correlation that if you're pro Jonah Coleman, that you are pro JK getting hurt. That is in no way rooting for an injury, but yeah, everyone, the minute that you root for Jonah Coleman, everyone says, so you want to see JK hurt.
I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more with what you just said. I experience the prejudice out in the world just as you described, and it will not stand. Okay, the Jonah hate, like, just because what is it? The famous Zach By saying that I love Zach By to death. He's like one of my favorite drivers of Denver media. But he always says, two things can be true at the same time. He said that like for so many years, like that is his, like, I've always associated that saying to him. And it's so true because we can get so hyperbolic in having a hot take and having a opinion drawn from data that we want to like, skip steps and like jump, to the next lily pad. But that's what's fun about doing this, man. For your 24 hours, you might as well put the tinfoil hat on. Come down the street with me and like, let's talk aliens next segment.
Absolutely. Well, Jonah Coleman may be an alien because have you seen you've seen what he does. He's got to be either an alien or some sort of like a cyborg or something.
So it can be argued he has the first or second highest floor as a rookie only because he comes in as some of his best skill sets match some of the weaknesses that are typical in rookie running backs that hold a lot of rookie running backs back of like not being ready to go for, NFL competition. He is incredibly smart. So like playbook is not going to be that big a thing for Jonah. He can run inside. He can catch the pass as well. He's versatile and dual in that manner. But above all things, the biggest thing that separates him from pretty much the entirety of this draft class running back wise is his pass protection. Pass pro. That is the biggest trait that usually gets running backs, especially little ones, into trouble. Harvey's really good at it too. And again, that's a rare trait. But like we basically have 2 running backs in Harvey and Coleman that are fantastic in pass pro. We don't need to worry about. And they're super back-to-back rookies. So we're set. That's the future right there. And that's the trait, obviously, that we hold at a high regard compared to maybe other NFL teams. So like that's why I'm all in on Jonah, because that is such a like Sean Payton, like the system is perfect for him. He's going to thrive. So in my opinion, even if Dobbins has a miraculous year, and again, grab a lotto ticket, man, if JK plays every game of this regular season, because you should win the lottery. He's still probably not going to be a Bronco next year, even though he has a multi-year deal. It's basically an out at the end of this year, money savings wise. And dude, if Jonah pops, why do you need Dobbins, the old guy? Like Coleman and Harvey and enter the third one. Who knows? Like all good. All we need. If we even carry 3 running backs, there's a lot of people that I've been seeing with the, you know, the projected roster already. And I love that content, by the way. I have not done one, haven't even thought of it. But there's a lot of people that only have 3 running backs on this team. Like, that's kind of wild to me.
Francis being one of them?
No.
So no fullbacks?
Nope. Well, yes, but they're counted, I guess, as a tight end. I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know. There's not an official FB position, you know, in a traditional sense. But yes, I think Nate Atkins is on that kind of scale as well, of like doing things. Don't get me started on that tight end room. That's a divisive topic in and itself. Can we put a pin in that real quick? Because I want to put a bow on this. Bow on this Jonah.
Yeah.
I will use this photo. This will not be the last. For I will customize it, and it will become layouts on shows that they don't even know about yet.
See, I think when Mike comes on, I'm going to do the same thing, but with J.K. Dobbins that says, I love Mike Carmelini, because Mike's the only one saying that he thinks he goes 17 games. You
should have a doctor in the background with a sign that says me too. Like just every, perfect health, like everything's perfect. Like amazing.
And then our boy, do you know Superchargers Pod? You know him?
I do not. I'm unfamiliar, but I love the icon that you got going on there. But you know what? I'm always welcome to other AFC West teams.
It's nice to listen in and see what they're talking about.
Most of my friends are Chief fans. So I'm very clued into the Chiefs, unfortunately, through that. But yeah, man, AFC West is always a good time, and then there's the Raiders, right? I mean,
yeah.
Do you claim to like know more than the average fan about the Raiders just because of your proximity?
I think I know more than I think the average Broncos fan knows about the Raiders, just because I'm here. Not necessarily the average sports fan, but the average Broncos fan.
Sure. No, that makes sense.
You don't think Broncos fans care about like who is going to be making the Raiders roster, and they're not focused on that
Absolutely
stuff. They're just
not.
Focused on Mendoza or
who should we like steal from the practice squad over there? Absolutely not.
No,
100%. Dude, yeah, I felt it was a special occasion to get the chain gang out. Dude, I love this for, obviously the tangible aspect of it, but like it is also just a heads up to, you saw one of the greatest Bronco games in history. Like aside from DT, aside from the chain day, aside from like all the festivities of that day, like just an unforgettable day, just way up there.
You know what?
Uh,
We might have to get some guys together, and we just might have to like all watch Super Bowl 50 like in sync on replay together, just for the memories.
Yeah,
That'd be fun.
dude. Yeah, Super Bowl 50 was incredible in and itself. But I mean, I was talking about the Giants game, obviously, for last year, the comeback. Like, that was where these came out, and that was the, insane fourth quarter. I think it was 33 points in the fourth quarter for us. Just insanity. I don't know. We won't have to have comebacks like that this year, man. You know why? Because you got this guy over here just doing insanity things, I mean, I can't wait for a press conference. He's just going to, move the Gatorade, as everybody does, and then slap down that hat.
Mm-hmm. We might have
Kodak
to get that
moment.
hat made, at least one of them, just so one of them can exist, because it feels like it's too good to not exist.
That's a shelf item to be displayed forever
item.
time.
Put it in the studio.
Yep. I'm jealous of the DNVR guys with their the heads of Cale McCarr and Nicola. That's terrific stuff, man.
I know the Nuggets guys, they were out here for Summer League. I was thinking about getting a ticket to go down the Summer League, but I've had a lot going on. I was like too busy because I worked overtime yesterday. And so this stream would have happened yesterday, but I worked overtime because I wanted to get my tickets for UNLV versus Memphis and then UNLV versus Nevada.
Oh, nice.
So I'm going to be at the Battle of Nevada. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that will be a crazy crowd.
Yeah, it's crazy because I wanted to go to either like the North Dakota State game or like the Cal game, but those, you would expect with those programs, the prices were a little more crazy. And I was like, it just took one day of overtime to get me 2 tickets because both tickets were about like $40-$50 each total. So UNLV.
Oh my God.
Pricing. And for the record,
that's insanity.
Allegiant Stadium is at its best when you let UNLV take it over, because when they have UNLV games, they throw red and Rebels stuff. They throw it all over, and it just turns red and silver and white, and it almost looks like this is the best like college football arena, because you almost forget that this is an NFL venue.
Sure. Well, I mean, dude, I'm down the road from Lincoln, so I mean, going to games for Nebraska, like honestly, if they were $40 a pop, I would actually go see just random games of interest. But like, it's like $200 to go to a Husker game. F that noise.
Yeah, for $200, you can try to get yourself a Broncos ticket.
Absolutely, keep driving as you should through Lincoln. There's no reason. Stinking Lincoln, get out of here. Yep, 100%. Well, dude, I still thank you for this picture. I just Ooh.
Well, when I asked
No. Okay. No, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, when I asked you to come on, I made sure to throw on the little Madagascar meme, because I was like, I know this is gonna take some bait, and if it didn't work, I was gonna probably use this as bait and try to make another kind of crazy Jonah Coleman edit. But maybe I'll get you another Jonah Coleman edit for your birthday or for Christmas.
I will take them all, 100%. You keep working, artist.
Pull this one up on screen. Pull this one in front of Tim. Tim's gonna go crazy.
Please do. Just I'm gonna give you a guest code to a random Outcast episode, and I just want you to dive in, show off your stuff, and then you can head out if you want. Just pop in. That'd be hilarious, man.
Well, that picture belongs to you. I sent it, so it's yours.
I appreciate it, dude.
So you pull it up whenever you need to.
Yeah, man. After the inevitable, going back to that comment by Charger Pod, yes, Supercharger Pod. Harvey is going to be an NFL elite.
Darren Sproles.
Robin, like the best in the NFL at being Robin. And Darren Sproles was fantastic for the skill set of the things he did well. And Sean Payton used him exactly to a T of what he did well. So Harvey is going to be the number 2 for many a years. I think he might even get another contract. I love Harvey. It's not a slight on Harvey that I am obviously, promoting Coleman. Coleman is just the profile of the first down back. Like, he's going to be the starter. It is what it is. Darren Sproles shouldn't be your future in the running back room at any point of his career, although he was amazing. Like, but that you shouldn't be hanging your whole hat on that. Like, he's a trick. But
so I'll add to that with because how I was saying that just because you can be a Coleman supporter does not mean you are rooting for a JK injury. People tend to get the same narrative that if you're a Coleman supporter, you are down on RJ, and that's not even the same. Also,
not the same at all.
For just by rooting for Jonah, people assume that you're pro. JK getting hurt. No, we just know it's going to happen because it has happened every year. You have nothing to say otherwise. So it's a matter of just guessing which week, and you have 18 to pick from. So pick one, and you have 1 in 18 chance.
I get the sentiment, though, that you walked up to the roulette table and it's been red for 18 picks.
Dak, the man.
Oh.
It's a good thing I put that picture away, huh?
There's that guy. That bro.
Do you Broncos, bro?
Yeah. Do you even? Yeah. I see.
Do you?
I feel bad doing it because it's not my thing. Like, I am a when invited bro. I don't.
Yeah, exactly.
They are the bros. Like.
Yeah, I felt like terrific. I was about to get hit with copyright infringement just by saying it.
You know what? What we need to do, Dak, is we need to get you under the mic. You can do a soundtrack. And then we can just distribute it to whoever wants it.
Yeah. That way we can pull them up on screen.
Yep.
Yeah. Everyone deserves a little Dak edit in their phone.
Absolutely. A nice soundboard for everyone's podcast there. Absolutely. Yeah. We're getting creative here on a Sunday night.
Dak knows he's invited. It's just whenever he shows up. So maybe he shows up soon. Maybe he shows up tomorrow. Mario's showing up tomorrow morning.
Nice, dude. Dak, if you're still out there, I still have my Go Jonah. See, even worst case scenario here, and somebody blocks me from having it on, I have it on my phone. I'll just he's getting through no matter what.
Well, something tells me now you have a new screensaver.
Yeah, terrific. There it is.
Maybe get that turned into a poster and blow it up.
Yeah. Do you even Broncos, bro? Like an arch over the Jonah Coleman. It's the Jonah Coleman edition of the Broncos Bros. Yeah, we need that merch, Dak. Get on that.
Dak, you're always welcome whenever you can, man. That's why I love these 24-hour streams, is because it's no rush on any of these guests. You guys can just pop in whenever you want, and then it's up to me to freestyle. And then when you guys pop in randomly, I have to lock in, so it's fun.
Dak's part of the chain gang.
Yeah,
Dak's
I
part.
got my little Bronco chain. I'm always rocking it.
There you go.
That's that GLD. You go to GLD and get yourself a Broncos pendant.
There you go.
But yeah, so if anyone's joining, this is the Jay Weaver, Jonah Coleman Glaze Hour. So
we should have some theme music, man.
We need a Jonah Coleman theme music of some sort.
So, I was going to say, I didn't bring any Jonah Coleman trivia. I really should have. I dropped the ball on this.
Well, I have some Jonah Coleman questions still, so.
What's his favorite color? What's his favorite animal?
I have a few questions still to keep the ball rolling with Jonah. So, that being said, while we don't hope for JK to get hurt, we obviously expect that it's probably going to happen. So, if you have to say what week do you think it'll happen versus what week would you want it to happen? Because if it happens too early,
that one word,
RJ Harvey going in before him. So do you want it to be early, or do you want it to be 7-8 weeks in? Maybe Jonah's ready by then. Because if it's week 2, probably maybe not, right?
Well,
what do you think?
This is just me throwing it out there before I answer. What if he gets hurt early enough to be able to come back? Dobbins has never had an injury that he's been able to at least come back from in that same year.
And so, he almost did last year.
What if we get an injured Dobbins, but we get it in such a opportune time where it doesn't have anything to do with the playoffs? Absolutely. This is the only Rockies thing I own, and it's because I bought it at a Rockies game at Coors Field. I was a sucker for the merchandise after a couple cold pops.
That's all it takes.
Yep. Dak, you got me all squirreled out here. Like, what were we even talking about, Cody?
Jonah Coleman and like what week you think JK is going out, or when you would like it to happen? Because you were saying maybe it's good for JK to come back and make it in time for a playoff run. He almost did last year. So maybe that's a sign. Maybe if it happens early enough, you do get him back, because that would be ideal.
I would like all running backs healthy at playoff time, because I think it'll take all of them to win a Super Bowl for the run. If we're a serious contender in that manner. So like if there's going to be an injury, I hope it's week 1. And he's back in, 10 weeks, and we get him on the back half, like something like that. Ronnie Hillman,
right?
Dude, Ronnie Hillman's another perfect example of that. Ronnie Hillman was a terrific 2 guy, but like, are you going to have him as your starter and that's what you're hanging your hat on as a team? Absolutely not. Like, I think Harvey will be better than Hillman overall, but like still, that's not that far off. Yeah, man. I'm hoping for very early for Dobbins. I can say selfishly because then I get to see Coleman, but if it truly does happen week 1, then Harvey will start right after an injury, because that's too early for a rookie to just see. In my thought of the season, it's going to be right around the same time as last year, right around week 10, or give or take plus minus 2-3 games, like somewhere in the middle of the schedule. And by that time, I think Jonah will be greened enough here to like, okay, like give him the ball. And dude, I think he's going to tear it up when given the opportunity. I think in preseason here, he's going to like, oh shit, a motherfucker's going to be running on people. Like, he can barrel over people, man. I'm so excited for the Jonah show. We haven't had a back like this for quite some time. Like, not like this.
How similar would you say he is in terms of like CJ Anderson? Because he's short bowling ball, kind of, right? Not fully.
Yeah.
I think he's faster than CJ. I think he's a little more explosive than CJ too.
Yeah, CJ's great and all, but like, I don't think he was that great. I think he was on a very famous team, and he was a very famous contributor, and
he had his best year when he needed
famous role. Yeah, absolutely. But like, yeah, I don't know. I would say,
who would you compare him to then in the Broncos? Are you going to go all the way back to TD, or you got another option?
No.
Good. That would have been a little too rushed. I know we love Coleman here, but
nothing like that. I mean, dude, Willis McGahee actually had a little bit of a time where he had some get up in Denver, and I liked that running style he had, because he had a really good pace to him, so he was faster than he looked. And that would complement that way.
RJ really Harvey, that kind of pace.
Correct. He's thoughtful. Like a very patient runner. Jonah Coleman is like he looks like a vet. Like, he looks like a very experienced top up player. So he's a captain multiple years. Like, dude, he's the guy, man. Like, he was terrific. So I can't say, enough good things. I hope he lands at, that number 20. I think that's a great jersey for him to pop in, but I know that a lot of rookies have their own, well, if a single digit's available, I'm taking it. Like, we'll see. So I'm waiting the tide here until I buy up some merchandise for Jonah Coleman. My full, all in. I'm talking trading cards. I'm talking jerseys. I'm talking signed memorabilia, mini helmets.
Get that. Go get those Panini packs while they're out now. Those Topps packs while they're out now. With this year's rookie class.
Which, speaking of, can I do a small little plug?
Absolutely.
It was a spark. I mean, So we're going for 1,000 follows, and we are giving away a signed Nick Bonito mini helmet
Absolutely.
to whenever that happens. Orange and Blue Network. So, dude, we were gifted that. Like, just gifted that out of nowhere. So really appreciate the fans out there. But to provide the next giveaway. And I even got some fresh merch myself here.
Nice.
Got a little flat bill trucker trucking it up.
Yep. Yeah,
you
she
go.
ended up subscribing.
You're in. You're
Yep,
in,
all
man.
you have to do is go over there and subscribe.
Absolutely. Always appreciate the plugs.
Always.
You know, we've got a lot of random stuff, as Cody knows. Like, you know, that's why I love this community, man. Like, hop on each other's stuff. You know, it's all love to literally everyone in this community. I can't think of anyone that I like, you know, am at odds with or vehemently hate or anything like that. Like, in the whole, you know, Twitter sphere, if they still call him that. Kitty time.
That's my son.
That's
he looks
awesome.
just like me.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, dude, that's hilarious. That's great. I was gonna say my cat is fast asleep, and you know, it's kind of like a baby. You don't rustle up, like just sleep over there. It's great. Just keep going. You're doing a great job.
Yeah, I keep the cat tree over here so I can, you know, when he wants to jump over on my lap, because I got a cord over here that connects the audio mixer and the mic to the PC, and he loves to bump it, and it always messes up the audio. So anytime he gets over here, I got like a little red flag, like Spidey sense, to just snatch him and throw him in the tree.
Yep. I got the little perch with a bird feeder right outside the window, so I've got him all set up with his entertainment throughout the entire day. We get squirrels. We get on squirrel alert, and we go ham at the window. Like, I don't know how he doesn't have 1,000 concussions, just like slamming his head into the window trying to get a squirrel. It's ridiculous, man. Life of a cat owner, man.
Right.
Just, you know, what is it? 11 o'clock Central, talking cats. You know, no big deal.
So another Jonah Coleman question. I know you kind of hinted at it earlier, but you know, is his pass blocking as, you know, as good as, you know, a lot of people are probably sleeping on that, right? They don't even know. That's probably their issues. They just don't know.
Yep.
If they knew that it was that good, maybe there would be some more belief or like understanding why you should be excited for this guy.
Well, and I guess I kind of say it is advertised because, like, that was a well-known bullet point, at least in the things that I saw, like, for drafting him, you know, in the process. But I think it's more of, like, the attention's not on that being a huge thing. And, you know, like, maybe it isn't for some because some people are looking for, you know, I want the fastest person in the draft or something. Or I want the bruiser that can break 5 tackles in a row. But like pass blocking to me is like such a fundamental difference between a lot of rookies. And he is exceptionally good at that. So he can play day one because he has that trait. He's automatically a third down back, like automatically a better pass blocker than obviously Jaleel McLaughlin, or I would say Tyler Bidet, just entering off the street. So it's a no-brainer, man. Like it's he's going to be the ultimate no-tell player because you have no idea if he's going to go out for a bubble screen or if he's going to smash in between the guard and center for 5 yards. Like he's so dual purposed right now. And that's why I love him because, you know, Harvey kind of is a tell to a certain extent because he is shown to not really do that well in between the tackles. I hope he improves that. If he does, then, you know, the world could be the oyster of Harvey, man. Harvey could blow up. I think I said this and I had said it jokingly, but I actually kind of believe it. I side more with the people that think Harvey is going to pop and be like a amazing player in year 2 compared to the people that think Dobbins is going to be healthy.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Harvey people are way more sane. So there's a lot of slices, to cut this running back room, man. And I think it's a super interesting, position to watch in the preseason and training camp. And like, as we go down the road here, it'll be very interesting. What are your thoughts on Harvey? What do you see out of Harvey next year?
We saw him go for 12 touchdowns, running and receiving. That was very impressive what we saw. And he's a young runner. The man made a switch from quarterback to running back in college.
And he was quarterback.
So he's a young runner. So maybe that's where that inexperience with running in the middle comes from, is just not getting the comfortability there. But in that room, I imagine he gets comfortable. Maybe this bleeds into my next question, but I was going to talk about, the impact that a J.K. Dobbins could have on a Jonah Coleman. There's an impact that, he can take from learning from a guy like J.K., a guy that's been in the league. I don't know if you would say they're similar, but maybe there's something that he can gain that would maybe make him a little more proficient earlier on. It's a good room to learn in, is something that I get at.
I guess I've never really thought about, like, is J.K. Dobbins the kind of vet that really would take someone under his tutelage? Because there's some vets that won't,
Yeah, even if he's not like mentoring or teaching, I'm just saying there's a lot you can gain from watching that guy in front of you, that kind of back.
Prep and meetings and such.
And you take the job from him. I'm sure that there was a little that Brady learned watching, Bledsoe out there before Bledsoe went down. He's talked about, Bledsoe was a good quarterback before he went in. And I'm sure there's something to gain from watching a pro do it for a week or two or however long it happens,
Well, okay, let me ask you this, dude. If we reverse time here before we sign Dobbins,
okay,
knowing that we have Jonah, like, if we literally went in with just Jonah and Harvey, back-to-back rookies here, we would have to have a vet running back in the room, right? Like, if it wasn't Dobbins, it was going to be some other vet, some other
like
person like him.
Or an Algier or whoever those names were back when people were talking about him.
Yeah.
It would have been one of those other free agents, right?
Yeah. But I mean, yeah. And I know we overpaid for Dobbins only because I guess the Jaguars tried to steal him.
Yeah, they showed interest.
Correct. So that brought price up. But it's just interesting. It's interesting, I feel like, that we brought him back, to be honest. I'm very surprised we brought him back. But we'll see. We'll see, man. Like I said, it is higher on my list of positional groups to watch than I think others, but I understand. Like, I have a little more interest in the room, I feel like, than most.
No, so he has a good point right here. I don't see anything out of JK that says he wouldn't be helpful. So he's very likable. He's loved in that room and in the front office. If anything, it's his relationship with the front office and then the fans calling for him to come back that helped him out too.
Yep.
Because he's really well liked in that building. I mean, I think he's going to make Denver his home when he's done. Everyone does. Everyone almost does. Most of them do. So I don't think he's leaving.
Why
Denver.
wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's beautiful. If you can afford it and you can live there, why not?
Yep, 100%. As soon as my children graduate, I'm going to tell them, hey, you got a place to stay in college if you want to come to Colorado. But here we go.
Yeah. It's something that I'm excited for with Colorado because I went in November and then I'm going this November, but they're working on this train line, the Coco, that goes north and south from Union Station in Denver. So it'll take you all the way up to Fort Collins and Boulder and all those little mountain towns in between. And then it'll go south and it goes to Colorado Springs and all those other towns south too. So soon people can live a few hours north or south of the city and just take the train in and out every day. And and they're working on that right now. They've already broke ground, so that's going to make it pretty cool just for like tourists and stuff. To because for me, I'm going to be there for 2 weeks, and in the future, if and whenever that train is built, it's like I can plan a time out there and be like, let's go spend a day in Boulder, let's go spend go see if we see Coach Prime, or let's just go spend a day in Colorado Springs, or go up to Fort Collins, whatever.
Well, dude, I will tell you, there is right now RTD buses, I believe, that go from Boulder to Denver. But yeah, to go to like Fort Collins or Springs, I don't think you're finding anything like that.
It would all be connected to Union Station in Denver too, so you can end up right in the middle of downtown Denver.
The light rail does a lot right now, but man, if it could go far stretching out, that would be terrific, because it ends like in Tech Center South.
Yeah,
it doesn't go too far, I don't think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, something that like they've been trying to work on it here in Vegas for a few years, and it got pushed back. Like California's been working on light rail to go from LA to San Francisco, and it's been stalled for years. They've been working on that for like almost 15 years. But here in Vegas, we're working on this. It's called Bright Line, and it would connect Vegas to right outside of LA, and then you can take the LA subway into town and stuff like that. And it would be only like a 2-hour. It's like a bullet train, like a 2-hour ride to get from Vegas all the way to LA, basically. And they wanted it ready by the 28 Olympics, but they haven't even broken ground, so it's not going to be done by then. But it would have helped with tourism, because to think that you get all these tourists coming into LA for the Olympics, who, if they want, they can go spend the weekend in Vegas and then come back with 2 hours to, it would have been awesome. So I hope we see that stuff for sports fans in general too.
Yeah, dude, that would be terrific.
Yeah,
I'm all about like community transport instead of individual cars, but like I live in the middle of bumfuck Midwest, so like it's kind of impossible to not have a car, because there is no public transportation really.
So if you have a car, how many, instead of horsepowers, how many Jonah Coleman powers does it run off of? How many Colemans does it run off of?
Unfathomable, unmeasurable. I don't even know. Like one Jonah Coleman in my eyes could power an entire power grid. So like, do you really even need more than one? I mean, I guess in the comics, did they ever really need two Superman? I think one was fine. Like he did the job. He's good. I mean, we got Jonah. Like people need to start giving some appreciation out there. Be thankful for what you got.
And see, looking at this picture, I mean, I know this was back, I think, at like either the rookie premiere or one of the Broncos photo shoots, probably. But I mean, the man is, I mean, he may look small on paper, but he is not small.
No,
the man will run you over if he needs to.
Yeah, dude, it's gonna be great. It is. Our offense, I feel like, is gonna take off. I mean, obviously, Bo Nixon in itself, everybody I think is very high on, but like the difference for Davis Webb, I feel like, is gonna be huge. Huge in the little things. Like, I feel like we are going to finally see a consistency in packaging, and we're going to get some high tempo. Finally, like some pace to Bo Nix.
Absolutely.
We've been lacking that, and I feel like that's why we always start off terrible in the first half of games. There's no pace whatsoever. It's just very clunky in the first half because it's the mishmash of like a circle here on this page and a circle here on this page that Sean just wants to throw in. And it never, like, I don't know. The second half, he got his shit together, but like the first half was just, it was a lot of Sean stuff to me. So it's just going to be a nice, refreshing thing, I think, to get Davis Webb, like, clear eyes to it.
No doubt. So I think, it's kind of amazing to think about because, Sean Payton, when he came in, he no doubt like stabilized everything. He stabilized 100%. It for sure. But we never got, and I still think that we still haven't gotten that like explosive, like, game changing offense that, you expect from a Sean Payton offense. That's why I feel like it's primed to go off with Davis stepping in. Yeah. I mean, you could tell even Sean was like hesitant on, there's a reason why he gave it up. He probably maybe felt like he doesn't have the edge, or he's just second guessing his self. So I'm really excited to see that. I think this offense takes that step to that elite offense at 4,000. I mean, Bo was only like 70 yards away from 4,000 yards anyway, something like that. He was like 3,900 something. So that just alone with drops, he was probably a 4,000 yard passer. So I think you get rid of the drops, you make this offense a little more productive. You know, like you were saying, it goes a little faster. You know, God forbid we get one or two, short, screens or short slants tucked into the house by Jalen Waddle. You know, both stats are going to look way prettier. And I think that Davis Webb makes that happen, and he's so blessed to be in this situation to have a Sean Payton above his shoulder to ask for help, but also have all these new offensive tools and these young pieces. Whether I'm not necessarily high on Justin Jolie, but that's still a great piece to have as your depth tight end because you see the problems we have in that room still. Troutman's not going to be your number one tight end, even though he's the GOAT, right?
Shouldn't be.
No.
But dude, Sean loves his boys, man. He's totally a Rat Pack type of person. Like, if you're with him, you're with him.
He loves Davis.
Yeah.
Waddle.
Yeah. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how much influence Sean has. Because if there's a new outside person in theory taking over and redoing some things, how in the world could you justify the amount of production and targets that Lil Jordan Humphrey got last year? Exactly. It made no sense whatsoever.
That's those targets direct Sean could be going anywhere else. It could have went
anywhere else. Anywhere else.
Back, tight end. Maybe you would have used Evan Ingram more if that was the case.
Dude, if we're going 50-50 balls with Sutton, I want every single one of those. Why aren't we taking more shots then? Yeah, dude,
that's a great point. It felt like we didn't get any of those, or at least not much of those, just throw them up balls. Like the first year with Bo, we got a good few of them with Cortland. It felt like, those dropped off a little bit, just those throw them up balls.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, and that's probably why they had the incredible need for Waddle, because Sutton it just wasn't there. So now you have Waddle to take the top off the defense, and you have Sutton with maybe reduced speed over the years here, can settle in on that mid-range and almost cover tight end depth like Kelsey does.
Yeah. I like to think Sutton's gotten more savvy with age too, so he can take a step back and speed. He's getting more savvy with spacing and opening up. We've seen how he positions his body. He's only gotten better and better at that part. So that's the wise vet that he's quickly turned into.
He's very underrated in route running. And man, I've said this multiple times for multiple years here that when Sutton diminishes in speed, I hope he takes the Larry Fitzgerald route and converts to a slot. I feel like a big body wide receiver like that has such a advantage up against some, third cornerback, some little nickel. He could be dynamite in his later years. So he doesn't
too.
Correct. He can block. He can block. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. 100%. So he's not going to be an outside threat forever. So he needs to make that transition. I honestly thought that Mike Evans was going to do the same thing. And maybe he's going to get a little of that with Shanahan, new playbook. We'll see. We'll see what we see out of Evans. So I don't know, man. The offense for Denver is going to be way different. I feel like Evan Ingram will finally have a day. I feel like we're finally going to get an Evan Ingram day, like what we thought when we first signed him. Everyone was so excited, rightfully so, but he's done absolutely nothing. I mean, he's had a handful of good plays, if even that.
Yeah. And when we talk about the offense being, better or whatever, it's not necessarily they changed much because there was no whole offensive install. It was more he just tweaked some stuff. So a lot of, first time coordinators, they have to make that whole install kind of thing. He never had to do that. He changed some things up. It's going to be more of it's going to look different in terms of how it's operated versus how different the scheme is. The scheme's not going to be too much different. You'll see different things being utilized now, especially with a Waddle now, because that changes how you use your scheme because you got to change what you do to fit him in. You're not going to do that. But I do think that Davis he's going to use it in a manner where it's not much of a change on offense, because again, no offensive install. That's a big thing for a new play caller. He didn't have to spend all that time saying this is our new playbook. We're going to do things a little differently. We're going to be a little faster. We may run these plays more, but I don't know.
So-
I like the efficiency that we're going to get from him. It's going to make it look completely different.
Quicker too, because I think there will also be a lot of fat cut from the playbook, and all the whole Sean side of the playbook where we're going to do these crazy plays.
Yeah,
dude, he gets in his own way when it comes to like scheming an offense. Like
he
he's
gets
a
a little too
genius.
cute.
Yes. Well, and that's what I was alluding to of like getting faster is like not so many sub packages where you have like 3 guys subbing in and out every single play of the first half. And that's why Bo was so, screaming of like, let's get the play in. Like he was, very rushed.
Time up on the clock for sure with those stupid substitutions.
So it's going to be a lot more simplified. And I think there's going to be a lot more, and this is something that I haven't necessarily heard a lot of people talk about, but like, does this change in your eyes, Cody, the autonomy that we may give Bo Nix at the line of scrimmage to be able to have maybe a little bit more decision-making power based upon what he sees? Not like Peyton Manning-esque, but like, hell of a lot more than he has with Sean Payton.
Yeah, no, that's a fair expectation for sure. I think that knowing how Davis knows Bo, he knows Bo more. He's younger to him, at least into the age range. I think he just understands Bo's vibe. I think, he's going to give Bo just a little more flexibility. Bo is no one's going to be Peyton Manning at the line. Peyton Manning owned that offense, no matter who the OC was, whatever. It was his playbook, really. It's not necessarily Bo's playbook. It's just Bo's playbook to operate, not necessarily his. But no, so I agree with you. I think that it's fair to expect that he'll have a little more autonomy. Davis is probably going to put him in. Like, there's going to be some good plays. I'm sure that Davis knows Bo likes. He'll let Bo resort to him more. I mean, again, by trimming some of this fat, you can just maybe make more plays out of less formations.
100%.
Make more out of less formations.
We just, we don't need to be so damn fancy all the time.
No.
Like, we would never go back to a play that was successful. That was always a thing that I had with it too, of like, all right, dude, we great execution. Like, that play looked great. Never saw it again. Like,
the lack of slants would upset me.
Yeah. If it's not broke, why wouldn't you just keep going to the well? Like, but when you have a gifted play caller and a, in his own mind, genius, you kind of live with some of those things. Cause like he wants to get creative. And like, I also think too, there's a side of it where he knows damn well that he knows what he's going to do in the second half. And he intentionally kind of F's with the defense in the first half to like not give a sign of like where he's going for the second half. So there's a lot of, mind games I feel like he does as well. Just weird, man. Evil genius.
Hi, Thomas. That's my cousin Thomas in the chat. So we got the family
Thomas?
showing up. Cousin Thomas.
Nice.
He's up in Reno right now.
Nice. I got a buddy in Reno.
Reno's pretty. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I love Northern Nevada. It's great.
Until I knew he lived there, I had no idea Tahoe was like a hop, skip, and a jump from there. Like, I guess
right
I didn't. Reno and Tahoe, I just never really like correlated together. But yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's really nice up there. Now, Northern Nevada and Central Nevada tend to be like data center country. There's a lot of them up there. And it's so bad that they're actually cutting off the NV Energy, who does the energy for the state up there. They're actually cutting off like 50,000 Tahoe residents this next year because the power is going to go to a new data center. It's crazy. So
Like
it's
I said earlier, AI doesn't actually exist. This is all a ploy for a whole different reason, Cody. Like,
yeah, it's just a way to destroy everything and collect data and stuff. It's all about collecting data. That's what it's about. They're just storing everything.
Cookies.
Right.
Too many cookies.
But my cousin Thomas, he's a Packers fan, so the family is filled with like tons of Packers fans here. So God forbid
dear.
if that matchup ever happens, it's going to tear our family. It's going to be like Hatfields McCoys or something like that. It's going to be civil war.
That's funny.
All right. So I got one more Jonah Coleman question. Then we can keep going after that as long as you want. But so throughout this, the last few, let's put you back up and put Jonah Coleman back up there. So throughout this series, we've been giving these players superhero comps. So Jalen Waddle, he's of course the Flash. We felt pretty confident in that. My chat felt confident with that one. That's obvious.
Yeah.
We went with Bo Nix for Superman just because he's got one kryptonite, and it is injury. And I don't think that's going to be an issue coming off of injury. At least I think we won't address this for a few more years till it happens again. So I think he's fine. So he only has one kryptonite, and that's injury. Besides that, he's like the moral leader of this team. Without him, this team is nothing. Without Superman, the Justice League is nothing. And then besides that, we also got into like personnel. So we gave Sean Payton, he's old man Bruce Wayne, giving up the powers, can't wear the suit anymore, realizing he can't do it at the level he did. So he hands the mantle over to Terry McGinnis, the new Batman, and that's Davis Webb. So Davis Webb is Batman Beyond, and Sean Payton is old man Bruce Wayne. So
wait, Batman Beyond?
Yeah.
That's not the George Clooney Batman, right?
No, that's the animated one, the black and red.
Oh, yeah. Okay, all right.
So technically, that's actually Bruce Wayne's son. The whole big deal with like they got a hold of Batman's DNA, they infected it into this random guy off the street, and Batman's semen like took over the guy's semen, and when the guy had a baby, it was Batman. Right. And it was because they needed a Batman contingency program in the future, so it was the military and the government that did that.
Cody, what a fantasy football name. Batman Seaman.
I think that's Trevor Simeon's name, right?
Probably. That sounds about right. I unfortunately had to say something nice about Trevor Simeon on the Outcast on Thursday night as we were talking about it. A lot of those quarterbacks, I just can't even with you, Brett Rippon. Get out of here.
Brandon Allen, Joe Flacco, Case Keenum.
Yeah.
I actually really was excited for the Keenum year. I thought Keenum was going to like be our savior. I thought there's something about him. I was like, this guy's clutch. And I'm like, nope, he's clutch for one game, 1 year.
Yep. Nope. Yeah.
Never put your money on Minnesota QBs because they usually have like a one good year kind of thing. Most Minnesota QBs, they don't have good, they're not good long-term, fixes.
I hated to do it, but that is exactly why I threw in the towel on a dynasty league that I was in, because my quarterback was Kyler Murray, and I just saw the writing on the wall of like, oh, he's going to go to Minnesota, and like I can't go on another Kyler Murray like extravaganza. I had to check out. But yeah, man, I don't know. Have you ever been a Kyler Murray person? Like, have you ever bought into that hype?
I mean, so like, if we can go, like, obviously the last few years and with the whole gaming thing and how everything's panned out for him, it's a little different now. But I almost like was like hating the slander of him coming out of college. He's too short. I hated the short talk.
Okay.
I hated the short talk at first because I was like, this man, look at what he did on the field, though, in college. Like, when you look at what he did, he's game-changing. The man was moving around everywhere. He was a menace. I mean, a lot of us were worried about him when he got to the league. I hated the slander about his size. That's all I hated at first. I thought he was
a great
cool
baseball player.
Yeah, I thought that if he went to the right system, maybe right situation, he probably could have panned out better. I mean, but again, the whole gaming thing, and maybe if he went to somewhere where they can like iron that out of him, but I don't think it still sounds like it's a problem. Still sounds like the man spends too much time on the game, the Xbox.
Unbelievable.
I don't know. I don't like hate him. I just don't think that I don't think Minnesota's going to make it work this year. They do it every once in a while, just every year have I think that Kevin O'Connell's going to have a bum year this year with that when it comes to that.
Yeah. Well, and that might be it because oh my God, who is there? Brian Flores. Brian Flores is their DC, who has the pound for pound probably second best scheme for pass rush
I
to
love his
Vance
defense.
Joseph.
I love
Yeah,
Minnesota's
if they-
defense.
They fly, man. I really do enjoy watching their defense.
It's a
It is
good
very similar to
defense to
ours.
take in fantasy.
Yeah, it is a good sneaky one. Always.
I'm thinking
'Cause
about
they
it.
always get sacks. Always get
Yeah.
sacks. Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't know about Minnesota. I'm actually going to Minnesota next weekend. I'll be in Minneapolis for the weekend.
Well, you let me know if you see Kyler Murray. You just look down.
Well, that's true. You began saying like, well, I don't like all these remarks about making fun of him being short, and then there you go.
I can't help it.
See, you
It
can't
came
help
out.
it.
No, it's because of what that was back then. That was when he was coming out of college. At this point, the fact that he hasn't panned out or he hasn't earned, I think, a fan's respect to be treated as like that's
he
a
hasn't
true.
earned respect. That is true.
No,
what is he?
He's
done?
not a franchise quarterback. If he was, he would still be in Arizona, and that would be his franchise. It's not. They gave him a good wide receiver last year, and they really did some stuff to help him at times. I just think he was never able to take advantage, never able to take that step, and that's why I don't expect Minnesota to get it out of him.
I mean,
he might have 1 or 2 good games.
Maybe he will go there and it'll be a Sam Darnold situation. And turns out he was just on a shitty organization like the Jets. Like he'll be fine. I'm waiting for Mac Jones to get a second ride. It will come.
That would have been a great fit. That would have been a good one.
So.
Mac Jones to Minnesota.
Yep, I agree. I don't know.
See, I see visions of seeing Kyler Murray and Justin Jefferson arguing on the sideline because Justin Jefferson's not having it with him. That's just my guess, is that he's going to piss off the star receiver in the league.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can take advantage of it.
I guess my only tidbit of fantasy advice to that would be TJ Hawkinson's stock is probably rising a lot, only because Trey McBride, say what you want, but like the production came for him because Kyler's really good at rolling out to a side, and that tight end's always open when you're, a running threat, and that's what Kyler does.
I'll keep my eye on Hawkinson for sure in fantasy.
If that is a deep cut, like, because you can get him in like 9th, 10th round, like super deep. It's a nice little backup plan. Just never know. Rainy day fund.
I think it's like a 12-man league or something like that. I have never done fantasy, so I'm doing it with like Supercharged.
Oh my gosh!
I'm doing it with them. I'm doing it with Broncos chat on Instagram. We got a few like Bills creators in there. We got a Seahawks creator in there.
Well, Cody, you will get invited to the Orange and Blue Network fantasy football. I am the head administrator for it. Winner always gets a DNVR shirt.
Nice.
Whoever wins, that's the
Nice.
yearly prize. So
nice. I want a shirt off of Henry's back.
Maybe so.
Maybe. I don't know if I told you, but the last 2 times I've met, Henry Chisholm.
Absolutely,
yeah,
dude. I was at the Nuggets parade with him.
Last 2 times I've met him, I've had him sign printouts of Montana, and just Google and pull up Montana, like in this images, and just print one out, whatever it is. I've had him sign them, and I've sent them to Broncos live chat, guys. So one of them went to Jose, who's in the Broncos chat. We went to him in Panama. And then another one went to Alex Jones. Not Alex Jones. Geez, not him.
I hope he didn't. He has time like that.
Right. It's Alex Roberts Fishing, and I think it was Kentucky or Tennessee, something like that. But I've sent 2 signed autographs of Montana signed by Hank, and I'm thinking I might get one for myself, but I'm also going to give one away to the chat again this year.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so one of them has it like on his fridge, right next to his kids' like artwork. So dude, it's kind of like the running gag with Henry now.
I've been gushing about DNVR for so long, man. Like I can't say enough. It's what most of my closet is. Like I love I love D-Line to death. He's terrific, man. He is why I do this, honestly, because like I got to see.
You remember the Overdog shirt he made?
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, he created that so fast, like overnight. Like he got that thing out there and made, and like he the graphic and everything, and like I bought it as soon as it was available. So I still like again, like I agree with you. Like half my stuff, it's either DMVR. It's slowly turning into
Goonsville.
Goonsville. I rep Goonsville, of course, but yeah, a lot of it's DMVR in there, like nonstop. I got a lot of Broncos DMVR stuff in there. I need to get me
Yep.
some Nuggets merch. This is why I wish I went to Summer League so I could have met some of those guys because I haven't met the Nuggets guys yet.
I need to hit him back up. He was on Nothing Rhymes. We had him on. It was nice to like, get his like face down, like he could just be real. It's kind of like to a certain extent where D-Mac gets to be on Mike's show and like you get the real D-Mac, like the real guy of like, yeah, fuck this. This is some bullshit.
I would love to hang around at like a barbecue with D-Mac after like 4 or 5 beers, and I would love to get him talking about like politics or history, like just not even sports, because I would love to see what someone has to say.
I absolutely love D-Mac. I think he is just
he's a legend.
Perfect person for sports talk radio. Mm-hmm. Really is. He's mastered his craft.
He's gotten good at the art of the troll too.
That's what I mean. Is he can ride both the fence. He's not a James Merrillat.
I don't want to say
he's not going to go all the way over, but he can straddle both sides of like be a little crazy, but like still be still have a head on his shoulders. Like
I'm not going to say like he's not like the Skip Bayless, but you get what I'm saying when I say that, right? Like he's that kind of personality in Broncos media, where like he's like the bad guy in Broncos media sometimes. Him or Mike.
He's controversial stuff. Yeah. It's controversial stuff, but yeah, man. I
like to see
been listening to him for a long time.
Online too. They're very sassy. Like Benjamin Albright, I'd love to watch him because he's sassy.
Yeah, dude. All of Broncos media is just terrific, dude. Like we are so blessed to have, pretty chill guys. Honestly, like we don't have a whole lot of like bad eggs. I feel like. And maybe there are other fan bases that feel the same about theirs, but like I've heard like Cleveland Browns sports talk media, and they are they're terrible. Like they're very very downers. They're super jump off a bridge. We're very level-headed, I feel like. Nobody like goes super overboard, other than again, like your James Merrillatts of the world. But like that's his whole stick. He doesn't believe it. Like it's a whole thing. Like it's a personality. And good for him, man. He's honed that market.
Absolutely. And then let's see, like, so I know I'll reference DMVR one more time, but like we were talking about like how great DMVR is and stuff. I credit DMVR for like after COVID helping me bring back my sports fandom, because before COVID, I mean, I was a dishwasher at Applebee's and stuff. And then like I got laid off during COVID, and a lot of people had a rough time during COVID, no matter what it was. And, I lost my love for sports fandom. Like I didn't watch shows anymore. So I used to watch like Mile High Huddle back then. And I still do. I still check in on like Zach Kelberman and Chad Jensen and all of them. They're great. That's where I was listening to them before DMVR, and then when my whole layoff happened with Applebee's, I stopped. Not working during the pandemic sucks because everything got expensive, and then to pay your bills without working, that was tough. And so to not even focus or care on sports fandom is sad when it's something that you really love. And it felt like there's a side of you that got taken away. And then I credit DMVR with bringing back my love for sports. I credit a few other like creators online for like bringing back like my love for other passions, like my love for history. I credit there's a YouTube channel called Vlogging Through History. Nice. Chris over there, he's a great guy. But he brought my love back for history, and history was like my second love besides like the Broncos, of course. So,
sure.
So I would credit DMVR for bringing my love back, and then I'm meeting them in 2023 here at Circa is where I got like the Todd Davis one, because Todd was on the pod at that time, and so I knew they were coming out to Vegas, and I was like, this is gonna be awesome because I can meet Zach, I can meet Henry, RK, all of them, and it was sick. I got Todd's autographed in person, and then last year, to be able to go get Benny's, so to have like the DMVR like infinity rings that I'm collecting. I'm collecting DMVR Infinity rings right now. I'm gonna when I go back this year, I'm gonna bring who I'm drawing a blank. He does the X's and O's with Benny and Fowler on DMVR. You know who on KOA
gosh.
Radio, the voice of the Broncos. Man's name's slipping me right now. Let's see.
Dave Logan?
Dave Logan, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So Dave Logan, he does the show with Benny on DMVR X's and O's, but also Petros, his from Goonsville, his brothers were coached by Dave Logan because Dave Logan's a high school football coach. Like they're like a dynasty out there.
Dave Logan is the most decorated sportsman in Colorado history by like a mile.
And he only spent 1 year on the Broncos in '85. He's known most for being a Brown for most of his career, but he ended his career with 1 year in Denver in '85.
I believe he was drafted in 3 sports.
Yeah.
Like
absolutely
an insane athlete.
So I'm thinking of bringing a Dave Logan jersey out there because Petros's brothers were coached by Dave. So I think between that and maybe between Benny, hitting up Benny, because Benny follows me on Twitter, which is my favorite thing to talk about, is that Benny Fowler follows me on Twitter. So because of that, I'm thinking maybe between Benny or between Petros, I can try to get in front of Dave Logan and have him sign a Broncos jersey and have him sign it voice of the Broncos. That'd be sick. Because that's another Broncos, infinity ring from DNVR. Besides that, I need Aqib. I was
going to say, Aqib's going to be a tough get because I feel like that guy.
There. He does it all remotely.
Now. Yeah, he's big time.
I'm not going to catch Aqib anytime soon. But I'm trying to add the infinity wall up with, people over there, Broncos who are involved with DNVR. I mean, Justin Simmons, I think he did it a few times. He slipped in for Benny Fowler, he slipped in for Dave a few times on that show. And I think Justin, because we know he's retired, but he has said in his own words, but if Denver calls, he's ready. So he's keeping himself in great shape. I don't think it's happening. It's not happening.
Were you a pro Justin Simmons person, Cody? Were you a pro Justin? Were you a Justin Simmons heartthrob? Like, do you love Justin Simmons?
Do you know how much it hurt me to see him in a Falcons jersey? I think that the whole stupid thing between him and Sean about sleeves. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, dude, a lot of petty things. That's why he's never going to get that phone call if that's truly what he's waiting for. That's stupid.
No, it's not happening. I think if he goes another year without getting the call, he'll realize, okay, it's not happening, and then he'll put it to bed. But he himself is not letting it go, at least this year. See, Broncos chat is in the chat. He's on Instagram, but he's in my league too. So him, Superchargers podcast. We got Colts Convo. He's in there. Bills Business, Slanted Uptown, also a Bills fan. We got all kinds of people in there. So for my first fantasy league, I'm worried about Broncos chat. He knows me too good. He's going to steal some of my picks.
Well, it's the race for Jonah. Yeah. I don't know if you're familiar with Crew Talk Sports.
Yeah,
so I was in a fantasy draft with him. So with all those fellas, and I drafted Jonah maybe a bit high. I mean, but I'm here for it, right? Like I'm here to justify it, but I truly will. I truly will probably stash him.
Yeah, realistically with fantasy, then with Jonah Coleman, what do you expect from him? I mean, it depends on JK, right? When he takes over.
It is the best handcuff in the NFL because it's the most likely to happen, and Jonah will explode onto the scene once given opportunity, in my opinion. But it's the whole thing of the opportunity. When does that opportunity happen? So, man, it's gonna be interesting in fantasy. We'll see how long I keep him on my roster. I'm gonna
probably get him late, right? Really?
Oh late. Yeah, he's gonna be like my last pick of the draft, second to last pick of the draft. Because I'm going to get him then next year as a keeper because he's going to be starter next year. No question about it. So like next year, I'll get a starting running back in like the 12th round or something.
Right. Oh, I didn't finish asking, but yeah, no. So I listed off like the superhero comps for those guys. What's Jonah's outside of the guys we named? So do you got one? I don't know how deep your superhero bag is or what you grew up watching. You can get as creative as you want. Think more personality than just name. Like with Waddle, the Flash makes sense. It was as obvious as possible, but try to get a little creative if you can. Okay. Who do you think? You can take your time if you need to sit on it for a second too. you can think about the personality of Jonah, and you know, he is smart. He's a very smart man.
Yeah,
People forget about how smart he is.
But he is very flashy.
Yeah.
He is. Some have said he may be a little immature, but you know, dude, he goes live. I don't know on what platform, if it's Instagram Live or like what it is, but he is live quite a bit. Not necessarily on like Michael Porter Jr. levels, but like quite a bit. I'm gonna relate him to not a superhero per se, but it's my own spin to it, because to your point, I am not necessarily a superhero guy myself. I'm not a Marvel. I've never dove in to, you know, I'm fully aware, like I know all of it, but like it's just not my passion. I guess I put it that way. I'm going with the green/white Ranger, Power Rangers, Tommy. This is the guy. This is the guy that, you know what? The Power Rangers were powerful without him. The Red Ranger was a great leader, was he not? Jason? I mean, he led the crew, and they did really well. Their you know, their Zords were great together. It all fit, right? Clicked. But when trouble came and they couldn't overcome, they needed another guy. And this guy's a little flashy, and Tommy was a little flashy. Tommy did some dancing, you know, while he, you know, did some things. But yeah, he's going to befriend the crew. He's joining the crew here. And he's going to take off, man. He's going to be the new leader on offense, because he's going to be the time-tested guy where, like, hey, if it does blizzard again in the second half of the AFC Championship game, just give me the rock. And we'll finally have that guy that can win. And I put huge emphasis, this is bold, italic, underline, winter football. It is different than September and October in the beginning of the year. I don't care how many points you think you can put up early on. When you get into the elements in January, you have to run the ball. We already have the green check mark on the other side of the equation to win winter football, and that's a defense that is stellar. And it would be tragic to let that defense go to waste another year without the other component to winning in that time of the year, and that's a running game. And that's why Jonah's here. Jonah's going to take it home, man. So let's go. Let's go.
That's a good one. No, Green Ranger. That's a deep pool. That's a ball knowledge pool. If you know Green Ranger, that's awesome. See, I have a good one, and I was going to say Iron Man, because, you know, smarts, because everyone knows his college, you know, GPA, amazing, very smart man. You know, I was going to say, you know, he's a little flashy, likes to be online, you know, that's what I was going to say, you know, Tony Stark.
He's got the teeth. He's got the grills.
Yeah, no, I was going to go with Iron Man, but that's a great one. Green Ranger, man, that's taking me back. And do I need to watch Power Rangers again? I don't know.
Dude, if you were Kimberly, just pretend for a second. You're the Pink Ranger, you're Kimberly. You look over at that mug, Jonah. Are you not going googly-eyed over the Green Ranger? Right. Of course you are.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a great pull, man. That was a good one. Oh, there we go. That was a good one.
Terrific.
Am I holding you up? You got to go anywhere? You got to pop off?
No, I'm going to pop off here in... I'll go like 30 more minutes at max.
Okay. Well, then you're going to be with us till hour 4. So that's cool, because we're halfway through hour 3. So that's awesome.
We'll turn the clock. What other topics do you have top of mind for yourself? Like what are some of your like pain points? What are some of your worries?
That's a good one. Do you expect this D to take a step back? Not necessarily. I mean, maybe it's, you know, with this Cooper situation, and then with JFM stepping away. Do you expect it to take a step back? I mean, PJ Locke's gone, so, you know, I'm worried about that depth. I think if you lose Brandon Jones or Huafunga, there's some depth, you know, because Devon Key's great, but can you do it all season? I don't know. Maybe one game, but I wouldn't want him for more than that. What do you think? defense. Are you
Well,
worried
dude,
about it stepping back?
I mean, dude, Justin Simmons is waiting for that phone call, man.
Exactly. He's going to be the Shiloh KO of this team.
We'd be better off signing Shiloh Sanders. Oh, bam!
Absolutely.
But
Is
okay,
he even in the league?
He is not. I don't believe he was on
he was with
Tampa Bay for a while. Yeah, but I don't think he's in the league anymore. No.
Is he playing football at all anywhere, or is he done?
Dude, probably not. Dude, if he's not making the NFL, he's gonna, I'm sure, do something different.
Yeah,
make an album.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Drop an album. He'll join Dion Jr. with the producing of Well Off and all that.
Yeah,
probably pays better.
It probably does.
Yeah, and less damage on the body.
Yeah. Oh man.
So, at what point do you think we can snag Jonah Coleman for one of these shows? Because it's going to happen one day. If we keep manifesting it, I think we can make it happen.
I mean, I added him quite a bit when the Dak graphic dropped. I'm like, Jonah, you gotta look at this. Like, just hoping, like, you're kind of the age where maybe you would remember some Bible camp verses, and singing Go Go Jonah. I don't know.
You see, if only he knew that he had people riding and dying with him, this hard.
Apparently.
He'll find out. He'll see it eventually.
I dropped that, and I did research this. This does not exist, Cody, but there is no Jonah Coleman muse or, impersonator. I feel like I should have the fan account for Jonah Coleman. Like,
that would be the way to go.
Am I not the president of the fan club here? Like,
you should.
If not me, who? Let's say.
I think there's a Justin Jolly Glazer account. It's called Justin Jolly Glazer or something like that on Instagram. I wouldn't go with the word glazing. I mean, even though I said this the glazing hour, but
I mean, it's late at night. Okay, like that's okay. Like kids are to bed.
Exactly. They shouldn't be up.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hey Jay, I love the Elway Manning posters in the background. Elway is my fave. Manning second. I think we all can kind of agree with that.
Yeah. It's the two leading heads here, obviously, like that we were fortunate enough to have on the Broncos.
Yeah. And then you got Batman and Robin up on your behind your left shoulder right there with Jamal and Joker. What do you expect for the Nuggets? Do you expect them to do better? I'm going to get a Nuggets game. I'm going to get a ticket for a Nuggets game, and I don't want to be disappointed.
No, you won't be disappointed because you'll be able to see the greatest player,
exactly,
every year here for the past, say, probably 5 years. I'd say he's been the best player in the world. At least 5 years.
It was only $29 last year for me and my mother each. $29 to get in the Ball Arena. It was up high. And we bought those tickets like 3 months before the season started, and it was like week 7 or week 8 against the Pacers. So it was an early game, but I was like, the Pacers were in the playoffs. The Nuggets just won a championship. This is going to be a good game to start the season. And then we saw how the season ended, but that was a fun game. Only $29 to get in. It was a pretty good deal. So we're going to try to do the same thing. I expect because of how the season ended, maybe the tickets will be similar.
No, I think you got lucky there because I have paid substantially more for the Nugget games I've been to because when it's good, it's good, man.
Maybe because it was an early early game
and Pacers
and
like East
early,
non-Western conference teams,
Murray didn't play in that game. Murray was out. We did get to see Nikola though, so that was awesome.
Yeah, dude, that's sick, man. But for my outlook of the Nuggets, it's just honestly, it's a to be continued because they really haven't done much. All the things that have happened are completely predictable. Like I knew Big Val wasn't coming back, and that's not a big deal. We drafted well. Brazil, I believe is how you pronounce his last name, but he's killing it in summer league.
He looked good.
Yeah, he's going to be very good. But, I mean, we haven't made any moves because we're still in holding pattern because of Peyton Watson. We need to get Peyton Watson sewed up or shipped out. And the sign and trade will happen if we don't cinch it up with him. And I'm really anxious to see the compensation that comes back. I hope it is not just draft picks. And if it is just draft picks, we better be flipping those draft picks to get off of Christian Brown's contract or Zeke Najee goes without saying's contract, like to get some more flexibility because we are handcuffed right now and we have to run it back. It's terrible.
Yeah, Martin, we talked a lot about Coleman, and it was fun. We could still talk about Coleman until Jay pops off, too.
I was going to say, you got a good hour's worth of Coleman, fan club hysteria. So definitely rewind back, at some point. It's good
Absolutely.
stuff. We definitely hit the main con arguments to anyone that has gripes about us being, pro Coleman. It's very in a political sense, like, how dare you, rain on my political beliefs of Jonah Coleman for president?
Well, I just think that there's that narrative out there now that if you're rooting for Coleman, that you're, anti-Harvey or you're, pro, JK injury, and that's just not true at all.
Nope.
You can root for, JK to, stay healthy, but we just know it's not going to happen. You can tell me it will. I just see enough to say it won't.
I am the biggest Coleman fan in the world, obviously, but the Broncos' best form and our best chance to win a Super Bowl is Dobbins being completely healthy.
Yeah.
100%. There's no question about that. Dobbins is our best running back. Last year should have shown everyone that, like, let's not bet on that, huh? Like, probably shouldn't. Not with our aspirations, because we were a J.K. Dobbins away from a Super Bowl. I truly believe that. Bo, whatever. The Bo thing sucked, but if we had competent running back play, run the damn ball, and who gives a shit who hikes the ball? That's my 2 cents. Push the line. One game on the ground. One game. You can win one game on the ground. We have got to be disciplined to run the ball this year. Has to be. So I'm hoping Davis Webb falls to that a little bit more than Sean. I don't know how he couldn't, because Sean was downright irresponsible sometimes, like running shotguns quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, like, I would think that with Davis, because, like, we hope that, again, he utilizes maybe some of these slants more. I think we're going to see a reduction in screens, but we're going to see what screens we see actually utilize the tuition into something. I want to see if those short passes are actually being turned into something. Like if Waddle takes a slant for 50 or takes it to the house, maybe then they're more inclined to be like, well, we can do that, or let's just run the ball on the right here. We're more flexible. We know we can do anything we want. So why don't we just do what will get it done for us with this run game? Run the ball.
Well, and I think the running game can improve pretty dramatically too if we can finally see some production and get some things on tape that our tight end room is in existence. Like, just have the facade that we will throw to Evan Ingram, and automatically the middle of the field will open up, and that's going to prevent a lot of linebackers from staying in the box in run support. Like, we need to clear and make it seem like Evan Ingram is an actual target and a threat. So I hope that happens, just for the sake of everything. Need to be balanced.
Well, everyone will respect our tight end position when Adam Troutman goes off for 1,000 yards. They'll respect us then.
God. Hey, maybe Loner will have 10 touchdowns this year.
Oh, man. See, I have this theory with Loner. I think he's just he's a practice squad tight end for 3 more years, and then he's just gone. I don't think he's going to turn into something, because if you look at the Colts, they actually have a history of doing this with these basketball players or these things. They've done it often, and usually it's just a guy that sits on the practice squad repetitively for a few years and then just gets cut. And I'm getting that vibe from Loner. I loved the hype that Sean Payton threw out there, but it just really sounds like Sean Payton's just throwing stuff out there.
Interesting.
See, in my opinion, if Coleman doesn't blow up before the trade deadline, or if RJ doesn't show big improvements, we'll need to make a trade before the trade deadline for another back. Till then, we can wait. What do you think about that?
Boy, we have 2 rookies. I just don't know how we would justify bringing in another back. With Dobbins, I guess in this scenario, is Dobbins healthy or not?
Right.
But if Dobbins is healthy, there's no way I see that. Just from a roster building standpoint, that's way too many people in that room. Coleman or Harvey would have to be in that trade.
Yeah.
So I guess whoever's in the doghouse. But my heart will break if I get to experience like 9 months of Jonah Coleman.
Yeah. Is there a position that if you would like to try to add to, what would it be? And is it inside linebacker? Because a lot of people worry about inside linebacker.
Yeah. Yeah.
So probably inside
rightfully
linebacker.
so. Yeah. I mean, like, that's like the easiest answer in the world.
And that's not a shot at these young guys. It's just you don't want to leave.
No.
If something happens to Sternad or happens to Singleton, you don't want to leave it to one of those young guys.
Yeah. It's not Red's fault. It's you know, it's Alex Singleton's fault. It's you know, Sternad's fault. Like, I still don't understand, and maybe I'm, you know, I don't get it. I do not understand what we're doing in that room.
So there you go. So he's saying it's if that scenario is if JK is injured.
Okay. Well, then, I mean, if JK's injured, then we have to bring someone in no matter what, whether it's trade or practice squad or something.
I wouldn't want to just, you know, if JK got hurt, I wouldn't feel comfortable just being like, okay, well, bring in elevate Bidet or Jaleel. I think you need something else, someone more. You're looking to get better in any position you can at that point.
Then I would say you're right then, Martin. I would say you're right.
There you go, Martin. Yep, you got one. No, that's a good discussion there. You know, that's a good discussion. Now, hopefully it doesn't happen that way to where they're like, you know, JK goes down and, you know, they're not impressed with Coleman or RJ, that it's that bad. I would hope that Coleman and RJ is enough to get it going. But if it's that bad, maybe you do need to especially look for maybe not someone to just come and be, you know, that fourth back, but someone to actually come in and maybe get meaningful snaps.
Well, let me say it this way. If that indeed is the scenario, I would say we need to trade for a guard because that's showing that our offensive line is going to suck. If that's where we are headspace wise, that we can't run, like we just, you know, both our rookies suck.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
there's got to be something else.
Yeah. If Coleman and Harvey can't take advantage of that situation and do anything meaningful with it, then it's got to be a bigger issue than it's just the back.
Obviously I'm being protective and a little mama bear here, protecting my boy, you know, Jonah of that, you know, deflecting that. Like, obviously if he sucks, it's someone else's fault. I promise. Like, it's not his fault. It's probably, you know, Ben Powers. That's who I would blame. Or I don't have a problem blaming Garrett Bowles. That's probably next up.
I think we're all pretty confident in what this offensive line is going to look like. I mean, year 2 running it back with the whole group.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen people talk about McGlinchey this week, and I'm happy that he's at least getting the love because, I mean, he doesn't have an easy job. We've seen the rotation at right tackle. And the best left tackle we've had in that whole, at right tackle in that whole time, like was Jared Valdir.
Yeah.
He was like our most consistent.
But that is exactly more evidence to support why I believe we should look at Harvey a little side-eyed, because like that offensive line is terrific and he couldn't run on, you know, behind it, like couldn't run in between the tackles with this line. So like that's concerning because this is an offensive line top 5 in the league in pass and run. Like, this is a amazing unit. So like we should be better than what we are with the money we're spending on the offensive line. That's where a lot of money is, actually.
Yeah, so he's saying, like, you know, the problem is JK didn't get hurt till after the trade deadline last year. What happens if that happens this year? I mean, do you run it back with one of these guys on the practice squad or on the team? Or do you, I mean, I don't know who the free agent options would be at that time.
That is precisely, Martin, why Jonah Coleman was drafted.
Yeah,
the exact
that's what you
reason.
hope for. You don't need to have this discussion because Jonah Coleman is hopefully able to slide right in and pick up right where JK left off.
Yeah, dude, and that's why, again, nobody should be banging the drum for Harvey, because if he was so good, Jonah wouldn't be here.
Mhm.
So
Oh,
I
that's a great
don't know,
point.
man. It'll be an interesting room. Like I said, very, very heated discussion, heated debate room, man. Preseason will be fun.
They say iron sharpens iron. That's a room they're all going to really get better at just by being in that room. Like, this is what I think about the cornerback room. People talk about if Jade can develop. I think he's in the best cornerback room in the league to try to develop. You put any corner in the league in that room, and I think they have a better chance to develop than not with PS2 right there. I think PS2's probably rubbed off on Riley a little bit, at least just being in that room, being his guy.
Well, and I think another reason why we drafted Barron is because of his versatility. And so if we do have a Hufanga injury, a Jones injury, like, I honestly think he could go play, like, Jade could go play safety if he truly needed to. He played that at Texas at times.
Yeah, he was
in packages.
They called him the star because he could play anywhere on that defense.
Correct. So, dude,
maybe he has
hell yeah,
Kareem Jackson, a little like Kareem Jackson jump. I'm not saying the hard hitter, but cornerback to safety.
Dude, I remember Kareem Jackson, the cornerback. Like, he was really good for.
He extended his career by making that switch to safety too. He extended his career just by making that switch. I would love if Pat plays corner for another 5-6 years and then just immediately switches to free safety or something, because Pat would make a great safety because he's already big. He's tall
and he's smart as hell. He can read. Mm-hmm. He can read play formation, and that's like a big thing.
Imagine if 10 years from now we're talking about Pat has been playing safety for 4 or 5 years already for the Broncos. That would be insane.
I mean, it's a recipe to play longer. I mean, if he wants to play,
if he truly
17
wants to
years,
stick around. Pat Surtain at safety is probably better than a lot of teams' number one safety. So. Let's see. I don't want to play devil's advocate, but RJ was a plan A, in the draft last year. Before that, that didn't work out. I think so too, but I also think that they found RJ's role, and I think they found RJ's role. And you got JK. I mean, you got Jonah to fill in this time, and if Jonah doesn't do that job, then obviously he'll be down. He'll be up to RJ at that point. But I think that that's why they found a role for RJ, and that's why they doubled down and went with Jonah's, because they like what. I think they like what RJ's doing at what he's doing. I don't think they want to make him the full-time bell back.
I exact same thing. I mean, like, that's kind of what we were touching on, of like, he is by no means going to be a bust, like, just because he's not a starting running back. He is going to be a specialized running back that is going to be super good at the things he's good at. But like, even in college, he didn't really run in between the tackles. Like, it's the famous, highlight that they showed during the draft time was the wheel route that he ran against Colorado at home. Killed me. But like, it was just so weird because he's got the body structure that it looks like he could be a bowling ball, like he was, what was he compared to? James Drew? Or what is the
Maurice
Jaguars? Maurice Jones-Drew. Thank you.
MJD.
Yeah. Just with that stature and that running style. But it just, we never saw it, man. Never saw Harvey do that. So, like I said, I hope there is a jump for him. But
wait, is that a Jay Weaver tattoo? Nope, never mind. I thought he had a Jay Weaver tattoo.
It might be. I mean, dude, look at it. Zoom in on his chain and his grill, dude. Dude, he's feeling himself. Look at that boy go. And the earrings.
The reason why we're wearing chains right now.
And those earrings, dude, he's popping.
Mm-hmm.
He's popping. Yeah.
Man,
treat yourself.
Martin says PS2 is going to play forever like Darryl Green. If he wants to, that's why you make the move to safety. If you want to just keep playing for another 5 years or so. I mean, it doesn't matter if you slow down, if you can put yourself right where you need to be. That's why,
Yep.
honestly, like Eric Waddle, yeah, I mean, he was always a safety, but there's a reason why he played so long. Is when you're good at it and you can just get where you need to be, and it's not that hard to do, even up there in your later years,
Yeah.
especially if
No,
you're
very
that
true.
high level too.
Very true. Yeah, the
Yeah.
cornerback room is interesting, man. I think that's the room that could potentially have a trade in it. That's my thoughts, at least.
Do
Out of
you pay
all
J-Mac
position
or do you pay
groups,
Riley? And then if not, who are you trading?
you're trading Riley, in my opinion.
Mhm.
You pay J-Mac, you pay Barron, and you kind of have a committee approach, because I don't think CAD has getting the opportunities he deserves. So I think there's a slice of pie for CAD to take, because I think he's very undervalued.
He can be the Barron insurance.
That's kind of my 2 cents. I like Riley, but it's just he's actually become better than I think he is, if that makes sense, because he's being targeted a lot. There's a lot of focus on him. There's a lot of, like he's got a highlight on, and he's doing very well. But I feel like some team's going to look at him and say, wow, if he's doing that opposite the best cornerback in the league, he could be our number one.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll go pay him, and we're not going to pay him like that. So we might as well go get something for him.
Yeah, I think McMillan is the best slot corner in the game. I mean, you look at like he's got over like, I got the stats right here. He's got like 7 sacks in these last few years. He's got something like he's got some forced fumble numbers that are crazy. His like sacks and his forced fumble numbers are up there with like the top safeties in the game. And he's a slot corner, so he's got some impressive stats.
He fits the Vance Joseph defense incredibly well. It's a very fit thing.
If we extend him and he keeps playing that way for a few more years, he's very much talking himself into a Ring of Fame spot if he keeps it up. If he does get that deal and he does keep playing that way.
I was going to say, are you a JL Skinner fan? Are you like, do you believe in anyone coming from the safety realm of life to like surprise you?
So actually, this is why I talked about it. I'm happy that PJ Locke got the deal he got, and that he's going to get the opportunity in Dallas. Especially like he was just given, like, because I follow PJ on Instagram, he just got the key to city, in Dallas, because he's from there, and they just signed him, so they gave him the key to the city.
I was going to say, I thought he was from there. I thought that was like a hometown deal for him.
Yeah,
good for him, man.
It's cool. I'm happy for everything that happened for him, but I think I'm truly worried about, like Brandon Jones. He's on his contract year, so no matter what, we're going to have to address that next year. But if he goes down again, I don't trust Devon Key in a long-term starter role. I don't trust JL Skinner. JL's took a step up in terms of being like a reliable practice squad guy for your punt and kick returns. He's a good gunner. Step up that way, but I don't know about on the field at safety.
It's not a coincidence that before we traded our first-round draft pick for Waddle, everyone had safety mocked to us in the first round. Everyone. So I feel like that's the route to go.
I saw a lot of mocks where people had the Oregon one. What was it, Dylan something?
Yep. That one, and then the Toledo one, the hyphen name. I forget what it is, but yeah, man, multiple players at safety were mocked to us. You will have to address that, I think, eventually. I think you're totally right. I think Jones is probably on the out, would be my guess. Hufanga, dude, just makes such a difference. Like, there's no way you cannot.
I think he's going to come down with those picks this year. Last year was different. He was coming off of a year with the club, and he was talking about hand-eye coordination. He even said it's not an excuse, but if I had to play it with a club that long and I had to try to go catch balls the year after, maybe I'd be a little off.
Yeah.
All right, Martin. I think you're right. Someone will pay Moss. That's why I say keep him and get the draft compensation for him. I think he used. I think he gets us a third in compensation. And now, if you can get a second, do it. Absolutely. If you can get something for him, you might as well. I don't think
Yeah.
you're going to pay him. It just like to me, it makes sense to pay Jaquan because I think Jaquan's the best at his position in the league. Whereas you can't say that about Riley. You already got the guy that's best at that position in the league in PS2. So why not just re-sign the best slot in the game?
We kind of have proven in a lot of positional groups throughout this entire roster that we really value specialization of traits. You know, like we just talked about with Harvey, of that, no, like he's amazing at those 5 things. We're not asking him to be a well-rounded, perfect running back. Just do those 5 things, please. And that's the exact approach I feel like they take on the defense as well, to a certain extent. You know, just what's the old stupid Belichick saying, just do your job. It's kind of like that, honestly. I don't know, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, yeah. So these are those J-Max stats I was talking about. So he has 5 interceptions and 5 forced fumbles, and he's got 7 sacks in his time with the Broncos.
Dang, he's got 5 forced fumbles.
5 forced fumbles, 7 sacks, 5 interceptions.
That's nuts. I had no idea he had that many fumbles. Like he has just as many fumbles as interceptions.
Yep.
That's wild.
His sacks and his his sacks, his interceptions and stuff, that's up there with like safeties, like top 1 and 2 safeties in the league. So and he's not even a safety. So it shows you like he's putting up top stats when he's not even in that position.
I mean, and I guess to say this, like most offenses in the NFL are running 4 wides, 3 wides. So it's, I mean, he is on the field a lot. So I bet it's not like, we say he's a 3rd cornerback, but like
he gets targeted plenty. They have no problem targeting him.
100%. He's on the field just as much as, Riley Moss. Like
I would argue that teams had no problem throwing at him all year until he started making a few of those plays. Then you started seeing them going away from him. But again, with the Broncos out there, you can't go away from J-Mac. And what are you going to do? Go towards Pat? So it just left one man as the odd man out for the target, and that was Mr. Handsome Squidward himself, Riley Moss.
Yeah.
I'm excited, though, to see how that plays out. I think that J-Mac's deserving of that extension. Riley's deserving of an extension. It's just probably not going to happen in Denver. He's going to go get paid like a true cornerback 1. Someone's going to pay for him. He's going to get a big bag. I could see him somewhere like maybe in Tennessee, maybe in Indianapolis. I don't know. Something about the AFC South screams Riley Moss. What about the Texans putting him opposite of Derek Stingley? No,
I will be mad if he's in AFC.
I would love to see him go to the NFC, preferably.
I could see the Wiley, Lynch, Shanahan bros over there in San Francisco nabbing him.
He would look good in a 49ers uniform.
They're trying to, redo that defense, having their boy Greenlaw come back.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's interesting. But yeah, I don't know. Riley would be the one for me, at least, because we would get a lot of compensation for him. Like, we're not getting shit if we trade Cad. Cad is way better to us on our roster than what we would get in return. I mean, with the Cooper news, do you think any of our pass rushers are trade eligible?
I'm sure they're eligible. I don't think that I wouldn't trade them. I think that with in my opinion, with this Cooper news, who knows what's going to play out with this, because everyone forgets that with those new charges that delayed the case. So he's not going to be tried until like a year or within the year. So he can either end up playing all year, he can end up on the exempt list. The Broncos could cut him, they could trade him. Anything can happen. So it's a wait and see on Cooper, but I wouldn't trade any of those guys. I'd rather keep them all. If there's anything that I would think about, I don't think that we need to add to edge either. If we lose out on Cooper, I don't think you necessarily need to add to it. Would I like to see Vaughn back and bring back those memories? Sure. I don't think it's a necessity. I'm just still more worried about that safety position.
Yeah.
And ILB, of course. ILB is a real worry for me. I got Sternad making a big step and becoming like a Pro Bowl, All-Pro type ILB, but that doesn't, help his case if, let's say, Singleton goes down and you have to throw Red Murdoch out there.
Yeah, dude,
Red Murdoch may cook a guy on the field. Like, he may like knock a head off, but he also is going to get burned probably for like a 50-yard touchdown on like a wheel route.
Yeah. Gosh, who was the middle linebacker that did the Raptor?
Alexander Johnson.
Yes, that's who I'm thinking of.
Yep,
That's
the
who I
little
was
T-Rex
thinking of.
thing.
Correct.
Yeah. He was a vibe. He was a vibe when he was there.
He was. He absolutely got burnt to a crisp when he got burnt. Like, but yeah, he had some pop plays. Yeah, man. But we don't even have depth like that. Like, our cupboards are bare in that room. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get what we're doing, especially compounded with the news that Drew Sanders is going to the outside and is going to be a pass rusher. At least from a depth perception, he was going to be inside. So he's gone essentially in depth. And the same thing for Jonah Ellis, that at one point they said that he was going to go inside, and they're like, oh, no, we can't do that. Never mind. If the Cooper situation never happened, Jonah Ellis was going to be my like intriguing candidate to maybe get moved, only because of the emergence of someone like a Q Robinson, of like, oh, okay, like we've got some guys. So who's going to yield you the biggest return? People know who Jonah Ellis is. Like he's been around for a little bit, and he's, I feel like, right on the cusp of like, if he gets opportunity, he could blossom. I think he's going to have an insane dude. It's the year of the Jonah. It's the year of the Jonah. Jonah Ellis is going to do great things, I feel like.
Yeah. I got a lot of people out there talking about like Q Robinson. I think that there's, we saw this, like the little bit, like the sparks at the, last year we saw, the capability. I love the high motor with both Ellis and, that's my favorite word in when we talk about prospects is high motor. To me, that's a guy that will like end up on the ground 2 or 3 times during a play and just keep chasing, keep pursuing. And that's what they both are. They're very high motor guys. I love Q. I just don't think that he's gonna. I think it's Jonah's role to take and make his.
I agree,
and I think he's gonna take and make it his too. I see 10+ sacks from him, if he with the full-time starting reps. 10+ sacks. Call it now.
Okay, it is. We're right on the cusp here. Here's a declaration: if we're getting double-digit sacks out of one Jonah, and we get 1,000 yards rushing out of another Jonah, I'm getting the word Jonah tattooed on me. Jonah.
You're going to get some questions by people if they see that. They're going to be like, so who's Jonah and why is he so important to you?
Let me just tell you. One time I knew this guy named Jonah, and he went go, go, go.
On defense,
Absolutely. Too. Yeah, and on defense, he went go, go,
he's gonna go.
The Jonah Ellis graphic is a work in progress with Dak. He doesn't know it yet, but it's a work in progress.
That's awesome.
The agenda is thick this year for Jonah Love. This is just part 1.
I know we were that talked about that went from sort of like an ILB to an outside linebacker discussion, but one thing I will say about inside linebacker is one thing I would love to see more, if you do worry about maybe being exposed on the outside or with your in passing downs, why not throw out again, Jahdae Barron played all over the field. At times they even had him in inside linebacker packages covering tight ends at Texas, and he did good last year. He caught a tight end, an interception against Dallas, against their tight end. And then he had what would have been a pick 6 against Kansas City when he was covering Kelsey, and it was called back by the refs. So I think there's something to it. Maybe if you want to throw him out there.
Dude, you make a amazing point. And I never even really thought of that. If you recall, back in Vance Joseph, Arizona days, he would deploy a certain linebacker safety hybrid named Isaiah Simmons
Hmm.
that was terrific in doing that. Dude, Jade Barron would be killer in that role. And if that's the plan to alleviate a lot of responsibility off of the inside linebacking room because you're going to have a floater, hell yeah, sign me up. Like, I'm okay with that. Like,
Because you can send out just or not if you want, and then send out Barrett next to him,
Exactly.
or you can send out Alex to really watch out for that run, and then leave Barron out there to take whatever tight end or
correct,
running back
to
falls
take your
at.
next level. Yep.
The only worry
Damn,
with
dude.
Barron, my only worry with Barron is if he gets caught up in the running game, with maybe by like an O lineman or something, because he is a little
Sure.
he's smaller for sure, but this is why you hope that maybe he's quick enough and instinctive enough to keep him from getting caught up in the blender.
Dude, with the versatility that you hit on with him, dude, I would love to see Jade in the Isaiah Simmons role.
Yeah.
That is fantastic point, man. You need to write that down.
Yeah, no, I don't need to write it down. I got that sitting in my head. I've been thinking about that for a while.
Yeah, that's terrific stuff.
I'm going to keep my eye out to see if it happens during the season, because it would make sense. Like, really,
100%.
Another linebacker, or if you want to do 3 linebackers, make him your third. So send out Sternad, Singleton, and Barron, and Barron's your cover guy.
Dude, that's not horrible. And yet, on a draft depth, a depth chart, we're looking at the cornerback room like, why are all these names on here when they are so specialized in what they do, man? It's not a one size fits all. Everyone can play cornerback one. It's so interesting. It's so interesting how roster construction is to like who is shopping for the groceries. And that's what's so amazing about the Broncos is we have continuity. The same shopper of groceries has been here shopping for groceries for like years. And so like we finally have everything on our list. So like we're putting it together. Like it takes a couple of years to fully get it going. So we're almost finished.
I think that we're incredibly gifted to be able to talk about like our corners like that and say, we got the best slot in J-Mac. We got a number 1 on most teams in Riley. We got the number 1 in the league in Pat, to talk about him that way. And then to say we got a guy in Barron who can play if we want him out there in, inside backer, or if we want to throw him out there at safety, or if, we need to send him in at slot or outside, he can do it all. To be able to be that spoiled is incredible.
Yeah, man. We should be gushing more about this secondary. You're so right.
It's a secondary that can make up for the inside linebacking room if you use it right.
That is the biggest strength of this entire team is the secondary. That is why our team is a Super Bowl contender. Like it starts and ends with that side. And yeah, man, we're so fortunate to have the depth that we do. So I know I said like maybe look for a trade in the cornerback room for that, but like I hope actually we don't trade anyone and we just run it. Like we run your guys you got. We're all good.
I'm really rooting that we don't trade anyone. If anyone I think is most likely to be traded, I think it's Marvin Mims. If by week 6, these stats aren't looking good, he got the new agent. I think that if anything, Mims is on that chopping block first. And then Riley. I see some people talk about Ben Powers, but I think you just want to keep that continuity. Just no one says you have to re-sign him after this year. I say just run it back with Ben and just keep Palcho there. You got Cage Casey back there. Just run it back with Powers one more year, and then if you want to move on, you can.
Yeah, I think Mims is a deadline deal. I think you're totally right.
He's the one to keep an eye on.
Yep. I think you're totally right.
Throw him out there on special teams, and then he's barely getting any love on offense. He's got to be texting that agent after each game.
Well, because he needs to showcase. Because so we're dimming his potential earnings, and so he can't be happy. He's gonna be furious.
Yeah, we talk about Riley Moss being like a number 1 on other teams. Mims is a number 2 receiver for some other teams if he's utilized right. I'd imagine there's some teams, if they knew what they were doing, he'd easily be like that number 2, number 3.
I can't imagine he wouldn't be 2 on the Tennessee Titans.
Easily. easily.
Yeah. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Mhm.
Yeah, man. We're very fortunate. We very much are, because, man, it is so much more fun doing these shows and being on podcasts when the Broncos are good compared to the depths of misery. And I had my beginning of podcasting in the depths of misery, and it was awful. Just
I'm so
talking about
grateful that
loss.
this is my first year.
Loss after loss after loss after loss. Just embarrassing.
And for me to be able to, for my first year to start right after a trip to the AFC Championship game, it
The
doesn't even
vibes are high.
went to the AFC Championship game. We think about it every day. We're like, oh yeah, we were in the AFC Championship game. We were there. We forget
Yeah.
about it because we don't want to remember. But no, I'm grateful for this to be my first year, because technically I started the channel in December, so I was up and running during the playoffs, but I had never done a stream at that point still. So it was more of a what looked like a social media based Broncos account that's just like posting out like updates, not necessarily streaming. So I'm blessed that this is going to be my first year, because I think it's a good year to really start it with it, because there's going to be so much, whether it's subjects or topics going on, or us winning a Super Bowl. Maybe that would be great. The
Yeah.
Raiders could really use Mims. Yeah, they're not getting Mims. I'm not letting it happen.
No way, Jose. Ain't gonna happen.
No, we're not letting that happen. Send him to the NFC. Imagine, Philly could probably use some help with AJ Brown gone. Maybe some returner help. I mean, again, everyone's going to see the returner first, I think, and then the receiver second.
And they just changed the, with some of the kickoff rules and whatnot, I guess. So it's more favorable for returning. So I mean, dude, someone's going to pay Marvin Mims because of what he brings special teams. Like, he is a Pro Bowler, like one of the best special teams people in the league. It's just that he knows that, but he also thinks he's like a solidified number 2 in the NFL. And I don't think so. Like, I think he's not that great on offense.
Have you been to Good Times in Denver and you tried the Marvin Mims meal?
I have not, but I have been to Good Times.
Okay, well, that's one thing I'm disappointed in myself, because I went to Good Times too. I was staying right by one, and I wanted to try that Marvin Mims meal, and I didn't give it a try. I'm a little disappointed. So I'm hoping that it's still on the menu when I get back in November, but he might be gone before November. We'll see. 6-7, who knows?
6-7. I mean, give me 1 second. 1 second.
You're good. Yeah, that's a good one, Martin, is the Commanders. I could see them really utilizing him. Oh, we got a kitty cat. We have a kitty cat.
Meow, 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 meow.
About
meow,
mine
meow,
too. He's right here.
meow, meow,
He's
meow.
in his little tree sleeping. Sweet old man. Hi, guys.
Yeah, hi.
I bet he's a Jonah Coleman fan, huh?
Jonah.
What's he think?
Meow, meow. Oh, it's terrific, dude. I mean, the bit lives forever, dude.
Right.
So terrific.
All right. I'm going to give you... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No.
I was just say, I got one more Jonah Coleman question to ease you out of this, because I know we're past that 30-minute mark now. We're about at it.
Yeah.
So
you got my juices flowing so hard here. I'm not going to be able to go to sleep now. Like, just.
Well, see, I think that you got a new wallpaper for your phone. You got a new poster to put up behind you in the studio now.
Yep.
I can't wait to see this make an appearance on Orange and Blue when you pull it up.
A new photo to send to Tim for a Christmas card.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
That'll be amazing. Yep. Oh, sweet kitty. Yep. She loved the kitty.
He's a good boy.
I don't know what breed cat those orange cats are, but I've never met one that didn't have a great personality.
Yeah, to say the least. Like, orange cats are nuts, man. They're dogs in cat form. They're crazy.
Yeah, I got my tuxedo boy, and he is not well behaved. You would think that because he's dressed like a gentleman, he would act like it. He does the opposite.
Sassy.
The man will kick litter everywhere out of his box when he doesn't need to.
Son of a bitch.
As a cat owner, you welcome yourself into the Toxoplasmosis fan club.
My lungs.
I was watching, I think it was Brandon Perna on the Tom Grossi, one of Tom Grossi's videos, and it was when Grossi was at Perna's during his 30 for 30, and as Perna's going down into his studio, he's like, "Does anyone else's cat piss in front of the box instead of in it?" And I'm like, "Hey, that sounds familiar." What I'd love to think about with cat owners is that if they're a cat owner, at one point or another during the week, they've come very close to touching cat shit or have dealt with cat litter, so they understand the struggle and what it's like to be a furry owner of whatever these little things are.
Hey, we're all just cleaning litter boxes, one scoop at a time.
Absolutely. We're just doing one thing. All right.
That's
So
how she
your
goes.
Jonah Coleman question to ease you out of here. All right.
Okay.
All right. If you have Jonah Coleman, I think let me make sure I get this right. Let's see. If you have Jonah Coleman, being RB1 by the end of the year, all right. What does that mean for RJ Harvey in terms of production? I know we think that he's going to be permanent RB2. Does Coleman take a big enough bite out of the stats to impact Harvey's stats? Do you think? No, yay, nay. I don't know if that's a good one.
I think they are.
Like, if Coleman goes off like you think, does that mean Harvey shrinks?
No, they are mutually exclusive because they do two different things, although there is some overlap, and you have to have overlap because of, again, the tell. You don't want two players that do opposite things and they can't have any overlap, because then you know exactly what personnel is on the field and you know what they're doing. And that's the whole point. So they have overlap in the good things. I still believe Harvey could have just as many touchdowns as last year and still not be the starting running back, because I think there are going to be so many great packages for him out of the backfield with wheel routes and such that, like, he's going to get fed. It's just he's not going to get fed in the traditional sense of running the ball. And that's whoever's healthy, Jonah or JK.
Yeah. So I was going to say that, with RJ, if we were talking about like with Barron and how like he can maybe supplement some of the, faults in that inside linebacker room. If you really start to see some struggling with that tight end room and they're just not giving you anything, where's the harm in maybe running RJ out of the slot or, getting more creative with him out of the backfield? If the tight ends won't give you that production, you might see some of that production come from RJ, where he'll become, your middle of the field guy, whether he has to do it in the slot, because his route running is better than some of his I'd argue RJ's route running is better than his inside running.
So I'm fairly positive Sean Payton's, I think it was either his first or second year in Denver, Javonte Williams led the team in receptions and targets.
Yeah.
So like there is such an overemphasis of targeting the running back out of the backfield as a pseudo run game.
And there was no tight end production that year either.
Same thing. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. You could absolutely see the behavior roll into that again. But again, we don't know because Davis Webb, who the hell knows, So we don't know if history is going to repeat itself in some of those behaviors.
And Jalen Waddle could impact this too, just by opening
100%.
up.
That's a big difference in itself too. Yeah. You're totally right. So apples to orange, but totally, you're right.
Yeah. Do you have a prediction for Jonah's stats? General prediction?
Jonah? So he will have at least 5 touchdowns.
Okay.
And I'm being very realistic, I think. I'm not going crazy.
That feels fair. That doesn't feel like a guy that, is gone for 10 touchdowns because he took the ball over at like week 2. It doesn't feel like that.
Well, to be fair, I am giving you a stat line if JK is healthy. I will give you an alternative reality after. But this is 5 touchdowns if JK is all good. Maybe he misses like 3 games, like small, not that big a deal. But a good season, we would all agree, like, all right, everyone's good. About 5 touchdowns. And he will run for, I'd say, I don't know, 300 yards, 400 yards. but enough of a pop to like make you turn like, oh, okay, something's coming, but if JK drops and like is gone for a significant amount of time, and especially if it's at the end of the year during winter football, and that's a big deal too, because if it's in winter football, it's going to lean towards the running game inherently anyways. So if the stars align in that regard, it's crazily not far-fetched to say Coleman could run for 10 touchdowns and rush for 800 yards. I truly believe that. 800 yards, 10 touchdowns, running the ball. Like he has, I mean, even without a full season, he could almost get to 1,000 yards. Because I think he's going to have great yards after contact. He bounces off every single first person. Like very rarely is he ever getting arm tackled. I'm so excited to see him, man. He's going to pop. People are going to understand. So yeah. And again, with that prediction, I think I'm being modest. I think I'm being pretty damn realistic. Even, 10 touchdowns, 800 yards. If JK's down, I think that's completely doable for him.
That's quite fair. So I'm guessing based off that answer, if you were to say out of those three backs, who leads the team in 15 plus yard rushes, are you going Jonah?
Jonah still. Yeah. 100%. And that 800 would lead the team because it's not like Harvey's going to get more than that. Ha ha.
Yeah.
Harvey, but again, at the same time, Harvey could have 10 touchdowns in that same scenario. And you have a 10-10 Coleman Harvey. I would be fine with that. And I think that's realistic. Like split touchdowns, equal opportunity in that way, but they're different opportunities.
Absolutely. No, that's a great point. I'm just excited now, man. Now I'm ready to get the Jonah Coleman jersey. Hopefully he stays at 20.
Well, that's what I'm saying is I'm not buying anything until the number's set, because I've seen people burned in the past.
If it wasn't 20, what number would you want it to be?
I don't know. I like 20 a lot.
It looks great.
I do like, it really wouldn't fit, but dude, for some reason, 26 on a running back like Clinton Portis back in the day was just, I believe one of the Bells, I think Tatum Bell maybe was 26, or it might have been Mike Bell. I don't remember which one. Might have been Mike Bell. But we've had a couple other running backs at 26, but I really like that number as a running back.
No, that's good. Fair choice.
What's your go-to number? What's your favorite number if you had to pick a roster?
Like go-to number, or just like for this situation?
No, for your situation.
For Jonah Coleman in particular, man. I don't know that I've always because we got so used to seeing 24 on Champ Bailey. There's something about, I think 24 could look really cool if it's with the right back, but a 4 is like a numbers ending with 4s. You got to really get into it and be like, some of them don't look that good. So maybe not 24. 27's taken. 30's too obvious because of TD. I mean, it still amazes me that Phil was allowed to wear that TD allowed that. That was such a great story. I'm so glad that it happened though.
Well, that's only because Phil is Mr. Denver, he kissed the ring of TD.
He grew up looking to that man, looking up to that man.
Correct.
Yeah.
If he was, some kid from Fresno, that wouldn't have happened.
I want a glass of Coleman flavored Kool-Aid because it sounds awesome. I'm starting to get excited to see if you're right. Oh, I think that Jay will probably be right with some of this stuff. Everyone wants to be, Debbie Downer and try to put the flames out on the Jonah Coleman fire, but it's just because they're more scared of what that means for JK. But
it's based in logic.
You should be scared of what's like a real possibility.
We're not making shit up.
No.
I mean, look at the health bill here. Like,
it's
documented.
See, we would be making shit up if we said that JK has had a whole career of never getting injured, but that just never happened. He gets injured every year. So we're giving you the truth here.
I was going to say, in my reality, you're making shit up if you say JK's going to be healthy all year, because there's zero evidence to support that. Zero.
And there's plenty of evidence showing the other. So you go with zero evidence versus a whole stack of evidence. And what are you going to take? You can wipe your hand with one and you'll see which, actually does the job.
Selling a ketchup flavored popsicle to a woman in white gloves. 100%.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Cody, with that, I think I'm going to bow out.
No, it's been fun. I'm grateful for you popping in.
The Coleman Hour has been terrific. Next time I come on, I'm bringing theme music for the Coleman Hour, because I feel like, dude, this is, if he's going to be our starting running back for the next 7-8 years, we've got plenty of time. Now. We got plenty of time, people. Hop on the bandwagon now.
Absolutely, because if you get on it now, no one can say that you're just doing it later on. You can say you've been here since the beginning.
No one will ever call me a homer. I'll tell you that.
No, because 2 years from now, when we're talking about Coleman being the best back in the AFC West and, leading the AFC, in yards and stuff, when we start talking about that stuff, people will be like, oh, yeah, Jay was right. And I don't know why they always tried to put him out when he was trying to, stoke those flames, because it's a good fire to put, stoke the fire behind.
I will take a big drink of I told you so's.
Yep.
And, relish in it.
Well, with that being said, I hope that you enjoy that picture and you do something amazing with it, and that you annoy a lot of people with it too.
Oh, I certainly will. I mean, really, Cody, at the end of the day, that's why I'm here. Just to annoy people. All right. Just to get under people's skins. I mean, that's the whole shtick. Let's go.
And I thank you for taking the Jonah Coleman bait. I had a feeling that would work, so I was hoping that it would.
Absolutely. I mean, dude, would have come on regardless, because I love you, man. I love what you put out. I love what you're doing. You've got a great niche. I believe in your vision, man. So keep it going. So, dude, another 24-hour, man. You can notch it in your belt. So
absolutely.
What, 4 hours in? 4.5? Something?
Yeah, well, 4.5, yeah. Yeah, I'm making myself known as, the guy that does it for 24 hours. I have this fun idea in the future of maybe we get all these creators in and we schedule a 24-hour show where we're all in and out, and can get everyone rotating. That would be a fun thing to do next off season.
Yep. I can cover the 3 to 4 hour or the 5 to 6.
I think it'd be cool, because you can imagine if getting all these personalities together on screen, in and out, it'd be cool. We find a good reason to do it or something. Yep. But yeah, no, with that being said, thank you, Jay. You've been on all 3 24-hour shows. So if one of these weekends you want to come on the late show, you're more than welcome.
Okay, man.
All right, man.
We'll do. I always appreciate you, Cody. Good luck to you on the rest of your, I guess 20 left. Or 19 and a half.
Absolutely. Hey, you go snuggle your cat, man. You go have a great night.
I sure will. All right. Take it easy, man.
All right. Take care, man.
Later.
All right, guys. That was Jay Weaver from Orange and Blue. Are we surprised? Are we not surprised that the man loved the picture? I thought that he would love that picture, and I hope that he does so much with it. He's going to do so many good things with that picture. If you guys are with me right now, we are almost 4.5 hours into this stream. My name's Cody Chapa. Welcome to Still Up Sports. We just had over an hour-long discussion with Jay Weaver talking about Jonah Coleman. We have some more guests lined up, too. We have Dak from Orange and Blue as well, from Broncos Bros. It sounds like Dak will probably be... Let's see. Yeah, Dak's going to pop in tomorrow. He says he's going to try to pop in tomorrow. We have Mile High Mario. He's going to pop on tomorrow morning-ish. So we got, absolutely. Let's get Jonah Coleman measured up for his Hall of Fame, his gold jacket already. How can you not be excited for Jonah Coleman after that, guys? After that, it makes me want to run through a wall just because of all this hype behind Coleman. And it's deserving hype. I understand your reason for wanting JK to be healthy. I understand your reason for wanting RJ to take another step. And I think that you can want both of those while also wanting Jonah to have a good year and expecting Jonah to have a good year. In no way are you a J.K. Dobbins hater or an R.J. Harvey hater because you want to see your new rookie succeed. And I think he will succeed, and he will have that opportunity. He will get the opportunity playing behind J.K. Dobbins to eventually start, because J.K. Dobbins has a prime history of never staying healthy. I love J.K., and I hope he proves me wrong so then I can be the idiot that was saying that he's not staying healthy. But do I think it's going to happen? I don't know. What do I expect to happen? Jonah Coleman to slide in and be a reliable RB1 without having to take away from RJ Harvey. But that's all TBD, guys. We'll see how that plays out. But yeah, guys, that was a fun little discussion there. It was a great discussion. Jay helped us kill over an hour. Over an hour or so of that was killed with that. That's awesome. There's going to be some fun clips in there. I can't wait to edit this stuff, or at least get the clips and post them. Once we hit the 12-hour mark, we're going to log off and log back on. So just keep that in mind, guys, because by logging off and then logging back on, it will at least hopefully download and post it on YouTube, because with the first two ones, it did not put it on YouTube. So we're keeping our eye out for that. If you're in the comments right now, guys, let me pull this up real quick. Let's put Jonah away. Down, Jonah, down. Yeah, so go check out Orange and Blue Network, guys. You'll see all these awesome guys like Dak, on Broncos Bros, or you'll see Jay from Outcasts. You'll see them all on Orange and Blue Network. Orange and Blue Network is awesome. They kill it. So go give them some love. Go support them, and go check out their shows, because they do some great work. They have a lot of shows, all different times. They have some great stuff. I was on this episode right here, the Risers and Followers episode. I was on that episode 6 days ago, so go check that out, as well as just go support the other guys, because there's Jay right there. Go support all these other guys, Jay, Johnny, all these guys. They all know what they're doing, and Orange and Blue is really changing the game. They're really a great platform for these Broncos creators, and they're making a push for 1,000, and I think they're going to hit it. So, let's keep supporting them. If you want some good Broncos content during the daytime hours, that's not my show, go check out Orange and Blue. They got some great shows, and they have programs throughout the week too. They even have a show in Spanish too. So go check them out. All right, guys. So here we are right here on YouTube right here. We're at 109 right now, guys. We're at 109 subs. If I were you, it would be awesome if you did me a favor and just go subscribe if you're watching after the fact or now. And you will be able to watch after the fact, because I will end up getting that link up there. And, I'll make sure that the videos pop up on YouTube. But, okay. So we're on X, guys. Go check us out on X. Go check us out on TikTok as well. And on Instagram. You see me right there. But, here we are on Instagram. We're on Instagram as well. But we're really at 109. We're really chasing 125, guys. If you can help me, let's go hit 125. Subscribe right now. Help us put the word out there that we're normalizing late night sports talk, guys. We start with your Denver Broncos, but we work with other sports as well. We're at officially 4 hours and 30 minutes in. That was a great interview with Jay. We're going to keep going and see who else we can snag. It's getting later in the night, so I don't know who else is going to stay up at this time. So we're going to ease ourselves into some slower hours throughout the night, probably. But at the same time, guys, this show is going to end later than we'd normally have done these 24 hours. Normally we've done, with the first two 24 hours, we went like 3 in the afternoon to 3 in the afternoon. This time it's like 6:30 to 6:30 in the afternoon. So we're going to be here for a while. We're barely almost 4 hours into this. So we still got a long time to go. It's going to be a good wait for sure. We're going to ease there's some ups and downs when it comes to doing a show like this, but I have no doubt that we're going to get it done. I think we'll do great. So if anything, at times, if I step aside, I'll put that be right back screen up there. At times I'll do other things. I know I had Martin in the chat. We have a few people that, are normally up late at night. Some of them are not, but we always have some people that are. I'm gonna make a few posts as well, letting some people know that we are live. So that way, maybe we can get a few more people to roll in here and ask some questions. Questions help keep the ball rolling, guys. On normal shows, I keep the ball rolling myself because I got scripts written and stuff. But with this, we don't have scripts written. We just try to write some good questions and try to have some questions for our guests. And we talked for over an hour with Jay Weaver about Jonah Coleman, and that's awesome that we got to spend that kind of time on Jonah Coleman because Jonah deserves his love too. And I'm excited to see Jay use that picture on Orange and Blue because those guys are going to love that. And it was a good gift for Jay. All right, 1 second, guys. All right, I'm making a post on Instagram. We'll see if we can lure some more people over here. Maybe tomorrow I'm going to reach out to Superchargers. He was in our chat. We go back far enough. He was in our chat right here. I think maybe we can get Superchargers to pop onto the show tomorrow. Maybe we'll see if he's not busy. We were kind of like flirting with this idea of maybe doing some shows towards the season when the Broncos and the Chargers play. That'd be a good little show to do with him. But I would like to put some feelers out and see if maybe we can snag him on the show tomorrow. We already have 2 guests probably tomorrow, which is Mile High Mario from Altitude Adjustment, and then Dak from Broncos Bros from Orange and Blue. So that's 2 of them right there that we may have lined up. I reached out to other people, and we're going to keep reaching out and tweeting at some guys and seeing if they want to come on. It is getting later now. So in these hours, guys, it is 12 o'clock a.m. Mountain Time. So if you're watching right now, welcome to Still Up Sports. I'm Cody Chapa. We are 4.5 hours into this 24-hour stream. So 4.5 hours into this stream, guys, we are at 109 on YouTube. And we're really trying to work our way up to 125 in this stream. We would love to get closer and closer to 125 so that when we do another stream next week, we can try to gain another 25. That's our goal with these streams, is try to gain more and more people and get more people involved. Let me see. When I do, once we hit the 12-hour mark and I sign off and I sign back on, I'm going to open this stream up onto the vertical thing, I think. That way we can get some more people popping into the chat from the vertical side, from the shorts side of YouTube. But yeah, guys, so you see us at 109. Feel free to like and subscribe after the fact. We know we're normalizing late night sports talk 1 show at a time. And, part of, doing this in these early days of this channel is we're just going to put the work in. We're going to put the hours in, the streaming hours, that is. And we're going to keep at it the whole time. And yeah, guys, if you feel like you need to step aside at one point, or if it's getting time to go lay down and relax, that is fine, because I will be here when you wake up. I will be here. So if you feel like you need to take a break, go ahead. If you want to pop in and out every few hours, so be it. It's okay. I know that, I can't expect you guys to sit here for 24 hours with me. I can only expect you guys to show up once in a while and throw, some questions or help out. But I appreciate every person who's been in the stream so far, all my guests. We've had Jay on already. We spent the first hour of the stream on our little, our little Zoom call, talking about fantasy with those guys. So that's awesome. But yeah, so we are making a few posts. That way we can let everyone know or remind everyone that we are live. Because if we can do that, we can get some people's attention. Maybe some people will come pop in the chat or will want to pop on the show. So give me a second. Oh, I just saw your follow on Instagram, Martin. I appreciate you. Thank you for following on Instagram. I followed you back. So we'll see if hopefully, making a few posts on social media, maybe that lures some people in with us. We're just cruising, guys. We're killing some time. It's the off season. We got Jay had a great superhero comp for Jonah Coleman, and it was not a traditional superhero. It was the Green Ranger from Power Rangers, which is like a sick comp. So if you're being told you're the Green Ranger, that's pretty awesome. So good move there, man. But yeah, so I made a post on Instagram just now. We'll see if we can lure someone in. It is getting closer to the late night hours that we normally do our shows, guys. So, right around midnight, 1:30 a.m. Mountain Time is when we normally go live. If I lived in Denver, I would be going live at midnight every night. But I don't. So living here in Vegas, I do it around, I go live around 12:30 a.m. Mountain Time because, 12:30 a.m. my time, which would be 1:30 a.m. Mountain Time. I do it around that time because that's as fast as I can, get home. And we got to rotate these earbuds so they don't die on us. So we got to keep them rotated and we got to keep them charged. Anyone like the cell phone? And if at times, guys, the chat's just like boring and it's a little quiet, and if you hear me, if you see me mute the mic because there's no one moving the chat along, if there's no questions or anything going along, I'll still pop on and speak. But if no one's in here and engaging during these late, slow hours, I'm just going to mute the mic and I'm just going to get a few things done. Like I will be writing our Wednesday show, because this show is going to bleed in to Monday. Like our Monday show would be happening in like an hour or two. In about 2 hours or so is when our Monday show would be. So this is the Monday show, but I don't have a script plan like I would for the show. So with that being said, if no one's keeping the ball rolling, or if no one's actually in here with us during these late hours, I'll just mute the mic and I'll just get some work done myself, because I got to prepare for Wednesday show too. And I would love to snag some guests for that. I offered Jay, if he wants to be a late night guest, he's more than welcome. All of our guests are welcome to come on during our late night hours. It's hard to expect some of them to stay up at 1 a.m. or what if they're central, they'll be like 2 o'clock a.m. or 3 o'clock. So some of it's hard to expect at times, but I'm grateful for all of them showing up and being supportive and helpful and kind. Mike, Mile High Monster Mike, he was our first guest on our first 24-hour show. David was, on our first 24-hour show and our second one, I think. But besides that, Jay's been on each one as well. Jay was there when we did hit 100 subs. We had 100 subs when he was on air with us. So technically that was during our late night hours, but we haven't had an actual late night guest yet. So, and for the record, a late night guest does not have to happen late at night. We can record earlier. So if I have to hop on when it's easier for you and we record it and then I air it, that's just fine with me. Guys, I'm going to say it now, because I don't want no one to steal my idea. But I have this fun idea for like a show or a podcast that's within the channel, like a separate program, but still within the channel. And I think it would be a cool thing to maybe interview a lot of these creators, but more from a human perspective, guys. Interview these creators, whether they're streamers, whether they're reporters, whether they're former players, active players. I would love to interview the humans, or the people behind the mic or behind the camera, the people behind the pads, And I would love to talk about the human side of these guys, because everything's tough in life, not just normal stuff. And, being an athlete, being, a player, a coach, whatever, some of this stuff, there's a lot that goes into that outside of just the sport itself. And I would love to talk to some of these creators about, their lives as well. What's led them to get to this point? What made them feel like they wanted to get into creating? What do they think about as a creator? What stresses come with it? How do they beat those stresses as a creator? There's so much that comes into this that I'm learning right away. Like there's so much emotion and stress and even anxiety, or unnecessary anxiety, that comes with running a channel. And when you have a channel, you open yourself up in a way that you probably never have before. And I would love to talk about that human side, or the human aspect of some of this stuff that's happening with these guys. So that's something that I think we should keep on our minds and keep your eye out for, because I don't know if it's something, if I would do it on the personal channel or if I would do it on here. But I would love to, personally, I would love to have that, idea of interviewing some of these, commentators, sports creators, whatever, and don't even ask them a single thing about sports, really. Just get to know all about them. There's so much that I think we would love to know about, like DMAC, or we would love to know about, Mike, or we'd love to know the human side from these people. Let you get to know them as human beings instead of just the sports personalities that they are. And I think that's something that would be fun, guys. I think it's something that, it's always nice to, one, check on people, but two, to, make sure that people understand, what it goes into being them, and what stresses or praises also come from that. And that's why I think it's something that I have in the back of my mind, a small show or episode or a podcast, but something we're going to do to make sure that, these people can jump on a show that would probably be happening during daytime or something, but we would love to get a guest to actually open up, and you'd have to be a certain level of vulnerability for it. And I understand that, I'm new to this game, and my fellow peers some may not even know my name. Some of them may know my name, but not want to take that chance. And with the kind of vision I have for something like that, I think it would be, it would involve a more vulnerable situation, or a more vulnerable personality, or laid back type vibe. Because I would love to talk to plenty of these Broncos creators. Imagine if we could get Brandon Perna, but not even talk about Broncos. Talk about what it takes to be the man with the most subs in Broncos media. Because it can't be easy. It can't be good on the mental health. The man's a father and a dad. I imagine there's a lot of stress that comes with everything in life, and yet he still puts in the hours and creates content for us and for the rest of you guys to enjoy. Creating a channel, I've learned there's a whole side of this stuff. I do a show, and then 12 hours later, I'll take a nap, and then I'll wake up, and then I'll be criticizing myself for something that I'm just maybe not even needing to criticize myself for. And that's because I just live with this anxiety. There's a lot of people watching, and the production value, how things look, everyone's going to have something to criticize at one point. A lot of people keep it to themselves, but then even if you're not taking in criticism actively from other people, these same people are actively criticizing themselves too. So I may be my biggest critic, and that's true. But I imagine that a lot of these creators are also their biggest critics. I've heard that same saying said by a few of them. And this is why I would love to talk to them and see if we could get some creators in a more vulnerable situation. So just keep your eyes out for that. I don't know what the name would be for it, or how it would be laid out yet. As is, my production and what I do with this late night show, it gets better. And I figure out little tweaks and things to do to it each time. But it's something that I would really love to do, is not just talk to, football players, athletes, analysts, anyone just in general, whether they're a radio personality, sports personality, anything, and just go behind the mic, behind the person, behind the athlete, whatever it is. Behind the helmet, whatever it is, just get into the person that makes that, creator so popular, makes that athlete so popular, because there's a consciousness behind all of us. We all have our voice in our head. We can talk to ourselves if we want to, we have a conscience, and, that's where you can be your biggest critic comes from, is your conscience. And, I would love to see, some of these guys, be vulnerable and open up and talk about that. Because if I have to do it, and I have to start it out where I'm the first guest on my own show, I'll gladly do that too. But it's something that I would love to do. I think that there's a deeper side to sports broadcasting that no one thinks about. Take Zach Stevens from DMVR. The man's on vacation right now, but the man only has a week or 2 week period in the whole year where he can even probably get a vacation because of everything that happens with the NFL. He's so busy. And, some of these guys barely get a break. And I would love to, like Mike Kliss, he was just on vacation a week or two ago. So, he's not going to be on vacation much a year after that until the season ends again. So a lot of these people, I'm taking my vacation during the Broncos season, and half of my vacation, or a good chunk of it, is going to be, even though it's my 30th birthday and I'm going to celebrate, half of that trip or part of that trip is going to be spent still trying to make content. And I'm going to bring the laptop because I can still do episodes with you guys as long as I have good Wi-Fi. So there's a lot that goes into creating content and streaming and all that. And there's a mental hurdle of getting past yourself a lot of ways. I got to truly be grateful for Mike from Mile High Monsters, Michael Carmelini, because there's a part where when I was creating this page in this channel and stuff where I could have backed out. And I would have just looked like a guy who said something and didn't do nothing, and there would have been as much harm, no foul. But then I dove in completely, and then he's been supportive the whole way, and then he really was pushing me to get more stuff going and get it going, and here I am. So I'm forever in debt to Michael, for his help with that. He was incredibly kind to be so supportive to someone who is at that time, like I had way less subs than I had now. And, to be treated as an equal by some of these guys with thousands of subs is amazing. And that speaks to the kindness and the persons that they are. And I would love to see the more human side of Mike or Jay or David Talks Broncos or any of these creators. I'd love to get them on and talk with the human side. Like Dak from Orange and Blue, he's an amazing father. You can tell he's an amazing father. He's an amazing human being, a kind guy. And I'd love to talk to that guy and then know more about his human side. It would be interesting to try to mix sports because in a sense, you're talking a little bit about your mental health at that time too. And I would love to just to see where everyone is and talk with all this stuff about everyone. There's other people I'd love to have on this show in general, but like as well as if I were to do something like that, I don't know if I would make it its own channel or its own show or its own separate thing, but it would be something, whether it's on my personal channel, whether it's on this channel, or if it's separate. But just because it would be kind of like a mix, like you're blending sports and also like not like psychology, but also just literally just open discussions about the mental and the human and the personality side of it all. It'd be fun. I'm glad that you thinking that would be interesting as well, Martin, because it's something I think would be cool. It would be cool seeing the person behind them. I get to know about them. Like I would love to have Zach on the show because the man is one of the busiest people in Broncos media, and yeah, he's just a cat dad, loving husband. Actually, he's a legit athlete. The man's in good shape. So, and I would love to hear more about the human sides of them and what they do to unwind or to step away from this stuff. Because at times, I'm learning on the fly. So if I can take anything from these guys on maybe how they step away from the job and how they enjoy stuff, and that should have been a question I should have asked Jay. We're gonna load up some good questions for the next 24-hour stream as well for next week, because that might be some stuff I can at least dabble in and figure out. If anything, part of me thinks that if I were to do a show like that, maybe I'd want to co-host. But I don't know. It's just something that I'm keeping on the back burner. I'm learning quickly that if you have an idea, you got to really stick to it. You got to write it down. You got to remember it. Or if you have an idea, you at least have to explore the idea of following through with that idea and see or think about how it would look or how it would be like. So that is something that I'm intrigued by because there's so much that goes into this, man. And if I could tell you guys the impact that this has had on my mental health, it is crazy because it's not easy to run 4 social media platforms besides your own social media platforms. And, to make sure that you're forced, at times you have to remind yourself like, oh, I got to go throw some posts up or, oh, I got to go comment and reply to this or, I got to keep my engagement up with these people or doing this. And, there's a lot that goes into it when all you really want to do is just talk about sports. And there's so much other stuff involved in it that, at times is stressful. Like, I hate this producing side of all this stuff. There's my son. Yeah, I hate the producing side when it comes to this stuff. But I also, I love the challenge and the growth that comes with having to do it. There's my boy. Hi, buddy. What are you thinking, huh? All right, that's what he had to say. But no, there's these are all humans behind the mic, and there's a lot that goes into it. Whether it's your own channel, whether you're on other channels with other people, and there's a lot that I think that is unexplored. And I think that in today's day and age, people love to have those kind of discussions, or at least are interested in those kind of discussions, where you get to know the person behind the mics and their lives, the human beings that, because you can watch them for so long and know nothing about anything about these people. You can watch and take in someone's content on YouTube, no matter what it is. And you could have been a sub for years and still know barely anything about these people's lives. And what a cool way to get to know someone and what goes into what they do or their way of thinking than to, do something like that. So down the line, some sort of something like that is something we'll explore. We'll make it happen. Yeah, guys. So if you are joining me, it is almost 12:30 in the morning a.m. Mountain Time. We're almost 5 hours in. Which is pretty crazy. We're gonna get some good stuff done during these streams. I know it. We're a small show now, but it's all only up from here. In about 5 minutes after we hit 5 hours, I'm going to take a quick little step aside, a little break after doing that, with Jay. So that was fun. If you missed it, go back and watch it. This is why I'm going to end the show at 12 hours in and then restart it, because that way at least these first 12 hours will be saved and will end up on the channel. That way, if we want to go back in it, but also too, that way it's saved for me to have access to when I want to make clips or shorts as well. Because there's some good stuff in that in that Jay Weaver, there's some fun stuff there. And we had a good discussion talking about Jonah. I knew he would take the Jonah Coleman bait. And then we gave him a good little gift, which is that picture. And I know he'll use that picture responsibly. So I got a post out on Instagram at least. So we'll see if anyone sees that and pops in. Sometimes we get a lot of people in the mornings. I've gotten a good vibe for how these late shows go, and sometimes I only keep someone in here lingering in the chat for a good few hours, and then eventually it does die off or get a little slow. And if there's only like just me or one of you guys, if I can't expect one of you guys to keep sending question. So I could ask questions too. But also I try to make sure that I give you guys, like, because those 10-minute breaks or those 5 or 10-minute breaks, thank you so much. Those 5-10-minute breaks that I step aside and I hit that intermission screen or I hit the be right back screen, those are times that I'm either running to the bathroom, making some food, cracking an energy drink, and, stretching. I try to run up down the stairs a little bit, get the blood flowing, some of those things. Normally, the first 10 to 12 hours go pretty easy for us. It's those back hours. But I think the stream is going to be back heavy with interviews because the first one we had it all out the gate. Everyone was in the first like 12 hours. And then we only had one guest in the end, which was Dak. Whereas in the second stream, a lot of everyone showed up. Jay showed up in the beginning, and then after the fact, everyone else showed up after. So I think, don't be surprised if you don't see anyone in for the next few hours and they all start to show up towards the end of tomorrow, because then that makes sense. Because a lot of them are, especially because today was Sunday. So Sundays you have people going to church. You still have people going to like family dinners and stuff like that. So there is that. But we are at 5 hours in. Wow. 5 hours in, guys. We are 5 hours in, and we're at 109. So let's go get this up. If you're watching right now off of YouTube, if you're on X, go subscribe on YouTube. Help us hit 110. We're chasing. We got 16 to go in our eyes. We're really chasing 125. 125 would be so cool because then we can really aim for 150. We have this really big goal of trying to get at least to 200 before Denver. Hopefully end before the season ends. We want to be at 500 because we're trying to get monetized and use that opportunity to grow this channel and use those resources, because I went from working full-time to go down to part-time, so I'd have the free time for this channel. But all that means is that I have less funds, so I have to work overtime occasionally just to keep funding the Denver trip or funding things that I want to do with the channel, whether it's going to sporting events and stuff. Sometimes to do that, I have to work some overtime, and that's one thing that would help if we did get monetized eventually, is maybe a little less overtime. And anyone who knows me knows that, I've been putting a lot of my resources and my own time into this. And, I know that I had to, and I'm proud to have done it, because I got a studio set up that I'm going to grow into that is bigger for me and bigger than I deserve. And, if this is what the production looks like now, when I barely know what I'm doing, just imagine what things look like a year or 2 years from now. So I've only been streaming barely for a few months. In terms of the channel's been around since December, but it hasn't been doing anything except for the last few months when I've been streaming. So the streaming's been very minimal, and I haven't gotten much done out of it. But yeah, guys, so we're going to go take a quick 5-10 minute break. All right. 1 second, guys. I'm going to pop up this right here. I'm going to pull up to be right back, and you're going to relax. All right. I'll be right back. Boom. Boom. All right, guys, I'll be right back.
Broncos country, I'm back. We are back. Oh, hold on. Okay. Let me get you guys free. Let me free you from the be right back screen. Ready? All right. I think you guys are free. And 1 second. Bam. There you guys are. We're back. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you're having a wonderful night. Welcome to Still Up Sports. I'm your host, Cody Chapa. We normalize late night sports talk here, guys. We may be a Broncos channel, but we talk all sports. If you're watching, make sure you like, subscribe, and comment. If you subscribe, you can join in while it's early. We're only at 109, and we're trying to reach 125 on this stream. We're 5.5 hours in. We just did a big, long interview with
with Jay Weaver from Orange and Blue Network. You know, the Mile High Outcast. So that's awesome. We have Mile High Mario coming on tomorrow morning. From how it seems, he's going to be talking Pat Bryant. He's going to be talking Dondre Tillman with us. That's awesome. We got Dak from Broncos Bros from Orange and Blue. He's going to come on tomorrow. That's pretty cool. Maybe we'll get Mike. Mike hearted my message, so I don't know what that means. He hearted it. I invited him, but he hearted it, so we'll see. Maybe he just loves us. I think that's what that means. Yeah, I'm sitting here eating some peanuts. I will break it to you guys. We are one Red Bull in already. And we have started the second one. But this one, we're going to stretch for an hour or two, a few hours. We don't need to put them down fast. I made sure I took a small nap. This stream was supposed to happen an hour or two before it did, but I pushed it back a little bit just to squeeze a small nap in. That strategy I learned last week or last time was that you get a big night's rest in before you do a 24-hour stream, guys. So here it is. This is what you're going to do if you want to do a 24-hour stream. You get a big night's rest in before. You wake up, you get a few important things done that you need to do before the stream. And then after that, what you do is you immediately take another nap right before. And then you hop back up, you grab your energy drink, your caffeine, whatever you need, your water. I got my water right here. I got some electrolytes too. Normally after these streams, I go on a good run, but I can't. After a 24-hour stream, I'll go right to bed after. I'm going to go only do a few things after I'm done with the stream, and we're going to do that. So we got a dog right here. But yeah, yep, we are still up, guys. If you have any comments, questions, drop it in the chat. You know, we normally talk Broncos. We'll talk whatever sports is on your mind, guys. You know, congrats to DDP beating Kamaru Usman. You know, we did not stream that UFC fight, but we did pay attention, and, you know, congrats to DDP. You know, we were rooting for Kamaru, but, you know, good on him. If you guys are watching, you know, do me a favor and go subscribe. The dog agrees. He wants you to subscribe, guys. You know, we're trying to get to 125 in this stream. So if you're watching, you know, jump on YouTube, hit subscribe. Help us get closer to 125. If there's anything on your mind, fantasy, Broncos, NFL, World Cup, whatever, let me know. We'll talk whatever sports, because I like to let you guys drive these conversations. We got the cat, and he's hanging by the computer spaghetti. The forbidden computer spaghetti are the cords that he's not allowed to mess with, and he's sitting right next to him, and then he's messing with them, and the dog's going crazy. So, you know, these animals are going crazy. We got the dog going crazy with the cat toy. The cat all pissed that the dog just stole the cat toy. The dog just ran downstairs with the cat toy. He just stole it. And then you got the old lady cat over here minding her own business, you know, just trying to exist up. And then the dog is flaunting with that toy. What, you got the cat toy? You got the cat's toy. Get it. There he goes. Hyper dog. And you can hear him. Man, guys, I'm going to let you guys know one more thing. You know, we worked overtime yesterday, and that was because we bought tickets to go see UNLV play. And this is going to be fun because it's going to be our first time going to some college football games like this. I've been to college football games, technically. When I lived in Utah, I went to, it was Dixie State College at that time. But I've been to Dixie State games, so this is going to be cool because Allegiant Stadium truly looks its best when UNLV takes over. You go pull up the UNLV videos. I'll share some later on Instagram if I have to. UNLV, they go all out and they turn Allegiant Stadium into a UNLV type arena stadium type feel, and it's amazing. Just seeing it looks amazing. So I can't wait to actually see it because these tickets were actually pretty cheap. Memphis was very cheap against UNLV. That was a cheap game. That's like $40-something after ticket insurance. Pretty cheap. UNLV versus Nevada Wolfpack. That game was like 50-ish, like 55-ish, 57-ish after ticket insurance. So both of those are going to be fun. But UNLV and Nevada, that's going to be the battle of Nevada, battle for the state. So that's going to be a fun one. I really wanted to do either UNLV versus North Dakota State or versus Cal or versus some of these other bigger schools, but or like Wyoming. But those games were going to be crazy, like 150, 170-ish to get in. And it's like, that's money. I can go put that towards a Broncos ticket. So, that's what we're going to do. But I worked overtime yesterday so we can go get those tickets. And it's going to come in handy because UNLV tickets, guys, they're actually pretty cheap. As long as you get them early and you use the right platform. Sometimes you got to be prepared and have multiple ticket platforms with it when it comes to sporting events, because that's how you get the best deal and the cheapest deal at times. Nice, sweet lady. All right. But yeah, no, guys. So multiple ticket platforms helps you really get a hold of it, because then you can pull them up on all different ones. You can see what's cheapest, especially for me, because I'm just a single person going at this. So I do this stuff by myself most of the time. So when it's just one ticket, you can find one singular ticket at times for a good deal. So yeah, that's what happened there. And I was lucky to get both. But while being a smaller kind of games, Nevada and Memphis, and not being like Cal, North Dakota State, Wyoming, those were the ones we really wanted. Those are still going to be good games. And in my opinion, Memphis versus UNLV, I think that's a matchup that favors UNLV. UNLV versus Nevada, that's going to be just, no matter how it matches up, it's going to be a tight, matchup, because that's how it goes with this these state rivalries. So I'm excited for that, because it's good to just go get the vibes. Maybe we'll see some future prospects in the league. That's why I wanted to see Wyoming or Cal or North Dakota State, because some bigger programs that have more of a bigger NFL pipeline. But there's still some players from Memphis and UNLV and Nevada that have gotten to the league. So maybe we'll see some cool prospects out there. It'll be cool, and it's going to be content, because by then we'll be covering the season still, the NFL season. But at the same time, that'll be something. This will be something we do the day before these Broncos games. So it's nice to go get some out in-person content as well. We've been to arena football games. We've been to an arena football game with the family this year. We went with the family to a baseball game, a Las Vegas Aviators game. I've been to Las Vegas Lights soccer game recently. This one. All of them are very affordable, guys. I encourage you to look into the local sports in your city and just give it all a try. Because even if you're not a soccer fan, you just go grab a seat, enjoy the view, enjoy the seats. Sometimes there's freebies. It's good to get out and go be out with the family. And I know it's hard sometimes with this heat, but sometimes these things are accommodated for that stuff still. Either way, I highly encourage people to just get out and try enjoy sports more. Like, while I got these UNLV tickets, there's still some other sports that I want to line up during the NFL season on the weekend, because when we're not doing this stuff, we're going to be covering UFC fights or MMA or combat sports on Saturdays. But so like how it will work during the regular season is you're going to see us do our Broncos watch-alongs, which will probably be mostly Mondays and Sundays and Mondays, because I am not off on Thursdays. So Thursdays and Friday, because we get a Black Friday game and then we get a Thursday night game, those two games I'm going to miss because I'm going to be at work. But I'll get to react to them immediately after when I get home still and do pods out on them after. It's just those won't be live reactions, sadly. But normally the weekend games with NFL games Sundays and Mondays, I'll be there for those. So then on Saturdays, if there's anything that's going on that we don't have tickets for that day, we'll be probably be at home doing watch longs to something else, like UFC or like something else. But besides that, like I'm excited for the Olympics because I'm going to try to really study for the 2028 Olympics so I can at least have somewhat of a good understanding when it comes time to the Olympics. Besides that, guys, so like I said, on Saturdays, if we can't get out to a sporting event, we're going to do stuff at home. But like because we've done the baseball game, because we did the arena football game, we're going to do these college football games. I want to still do more, and I want to I can't wait for college basketball. Go to some UNLV basketball games. That'll be fun. I really wanted to go to summer league this weekend, but I had too much stuff going on and too much stuff to. It was summer league or some football games, and I was like, the football games make more sense in my eyes, just in that case. But I want to in the future. I really have it on our eyes to try to hit an Aces game. I would love to hit an Aces Fever game or an Aces Sparks game. See some of the best female basketball players in the world. That's what I would love to do. Is go do some of that stuff as well. Maybe hit a lacrosse game. Hit some UNLV athletics though, because you go support your local college team, and they actually have some decent cheap tickets if they're not the biggest of programs. And UNLV's in the biggest of cities, but it's not the biggest of programs. That's why it's in the Mountain West. So it's going to be neat because I remember being a kid, and I don't remember where, but it was like in a park setting where it felt like a festival or like a community thing happening. But I remember the UNLV football team and the cheerleaders being there, and the football team's actually been pretty good recently. Coach Dan Mullen, he's got a good team. A lot of people don't know, but Vontez Burfict, he's actually coaching on the UNLV defensive side. I think he's a defensive quality coach or something like that. But not a lot of people know that, but Vontez Burfict is coaching with UNLV. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, so that's something we're going to be doing. Yeah, Battle of Southern Nevada and Northern Nevada. And what's crazy? Because outside of football, of course I'm rooting for UNLV in this, but outside of football, I hate that there's the people of Northern Nevada hate Las Vegas because we're all from the same state. We should love each other, but Las Vegas dictates how the whole state is run, which isn't fair either. And that's only just because there's literally some states you have two major cities and stuff. Reno isn't even much of a major city. It's a city and it's big, but it's actually not that big still compared to other states' major second cities. It's not that big. But I'm excited for the football game. Just to go cover these. That's why we worked overtime yesterday. We worked overtime yesterday just to be able to afford to go to these football games because we're still focusing on our Broncos Raiders here in Vegas, and then we're focused on Broncos Chiefs in Denver, and then focusing on that Denver trip. One thing that I'm going to have to do in Denver is at least because while being out there for the time we will be, I want to do at least one or two shows. I'm going to be busy trying to get interviews and interview some folks and stuff like that and record stuff. But while we're out there, we're going to try to have to find a reliable source of internet. And we'll have to put a few feelers out because I don't trust the hotel that we're going to be staying at. I don't trust their Wi-Fi. I'm not expecting amazing shows, but I need something okay. And then besides that, we're going to be, popping around town and doing stuff and trying to network and get some more and more interviews and questions because I'm trying to interview a lot of people, everyone. And like I was talking earlier, I have this idea for a show or a pod or something separate, and it's more of a more human approach to interviewing people who are in this industry, maybe sports broadcasters or people who cover this on their own shows or people who are journalists or reporters and stuff, or former players or athletes, coaches, stuff like that. Don't even take these sports people and don't come at them from a sports perspective. Come at them from a human perspective, and get to know how that affects how that kind of career or that kind of life affects the human side. Because a lot of these people work their butts off and only get a week off every year, or what almost feels like a week or 2 weeks off every year, and just to bring us content. So there's a human aspect to this thing. Again, I've said it myself. Behind the mic is very hard for me at times. Just getting into this industry, there's a lot. And there's barely been any criticism from anyone, and my criticism from myself is heavier and worse than anything. And I imagine that's how it is for some creators, or how some people are when they are in this situation. So to talk about that openly, that would be it would be a very vulnerable situation for these people. But to step aside and put the game aside and just come at it from them and why they do it and why this, and it'd be an interesting way to go about it and figure out how these people and why these people act and how they act, because everyone's built different. And I think that's a good way to figure out these people. And understand them and appreciate them more, is when you know them as the humans that they are. And I've been very open with this. And if anyone wants to ask me any questions, we can, drop in, ask a question. If you're watching right now, go over here and, subscribe. We're at 109. We're working our way. The goal with this stream, we're almost 6 hours in, is our goal is to try to hit 125. If we don't hit it, it's okay. But our goal is we're trying to build these subs up. We have a big goal for 500. If we do hit 500, I'm going to skydive. I will skydive for you guys if I reach 500 subs. I don't know the vision. I mean, I have ideas, but I don't know what's going to come from this channel in a year from now or 2 years from now. I don't care what the vision is, as long as, I'm up and I'm talking late night sports with you guys. This is our prime hours. This was what would be 1:13 in the morning a.m. Mountain Time, guys. These are our prime hours that we would normally talk sports, and it's because there's neglected sports fans out there who have to wait till the morning for live content, which is unfair to them when they have to sleep in the early morning or during the daytime hours. It's not fair to any sports fan who truly loves their sport to have to wait and watch reruns or watch something that's not live. Yes, it's new and it's a new post, but is it something that they can engage in still? No. And maybe they can leave comments and the comments can get read later on, but it's not someone live and interacting in this period of time. And it's a rough time period for some people. Some see it as it's a very hard time to hop in here and talk sports or want to talk sports. But even if it's not geared for you during the daytime, that's okay. Because sometimes everyone during the daytime finds themselves up late at night at one point or another. And that's cool, because then you can be a part of it when you are around. But the point is that there's other people who work the 4 to midnight like I do, who are up from midnight to like 4 or 5 in the morning anyway, because I just got off work and I can't just settle in and relax. I need a few hours to do me and unwind. And, what sucks is, I used to be able to, have that placed event when I had, my neighbor who lived next door to me, who would get off around the same time at midnight, and we would just hang out and talk sports for 3-4 hours every night into the early morning hours. You see this logo, it looks like a rising sun. It may be blue and orange, and it says StillUpSports. It's not just a Broncos channel. I mean, the blue and orange implies Broncos, but it also implies that it's a rising sun, because it's the early morning hours, late night, early morning hours. And that's because there's people up at this time, security guards, truck drivers, people who work in warehouses, people who do all kinds of late night businesses or jobs. This is there's a whole base of fans that are neglected and don't get their talk because they have to be up for some reason, or they're going to still be up. And, that's why we do these 24-hour streams, to prove that we're still up. And it's a good little humbling experience for us, because we may be at 109, but we're going to treat 109 like 100,009. And that's going to be our approach, and they're all going to get the same kind of love and appreciation. So if you want to subscribe and join this amazing thing, this that's brewing and starting out small, feel free to. You can see our growth over this year, just from February. And this is all, when I was working a full-time job and into working now part-time, and, slowly learning how this works. There's so much to learn when it comes to producing and writing and am I even doing this stuff right? I don't know, but I just keep going. And, it's a great process for us all to keep learning and for us to keep growing. And we're just trying to normalize late night sports talk. Maybe if we keep at it, maybe there'll be sports that eventually can start happening at like 2, 3, 4 in the morning. There's sports that because like Olympics or other stuff around the world sometimes air or happen at that time. And to be able to be alive and cover it might be cool. And besides that, guys, we're always up during, these watch alongs too. So you're going to see streams Monday, Wednesday, Friday during the regular season, the NFL season, that is. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. You're going to see streams hopefully around 1:30 a.m. Mountain Time each time. And then besides that, on the weekends, you'll get watch alongs on Sundays or Mondays for, the Broncos and whatever the primetime games are that night for the NFL. Besides that, on Saturdays, you're going to also get some sort of sports coverage, whether we're at home and we're doing watch alongs to combat sports like UFC or BKFC, whatever, because combat sports is one of my athletic loves when it comes to enjoying as a fan, but also now as like I'm making the transition from casual sports fan into journalist or someone that covers it, and I want to be as professional and take this as professionally as I can. I know I don't have a journalism degree like all these amazing people that I look up to and admire in this industry, but the best I can do is act professional like they are. In no way am I coming from the same cloth or background as they are, but I can still act professional and still act like I belong. And we're going to work our way there. And, I just can't wait for this to be something that one day, we see other late night sports shows, because late night sports talk is something that I'm passionate about. There's fans that are neglected, and that's something that I think is a crisis. There should be a panic button in the sports media world to think that there's fans that are neglected, and there never was. No one's hit the panic button on it. And I would be hitting that panic button. Not that one. Jeez. We're not hitting a air horn for that. You know what I mean, guys. I'm not going to flip through the sounds. But my point is that late night sports talk is something that needs to become normal and casual. And I'm going to do it in any way I can. And I'm going to get better in any way I can, whether I'm going out to any sport I can to cover it. I like to think that my bread and butter are the Denver Broncos and combat sports. That's my bread and butter, but I try to do anything and cover anything and learn more the best I can. This is going to just be a one-man ship for the long-term, probably foreseeable future. Who knows what? I only have two visions with this thing, and it's either I ride it the whole way up to the top myself, and we see how tough that is, or we just eventually we find some help in normalizing late night sports talk. I think it's a great thing. And, we need to get it in as many cities and in as many ears as possible, with as many voices as possible. I don't want to be the voice. I don't want it to be me. I wouldn't be doing it if someone else was up here and talking to you guys doing it well, and I could listen, because if I could listen, that would be ideal for me. But feel free to like and subscribe, guys. We're on YouTube. We're on Instagram. Again, we're going to hit some college football games up this year. Go hit up TikTok, guys. Go hit up X. We're on all of them. Go check them all out, guys. It would mean the world to me if you subscribed and you join what we're working on. I know it's unique, it's different. I'm not your traditional sports personality, but we're going to grow and we're going to figure it out together. I'm not going to stop until late night sports talk is normalized, guys. And it's going to be a long process, no matter how much I have to learn and cram into my head. But we're going to do this like we belong. We're going to make sure that we act like we belong. Everyone in this industry is amazing. They put so much hard work into what they do. Again, I've said it before, a lot of these guys, and this is why I'm going to probably do it. And I'm going to really I'm going to dive into this in the next day or two for sure. Maybe even during this stream, I'm going to do a lot of brainstorming, because we're going to write our script for Wednesday's episode. But besides that, we're going to dive into the framework on how this might work, because I think that no matter what, while I love my late night sports talk, and this may be something that I do on this channel, might be something I move to the personal channel, or something that gets its own channel. I don't know. But it's more of I would love to take away the sports from all these sports personalities, people, athletes. They're all people, no matter what. Athletes, journalists, sports broadcasters, fans. They're all people, and I think every one of them deserve their input on like the real life input and the mental health and the aspect of being in these industries. Only getting a week or two off every year and having to travel to city, or having to be underneath these expectations or in front of the camera. Some of these people understand the stress that comes with this stuff, and maybe to me it's because I jumped into it and I'm taking everything in at once, and it feels like information overload at times. But it also would be cool to just see how people also approach that and how they handle that, and how they step away from it or how they control it. It would be a good way to push aside the mic, push aside the football, push aside the camera, and just see the person that makes that side run. Because there's so many great journalists and broadcasters in this industry, and no one knows the human side of these guys. No one knows about the families or the kind of persons they are, people they are in their community, or the people they are in their families or in their friendships that they have. No one knows how great these people are, other than they're just a name who writes an article, or they're a name that hops on a screen, and sport, or they're just a name that wears some pads and goes out and plays for a few years. They deserve to be treated like humans, and I think they deserve to have their voices heard from a more human perspective. Again, that would be showing something that would take some real vulnerability, and to get that kind of vulnerability out of people with how small and how unknown we are would take a big step up from someone to really give us that chance, to really give us that kind of vulnerable type vibe or that type interview that we're looking for. It would be a laid back, but also, you got to open up kind of thing. While we can talk about sprinkle in the sports in there if you need, it would be more about the person. And I think that would be a great thing to dive into. Here again, if you guys are joining, guys, I see that there's a few more of you on YouTube, and there's a few more of you watching. Let me just show you who I am real quick. I'm Cody Chapa with StillUpSports. We're trying to normalize late night sports talk. We talk about the Denver Broncos. We talk about combat sports. We talk about anything. The Broncos may be our bread and butter, but we talk about everything. And we talk about anything you want. So you tell us what to talk about, and we address it. That's how it goes here, because there's late night sports fans that are neglected, and you deserve it. Hey, sweetheart. We got a cat over here, guys. She's relaxing. But if you're watching, guys, let me know what you're thinking. If you have anything on your mind, feel free to comment. Let me know. I would love to know how you guys are doing. I put out some feelers. We had Jay Weaver on earlier from Orange and Blue Network, Mile High Outcast. That was awesome. Jay always is such a vibe. We brought this picture up for Jay just because he's awesome. And it's our guy, Jonah Coleman, rocking the I love Jay Weaver, because we all love Jay Weaver. And I think that we all love Jay Weaver. So Jay's awesome. He's been so supportive and hopped on so many shows, willing to jump on shows. So that's kind. And I'm just grateful to have so much support from so many people. Yeah, Jay's awesome. He's a cool guy. He's a dad. This is the thing. I would love to interview Jay and push all the sports aside, and ask him about like being a father, being a cat dad, work or life, the early beginnings of the sports fan that led him into wanting to talk about it, why he wants to talk about sports. To a lot of us, sports is therapy, and talking about sports is therapy. And I think that, whether it's on this platform or something, we can create something where it's a more vulnerable state where we talk to everyone in this industry in a more human level, and we get to know, the person behind the reporter, the person behind, the player, the person behind the broadcaster or analyst, I think that there would be a fun way to look at that, and you can sprinkle in the ball talk in there, but you can also celebrate and enjoy a more human aspect to talk about the mental health or the the burdens and also the growth and the progress and the things you learn from these situations. Yeah, you or Jay should collaborate on that. That'd be awesome. Jay would be awesome. Jay's a cool guy. And I appreciate Jay because whenever Jay comes on, I think he truly tries to stay on as long as possible. And he's been supportive. I appreciate everyone that's been supportive. And guys, we are almost at hour 6. So get ready to hit the air horn. If you're not ready for an air horn, get ready. Because we are 10 seconds from an air horn, all right? So get yourselves ready for the air horn. Because we're about 6 hours in. We're trying to get to 125 in the stream. So try to like and subscribe if you can. We're just trying to normalize late night sports talk. Here we go. Awesome. You guys are awesome, guys. We're here for 6 hours already in, and we got 18 to go. Not one bit intimidated because we know that this is a chance to prove that we are still up. To me, still up isn't. It's not about the channel. It's not about the show. The meat on the bone is the time period. And owning the time period, and that's why we go for 2 hours most of the time late night by myself. But in the future, I want this to go for 4, or if it were to be a 2-hour show, it needs to have a lot more packed into it. That's a lot more, a lot more eventful. But besides that, we're going to try to eventually make this like 3 or 4 hours because we can drop exclusive, content in it as well as interviews in it. And I want to film interviews with people, even if I have to do it when they're awake. We can just film it and record it and don't have to do it live. I would love to do some interviews with people and not do it live. We just record it on their time, so then I can air it during the show. Because I want to take this show, and while we go from at least 1:30 to 3:30 a.m. every night. Mountain time, we go for 2 hours. I would like to make it a 3 or 4 hour show still, because I think there's so much you can jam pack in there, and it can serve as almost like an early morning show to those who are waking up too. But I just really think that it's a fan base that it's an underserved group of people. They deserve it, and they don't get the love. Sports fans don't get the love for all the effort that they put into supporting a team. And the ones that support the teams the most, these late night workers, don't even get a chance to enjoy live, engaging, back and forth content. I want to add a call-in line, leave a voicemail type stuff. That would be awesome. What do you think? Leave a voicemail, leave your question on a voicemail and say, what's on your mind. Same with that other channel or show or thing we're going to dive into. We're going to figure that out. It's really sitting on my mind. And if we don't have any guests pop in during these late night hours like we normally are, we damn well just might figure out the backbone of that in these next few hours when we write this stuff down. Because I think that there's something there when it comes to behind the mic type stuff or something like that with these personalities, these athletes, these players, all that, and finding the human side of them. And you can figure out what makes that part tick, what makes the athlete, what makes the reporter, what makes, the analyst, or the journalist. You got to find out the human sides of them, because to you, they're just a name. They're just a name writing an article. They're just a name, on here talking sports. They're not doing anything other than that, and you don't know nothing about them. What are they to their families? What are they to their communities? What are they to their neighbors? No one knows. We just know them as reporters or athletes and stuff. So that'd be fun. But we'll probably be settling in and doing that these next few hours, writing and figuring how we're going to maybe work on something like that. Besides that, guys, again, we're going to write our script for Wednesday's episode, because we are trying to normalize late night sports talk. We got to have a show for Wednesday. This is the time that we would be doing our Monday episode. This is our Monday episode. There's no script right now. That's why if you have any questions, you drop it in. Our script, on these 24-hour shows is really just trying to write meaningful questions and substance and stuff for when we have guests. Besides that, I try to spitball and keep it going with you guys, but it's hard to keep that going sometimes. One thing we're also going to do is we're going to be scheduling and going live right after this. So after 12 hours, we're going to end it and we're going to go right back live. That way we can hopefully it'll be loaded onto YouTube, because that's something we want, is to actually have them on YouTube. And that didn't happen the last 2 times. So that's what we're working on. As it gets later and later into these hours, we may turn off, this light, and it may get a little darker and dimmer. And as we wait for people to pop in or talk, I don't know. We got 2 people who said they'll come on probably in the morning, like Dak and Mario. So we'll see. So we got some stuff going on, guys. So we'll see how that goes. If you have any comments, questions, let me know. And this is a good time, guys. That if you are watching, drop your questions. I got you. Your comments, questions, I got you. I hope you guys are having a wonderful night. I think, guys, I really want to step aside and do something real quick. I think I'm going to step aside and use the bathroom. I'll be right back, guys. How you guys doing? All right, we got 4 of you guys in here right now. I do hope you guys are having a great night. We're going to probably, I almost think I got to hit an intermission because I didn't go to the bathroom. We're going to hit an intermission, go to the bathroom, and we're going to make some food. because after we make some food, we're going to come back up here and we're going to be sitting here for a good few hours. Going to write some stuff. We're going to get some things done. So let me open up the journal. Because we got to get some good questions going for our guest Mario. As I told him, we'll get some good questions, so we'll ask him. All right, guys. If you're watching, go ahead and like and subscribe. I'm going to throw on this intermission screen, okay? So you can just, drop your questions, relax. If you have something to do, go do it, all right? Let me hit this up with you guys, okay? All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. So you guys just settle in, relax. There you go. All right, 6 hours, 10 minutes in. Quick intermission, guys.
I'll talk to you in the morning. I'll take a break. All right, guys, intermission is over. Let me grab my headphone that I left down there. Hope you guys are having a wonderful night. We're back. We're talking sports all night. We're at 109 on YouTube right now. Like, subscribe, comment, guys. We're trying to normalize late night sports talk. Every bit helps.
But yeah, guys. So far it's been a fun show. We've had a fun 24 hours twice already. So why not do it again? So we're like 6.5 hours in. We had Jay already on. That was fun. We spent a whole hour on Jonah Coleman, a little over an hour on Jonah Coleman. It was a very fun time. He could not turn down a Jonah Fest, and who can? Jonah's awesome. We're excited for Jonah. You can be a Jonah fan and still think that JK is going to have a good year, or you don't want JK to get hurt. But history serves that he does. That's not rooting for JK to get hurt. That's just expecting him to get hurt. My neighbors are outside. I know you want to bark at them, huh? You want to bark at people. It's a very barky dog over here. He does not put up with anything, guys. But if you have any comments, questions, let me know. We're probably going to, in the next few hours, ease ourselves into, a period where the chat might be a little dead, and that's okay. We're going to do some writing, and we can do some writing while we sit here. If you guys want to talk anything, you can pop in and say something, and we'll talk some sports. We'll talk whatever. So like we're sitting at 109 right now, and we have a goal of trying to hit 110. Maybe our 7-Eleven guy will subscribe. I know we asked him to last time we saw him. Let's see if he does. But we're at 109, so we're 16 away from our goal. But either way, the real goal is just to be up at this time and prove that we're still up. But by doing it for a third time, we're undoubtedly establishing ourselves as the 24-hour kings of Broncos and in general late night sports talk. So I think we're doing pretty good, guys. Yeah, almost 6.5 hours in. So that's pretty impressive, right? Let me put some stuff down. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here in the room. So pop this open. I'm right here. And so if you do see me, like if I do mute the mic, that's probably because I'm going to be having something to eat or something. Let's double check everything's make sure everything's working good. It is good. Audio's fine. All's working well. So do me a favor, guys, and like, comment, subscribe. We're trying to normalize late night sports talk here at StillUpSports. And I guess I'm gonna mute the mic. I'm gonna eat something. Enjoy watching me eat. if you're joining right now, I'm having a little bite to eat. So, I'm muting the mic, but I'm still here. Drop your questions below. I'm going to create a banner right now. There you go. Now you guys know what I want from you. As I'm eating here, feel free to comment. While I mute the mic while I eat, feel free to comment. But yeah, guys, so that was fun talking to Jay for that time. That was awesome. I sent some feelers that we're going to keep asking more people to pop on this one and then our next one as well. And then next thing you know, we're back into the season, or at least we're back covering things. We only got like 8 weeks until football's back. So I'm going to look right now because I'm trying to find something fun we can do when it's slow like this. So I'm going to see if I can find us something fun to do. You guys are having a wonderful morning. It is about 2:03 a.m. Mountain Time, guys. Feel free to pop in. Drop your questions, comments below. Make sure that you like, subscribe, comment. All that helps, guys. Yep. We got the old lady cat hanging out with us, guys. We're getting into the late hours. Normally, this is when we would have a show and we'd be doing with our scripts and stuff. But we are actually in the middle of a 24-hour stream. So that means the show just goes on unscripted, because what we do have to do is keep getting some good questions together for when Mario pops on. Because we got to keep getting better at asking people and interviewing people these questions. And my neighbors are having fun out there. The neighbors are, even at 1 in the morning, are having quite a blast outside. So we're just gonna sit here, and for about another hour, what we'll do is we'll be sitting here engaging a little more. If people are here, we're gonna still be checking it. But besides that, we're gonna jump over and start just doing some writing. And then if we do some writing and there's no one in the chat, I'll just probably mute the mic, and I'll be watching, a few things, getting a few stuff done. Again, guys, if you're joining us, we normally do late night sports talk Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We cover the Broncos. We cover everything else. During the regular season, we're going to be doing watch logs. Those are going to be fun. So just stay tuned on everything that's coming up with this channel and everything else. But if you got any comments, stuff you want to engage with, come on. I obviously can't just speak the whole time for 24 hours. So that's why when there's no one engaging, you'll see me just mute the mic. So then that way I can just get a few things done. But like right now, we're just eating, having a little snack. The cat wants some. She wants to have some. So, see? She wants a little snack. But yeah, so we're gonna work on our Wednesday script, as well as probably spend an hour or two writing some stuff. That's probably a good thing for us to do. Stuff while we're here. Oh, she has a lot to say. Sweet lady. Oh, very vocal lady. She's got stuff to say. Sweet lady. Sweet little lady. Sweet little lady. Oh, yeah, excuse scratchies. Yeah, guys, so what we're doing is we're going for 12 hours, then we're going to end the stream and go right back on for 12 more. That way we can at least have it uploadable. That way we can have this stuff on screen, at least so if people want to go back, they can. So I think that's a fun thing that we'll do in the future. So once we hit the 12-hour mark, we're going to jump in, end it, and then start it and go for another 12. So, just stay tuned. Yep, she's just a happy lady now. So if you guys are joining, make sure that you're here with us in the future. Like, comment, subscribe. All that helps, guys. We're going to be starting to write our script, or at least a few. First, we're going to get a few good questions down to ask Mario, and maybe a few for Dak. Besides that, we're going to write our script for Wednesday. That way we can have it already done. That would be nice, right? That way that's something less we can do. So then the next day or so, we can just catch up on our sleep when we go. Because, we work tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow. Well, it's now Monday. So we work Tuesday. And we're not going to be done till Monday, late afternoon, like 6:30, 7:30 at night. So we still got another good bit of time to go, guys. So we ain't stopping anytime soon. So that's the point. We're gonna keep going, and I'm looking into something, so I may end up do something fun for us, at least something to keep you guys entertained as well. But yeah, so right now, if you have anything, drop it below. Let me know. We'll address it. Besides that, like, comment, subscribe. Let me open you guys up real quick. We're sitting at 109 on YouTube, guys. So go ahead and subscribe. Help us at 110, because we're aiming for 125 this stream. So we're only 16 away. Let's just keep going and keep mowing and chugging along. And next thing you know, we're going to be at 125, this is awesome. We're going to normalize something pretty great here. So it just takes one sub, one stream at a time. And we did a great interview with Jay earlier. We got some good stuff in. I'm pretty sure that in the morning and in the afternoon today, we're going to get the bulk of our interviews. Probably when we're our most tired, we're going to get the bulk of our interviews. So that's going to be even more fun. So, just go ahead, like, subscribe. I got some great ideas for what we're going to do in the channel. I have something else I want to do, on the other side of more in the human aspect of with these reporters and athletes and stuff like that. So go ahead and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you join along with me for this ride on StillUpSports. Let me show you the page real quick. This is us. We're at 109. Currently, you see our late night shows right there. Our UFC watch parties, we've done 2. We were going to do one yesterday, but we worked overtime because we're going to we wanted to fund and pay for some college football games. So, just go ahead and subscribe. It really helps. We're getting closer and closer to 500. That's our big goal. So let's just keep going. Besides that, we're on X, we're on TikTok, we're on Instagram, so we're on all of those platforms, guys. Go check them out. Again, you see me rocking the Goonsville. Goonsville's with me all the time. We're rocking this Goonsville for the first half of the stream, and then we're going to flip over to a different Goonsville shirt for the second half of the stream, just to rock Goonsville the whole way. But yeah, feel free to check it out, guys. You never know who's rocking Goonsville. Petros' family. The man's awesome. I look up to him and his work ethic that he puts into his own business. I truly try to do my best with replicating that kind of energy and putting that kind of level of effort into this. So, much love to Petros and Goonsville, but go check them out. Come subscribe to us because we're going to get Petros on the show at one point. We tried to get him on that one time, and his phone and the internet just said no. It was not working with us. So we're going to do it again, and we're going to make sure he gets his own segment, his own show. It's all going to be about Goonsville that day. It'll be a full-on goon pod. Maybe we'll do an exclusive Goonsville pod, only goons. That would be awesome. Just get all the goons on. Imagine having all the goons on, just goons. That'd be pretty cool. There's some legit goons out there. It'd be cool to get them just Goonsville on. That'd be sick. Me, Petros, we can get Van on, we get like Rolling Stones, Jesse on. I'd love to get all the goons on. That'd be an awesome pod. Just collab all together and talk sports. That'd be sick. Or besides that, I told Petros when I'm in Denver, I would love to go on a Goonsville hike, man. Let's get all the goons together, go for a hike. Because if there's one thing I want for my birthday, I want to go hiking, man. I don't have a car when I'm out there. I'm traveling out there. I'm flying out there. So I'm like, man, I don't know where I'm going and stuff. So I would love to for someone that knows these trails and stuff. I want to go hiking for my birthday. That'd be sick. I'd love to go hang out with you guys. It'd be fun. Besides that, I'll be in Denver for 2 weeks. So that's going to be awesome. Yeah, we're creeping up on hour 7 right now. So we're getting ready to hit that air horn for celebrating our 7th hour. We've gone up 2 subs in the last day. We've gotten one in this stream from our awesome guy at the Supercharger pod. That was awesome. So, we're just trying to get ourselves up to 125, hopefully, for this stream. Again, we just trying to normalize late night sports talk, guys. Normalizing late night sports talk is big because then the fan like you and me who was up at this time can engage and talk sports. Well, I'm not. I can't talk sports 24/7 when I'm sitting here for 24 hours unless you guys keep the ball rolling with questions. So until then, that's why at times it may be slow. I may mute. I may be writing. That's because we got stuff to plan for and get stuff done. But I'm going to be here on this one for 12 hours. And then as soon as we hit the 12-hour mark, we're going to immediately cut it in and start for another 12 hours. That way YouTube will let us post both of them. That would be the plan. So just stay tuned for that. But yeah, so we'll probably, once we hit another 8 minutes, once we hit hour 7, we will mute it and then we'll start writing. So if you guys are here, this is your chance to pop in and talk right now.
Hope you guys are having a great night. Thank you for rocking with us. We have some great guests lined up. We had a great guest already, which was Jay. Jay always coming in clutch, just ready to support. Dude's awesome. I'm slowly learning to get better with this producing and talking on screen and talking to other people. The only way we can keep going and learning is just, here getting the first-hand experience. So that's what we're doing. Meow. Yeah. What? Hi. You got a lady right here. What? What is these little meows for? Cranky lady, what's those meows for? Huh? Yeah, she's a sweet lady. She's just cranky. She gets cranky. She just wants to relax and do her thing. Hope you guys having a great night, wonderful morning, depending on where you're at and what time it is for you, or what you're doing. You know, it is currently 2:26 a.m. Mountain Time. So if you're with us right now, thank you so much. And normally we talk Denver Broncos and late night sports talk of any kind, but especially, you know, Denver Broncos and late night sports talk. Damn, I'm gonna miss the DMVR pod because I'm gonna be doing this. I'm sure I can listen in. Still, I can listen, so that's cool. Because that's the pod that we're fans of. Like we're legitimate diehards. We're fans for them. We love DMVR. DMVR is awesome. You know. Yep. All right. If you guys are still watching, feel free to comment, like, subscribe. We're gonna get some writing done. Okay. All right. Good. We are 7 hours in. Guys. We're just about almost a quarter or something way there. We're getting there. We're working our way there. This was the easy part. You know, now we just got to keep going and going. There's a lot to get done, so we'll just see what we can get done and how we get it done in what order. Hey, buddy. We'll go tomorrow. We'll go on a walk tomorrow, not right now. Go lay down with your mama. Go lay down. Guys. Oh, he's excited. He's growled up. The dog's excited, guys. let's pull this one up. Here you go. That one's good. Go ahead and drop comments, questions, in the chat. Let me know what is on your guys' mind if you're here. Robot. Welcome to the Robot Show. Welcome to the Robot Show. We talked you to call in for 3 hours straight. Sorry, guys. Had to get off my chest. What about...
Hello. Hello. I don't know.
Hello. Watch the voice. Hello. Hello? Ducking. What is ducking? What is that supposed to do to the audio? That's a weird one. Yeah, megaphone. And on today's game, in 1942, yada, 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 yada. Okay. Chimes, yeah, I forgot. We got the robot, the rim shot, the sensor, the voice disguise. And then we go back here, we got some basic ones like that late night music, the trombone. We got the trombone. Pause. Got the air horn. You got crickets for when we're not even funny. And then the record scratch. So when we're being extra crazy. What? What up? Sweet mama girl. We're hanging out together, aren't we? We're hanging out together. You just want to be famous? You just want to be famous? She's just trying to be famous, guys. She just wants to be famous. The sweet old lady. Yeah. Yep. Sweet old lady kitty right here, guys. You can kind of see her. You can kind of see her behind the little banner right there. So if you guys are watching right now, we're trying to reach 125 in the next, we're 7 hours deep in this 24-hour stream. So let's try to get closer up there. If not, 115 would be cool. We're just trying to grow a little bit more each stream. So let's do our best to get these subs in. Like, comment, subscribe, guys. Drop your questions and comments below. That helps too. You know, so all of those. Let's see. All right. We got our cat right here. He just wants love. We give him some attention. Sweet boy. My little Apollo. My little Apollo. What you doing, son? You behaving yourself? But yeah, guys, if you guys are joining us right now, my name is Cody Chapa. You know, we normally do these shows Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 1:30 a.m. Mountain Time. And we talk Broncos, but we also talk all sports. You know, we're just trying to normalize late night sports talk in our own little weird way because we're the only ones doing it. And we're trying to shape and normalize this being a concept. So if you're really interested in helping us keeping this going, go subscribe. It really helps. We are on YouTube and X right now, so feel free to drop in if you're watching. I'm going to step aside real quick off camera. Watching. We're almost 7.5 hours in. We're just going to be writing, okay? So if you have something to say, drop it. If not, I'm going to be right here. Hey guys, if you're just joining right now, welcome on to StillUpSports. We're trying to normalize late night sports talk. Welcome in. I'm Cody Chipa, your host. If you have any questions, drop them in. We're just writing our script for our Wednesday episode, as well as we're writing some questions down for when we get Mario Vitanzi from Altitude Adjustment on. Besides that, we're going to have Dak from Orange and Blue on at one point, so that's going to be fun. Who knows who's going to show up? We're just going to keep chugging along. We're at 109 on YouTube, so feel free to pop in and subscribe. It'd be awesome. Awesome to have you. So feel free to subscribe. If you got questions, let me. You guys having a wonderful night. I know I keep seeing, there's only one of you in here right now, but feel free to pop in and keep talking. We're here. We'll talk sports. We'll talk whatever you want. So, like, comment, subscribe. Drop your comments, questions below. Hope you guys having a wonderful night. If you're here, drop your comments, questions. Hope you're doing well. Oh man, it took practice. The first stream almost really did me in. It took practice. Great sleep. What it takes though, like my like 3-4 big tips is a huge night's rest before. Wake up, get whatever like a few tasks you have to do, done, and then just go right back to bed. Take a small nap before doing it, because that's what I did. I slept in today, and then I also got up, did a few things, and then I just jumped in and I took another nap right before, so it helped. I'm just on that grind, the 500, man. You know how that grind is. The 500 can be. Those first few subs, man. Those first few hundred, you got to really earn them, man. That's all I'm doing. I'm earning it. I had Jay Weaver on earlier. We just talked Jonah Coleman forever. We glazed Coleman the whole time, basically. It was awesome. Yeah. I'm just hustling. 24 hours to 125, we're at 110. So I just noticed that. So, you guys are awesome. Yeah, no, so we're just chasing 125. We talked Coleman. I'm gonna have Mario from Altitude Adjustment. I'm gonna have him on in the morning. So I'm getting together some questions about Pat Bryant and Andre Tillman. Because Jay got to glaze on Jay Glazer. Jay got to glaze on Coleman for over an hour, and our point with Coleman is that you can be excited for Coleman without necessarily it come, because people think that you can root for Coleman and that means you're rooting for JK to get hurt, or that you don't want RJ to have a good second year, and that's not even true. It's just history shows JK is going to get hurt, and a lot of us think that RJ would be best fitted as that permanent RB2 role. Some of us are just a little higher on Jonah Coleman, but that doesn't necessarily mean we want something to happen to JK. Just because we're high on Coleman does not mean we want that. We just expect JK to get banged up, not because we want to, but because history shows it's going to happen. And Jay had a great point. Ideally, we want Coleman to go down. We would like JK to go down early so he can be back for the playoffs, because he was this close to being back for a playoff run. And imagine if, even if he did go down, imagine if we were to have him going into the playoffs. That would be great. But I think no matter what, this is JK's last year on this team. So people need to get ready to say goodbye one way or another. But I appreciate it, man. You're awesome. I love the content you make, man. You and so many other creators, you guys are really like in the numbers. Your guys' thing when it comes to just like next year's draft class, or the stats about this guy on third down or stuff. You guys know your guys' stuff. So I'm just tiny walking amongst you giants, and I'm just trying to do my best. So I appreciate it. Again, Broncos country and Broncos media, you guys have been nothing but kind and supportive. Yeah, it's been so tough this off season. Yeah, and see, for me, I'm just trying to learn how to do everything. I don't even have any, like, a lot of my thumbnails are generic as shit. But I'm lucky that I got a good picture at the UFC event down by the T-Mobile. So that's going to be at least my thumbnail for when I do UFC streams. But I don't have no actual, don't know how to make thumbnails yet. There's a lot of stuff I'm learning. I just downloaded Discord the other day. I've never even used it my whole life. So I can, because David brought me in onto the Discord chat. And so you guys are such in the numbers guys. You guys are awesome. For me to try to do it the way you guys do it it's not going to be like that. I can't be as good as you guys do with that stuff. I'm just going to continue to do it the best way I can. We all do it in our own ways. And, this late night format, it's going to get better when I actually have a base that's big and comfortable. But the point is growing the base, even if it's small. And the last few weeks, a lot of my subs have been people that have been literally exclusively have told me they're up late at night. So that made me feel good about it. And hopefully towards the season, Broncos Europe can get up and running again, because I really want to do some stuff with them and cater to them and to their crowd as well. But it just starts with growing the base. Some people thought there wasn't much of a base with it being so late, but I think there is. It takes time, and it takes time to normalize it in general. Absolutely. I worked in Texas Roadhouse, and then I worked at Applebee's. And then got fired during COVID here because of the layoffs when the shutdowns happened. And I was a dishwasher at both of them, and I did food prep at Applebee's as well. And I'd always get off at midnight. And even what I do now, retail on Vegas Strip, man, I'm still getting off at midnight. So then I'm up till like 3, 4, 5 in the morning. And I just didn't have no fix. Like, I love all your guys' shows. I love every bit of with a lot of these other Broncos, even the more mainstream Broncos stuff, like DMVR and them. I love what they do. I just wish that people were up talking at this time of night, because then I wouldn't even be doing it, and I would just be listening. But I was like, something's got to happen. Yeah. Texas Roadhouse was okay. It didn't pay good. Applebee's didn't pay good either. Neither were that great. They were okay. I mean, I liked being a dishwasher though, because both places they would let me just throw a headphone on, and they just let me zone out. And then it's because I was that good as a dishwasher. I just knocked out. And anytime I'd come into either, there'd be 3 or 4 hours dishes piled up, because it's up to the manager before I would come in to get them done, and the managers would not get them done. So then there would be like 3 or 4 hours piled up, and it would take me an hour to knock it all out. But all they would do is they would just see me, they would just let me put one earbud in. I'd prop my phone up, so I'm always watching. Back then, I was watching the Mile High Huddle, Huddle Up podcast, Chad Jensen, Zach Kelberman. That was my OG Broncos podcast lore, besides like the original Broncos podcast that you see out there with like Eric Delilah and last year Lisa Hernandez. But just that's what I originally got into Broncos media from, the Broncos media channel, those kind of people. I was a back of the house guy. Absolutely. I loved back of the house because we got our food for free. Front of the house had to pay for their food, or at least half of it. I always made friends with the bartender. I would go out when it got time to start like cleaning up towards the end of the night. I was always so good with my dishes, so there was never I would get those things done, and to the point where it would be bare, and it would take an hour for the servers to even load it up with anything. So I would keep it so clean and good that I could start my cleaning early. And what I would do is I'd go over to the bartender and I'd grab her, her non-slip mats and all that. I would take it all out to the back. I'd hose them down for her. And almost every night she's either giving me like a 20 out of her tips, or she's making me like an alcoholic milkshake to take with me when I clock out, or she's making me like a cocktail or something to take when I leave. She was always hooking me up. So I learned as a dishwasher to make friends with both sides, front and back, because I made friends with the chefs, because if I wash their stuff, if I prioritize their pots, pans, whatever, they'd go extra, like my food, because they stack it up with extra bacon, cheese, whatever I wanted on my food. So they'd take care of me on the food. But then when it came to helping the servers and helping the bartender, the bartender would throw me drinks and stuff. The servers, I just wanted them to not stack the damn ramekins in like this, when there'd just be like 50 of them stacked on like a little tower with all these sauces in between. It'd be such a pain. I just hate that, because the whole point of being a dishwasher and having the dishwasher set up is so it's fast and efficient. And when you give me a stack of 50 or 100 ramekins like this, I have to pull them all apart. That takes up my time. If they're already pulled apart, I can just spray it, throw it, instead of having to pull them all apart and then spray in each one, then run it through the machine. Oh man, honestly, I liked being a dishwasher, because I would just listen to the podcast, I'd watch sports, I'd have one earbud in, and all my servers or all my
chefs or the managers, they would see when I'm really in the grind, and they'd know like I would have my Mountain Dew and I'd have my water. And if they saw one of them getting low, they'd switch it out. So I'd always have a cold Mountain Dew and a cold water right there in the dish pit. Man, I almost want to do dishes right now. That's crazy. I liked being a dishwasher. It's just, and both never paid, and it wasn't that great. But I liked being a dishwasher. I was so bummed because a few months ago, Lindsay from DNVR was posting that they needed a dishwasher, and I told her, I would love to be a dishwasher for DNVR, just because I would be in Denver, because that's my goal, is to hopefully move to Denver in the next year or two with this channel. But I would love to just be a dishwasher again, as long as I know I'm getting paid decent, because I like being a dishwasher. It was an honest job. If it pays good, it's good. If the hours are good, it's good. If it's a good environment, it's actually not bad. I loved every single server, every single chef that I ever worked with at either restaurant. The managers were always assholes at times, but besides that, it's the people that, I loved my coworkers, because we're all stuck in that grind together. I made it easier on them by trying to be the best dishwasher I could be, though. No one thinks about it that way, though. You just got to take some of the weight off your coworkers' shoulders at times. But yeah, guys, so we're at 110 on YouTube. We're trying to reach 125, so we're about 15 away on our slow goal to 100. Yeah, alcohol is the currency of the kitchen. Absolutely. Yeah, I'd like to be in the back of the house guy, though. What sucks about being a back of the house guy is you're stinky. You're stinky when you're a back of the house guy. I think you know what I'm talking about. But you're stinky, and especially being a dishwasher, at least once a shift, you end up with water in your shoe, and it sucks. And why you're stinky as a dishwasher. And what sucked about being a dishwasher at Applebee's is they also made you clean the bathrooms. I had to wash the bathrooms and stuff. If I was a day shift dishwasher, which that was only once a week, you have to actually go out and power wash the parking lot and shit. And Applebee's took advantage of you as a dishwasher. I did dishwashing food prep. So I would prep ribs, I'd cut celery, stuff like that. And the food prep came on after. At Texas Roadhouse, I started out as a busboy, and then I started getting into dishwashing. Had I stayed with Texas Roadhouse, I would have gotten into the butchery part, where because they receive their meat at Texas Roadhouse in full slabs, and they have a butcher that's employed at each restaurant that does the cutting themselves. And that's because Texas Roadhouse puts out their steaks and stuff for sale when you walk into it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, Applebee's. I loved my coworkers, though. I had a coworker named Joe. We still follow each other on Facebook, but he lives all the way. And so I worked at Tropicana in Fort Apache, that Applebee's. That's where I worked. And I for the last few years, and even when I worked there, I lived on Sahara, Maryland. I live in the Sahara, Maryland Parkway area. So, and I took the bus. So it's 2 hours there, 2 hours back every day. So about 4 hours of commuting just for all that crap. So I did my part. And now I'm doing part-time and making less money because I want to put as much time as I can into this channel. So that's why I'm just, going nonstop. And that's why the 24-hour streams is because one, with monetization down the line, I want these 24-hour streams just to be for charity. I would love for these 24-hour streams. Like I would love in the future to, like I was telling Jay, I would like maybe next off season, a bunch of us creators can do a 24-hour stream where we take shifts and rotate. So like there's like so many personalities rotating in and out. That'd be kind of fun because we all could take an hour shift, a 2-hour shift to rotate out. That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, 4-hour commute is nonsense. Yeah, it was 2 hours there, 2 hours back. Because I would take the Sahara bus up to Fort Apache and then Fort Apache to Tropicana. And then to come home, I would take the Tropicana bus to Maryland Parkway and then the Maryland Parkway bus up Sahara. Then I would take the Tropicana bus to Maryland and Maryland up to Sahara. And then I'd walk up from up Karen technically to get there. But yeah, no, it's comical. I hated it. That part sucked. Again, just love my coworkers though. Sometimes you get some, coworkers in restaurants that aren't that fun, but you find some real ride or die ones. But I've got a coworker named Joe. He's a Eagles fan, and we still talk online, but we don't ever hang out. But me and Joe tried to hang out for a few years, but it just work never allowed after. And then after trying to make plans for so many times, we just stopped like trying to, because he probably felt like they kept falling through every time. But I'm going to try and hang out with Joe again. I know he's subscribed, and I know that he wants to hang out. There's so many Eagles fans that I know out here, like my neighbors right here, Rob and Lakeisha. They're great. No, I appreciate it, man. I tried. No, I'm lucky because I ride my e-scooter, and I can get from my house, my front door, into the front door at my work now in 5 minutes, as long as I don't get stuck waiting for the crosswalk at the light on Sahara. So there's that. Guys, while you're here, let me just do something. You're here with me right now. Go check me out on YouTube, but also I have a personal YouTube. Come check us out. We're at 35 subs. Don't know what's going to fully happen with that, but I have a cool idea for a show, and it may happen on the personal channel. It may happen on Still Up. It may end up being its own channel, but it's going to be a real kind of like a podcast style interview thing where we kind of not just talk to like creators, but like former players, former coaches, people in media, and it's more like putting down the mic, putting down the stuff like that, and doing more of a inside of you type thing. I'm a big fan of Michael Rosenbaum, if you know who he is. He was Lex Luthor on Smallville. He has his own show called Inside of You, where he talks to actors and stuff, and it kind of understands like the mental health or just the struggle that goes into what they go through of being an actor and stuff like that. And I would love to do something similar, where it more about like knowing the struggle that goes into being a content creator, or not just that, but the anxiety or the stress, or sometimes the goals, but also like where this ideas came from these people, what made them get into it. Love to get to know the people, because everyone, to all of us, you're just another creator, whoever you are, on the screen, whether you're a reporter or just an analyst, or if you're a former player or whatever, you're just a name who did something, and no one knows the person behind the name of what they did. And I would love to do a more intimate setting thing. And I think what I would do is I have a person that I think I would start that off with one person to interview first, but that would be a real like laid back, kind of have to it would be a environment that requires, kind of a opening up and being more honest with some stuff, But but this is my personal channel, guys. Go check it out. I would love to have you guys over there. Who knows what I'm going to do over there? I might go history. I might talk politics. I might talk anything over there. But yeah, go check it out. I'd really appreciate it. Besides that, Still Up is, of course, we are on X. Go check us out on X. We're on TikTok. Go check us out on TikTok. And then, again, Instagram. So we're on all these platforms, guys. X, Instagram, TikTok, whatever. So feel free to pop by. I appreciate you, Kodiak Broncos, popping in. You're welcome on my show whenever you would like, man. I don't know if you're still listening, but you're always welcome on. I think I sent you a message a few weeks ago letting you know you're always welcome, but you're always welcome on. And we're at 110, guys, so we're getting closer and closer to our goals. We're just sitting here at almost, what is 3:25 a.m. Mountain Time. So if you're up right now, thank you so much for being here. We got some guests lined up. We got some cool stuff planned for tomorrow. It's going to be a busy show. And to think we're only creeping up on 8 hours into this. And lots coming, guys, so stay tuned. Yeah, we got the kitty cat. We do have a kitty cat right here, my tuxedo boy. Apollo Creed. Apollo. Lalo. Mahalo rewards points. Come here, kitty cat. Yeah, sweet boy. But yeah, guys, so we're chasing 125. So you see us sitting here at 110. Now, Kodiak Bronco, you're awesome, man. You've put some amazing work out.
I love what you guys do. You are one of those guys like nitty gritty stat guys. You guys know it all. You guys are awesome, and I love everything you guys do. Whether it's like your draft stuff, you guys know ball, and I'm just a tiny little show trying to walk amongst all of you giants. So you guys are awesome. I appreciate the follow back as well on X, man. You're awesome. Been watching your stuff for a while, man. Sucks we didn't get to hang out when you lived here in Vegas, but maybe if I move to Colorado, we can hang out and get some stuff done. It'd be cool. Do some collabs in person. You're a true ball knower, though, man. You got off-season predictions, man. You got, you do yours. You get into it every day with some thorough posts and stuff. But you really are in it every day. So, as someone who's new to creating, I see the volume that you guys tend to put out, and it's just truly impressive. Go check out Kodiak Broncos, guys. We'll pop open Kodiak Broncos real quick. Okay, there he is. Oh, we weren't even subscribed on still. We're subscribed on the personal, but at least, boom, there we go. He's almost at 2K, guys. That's crazy. But no, go check out Kodiak, man. He has some great content. He does Horsepower Hour. David, Markey, Jeremy, great guys. I think that's true. But no, Kodiak, you do some great content, man. I love the bucket hat. The little fisherman hat, awesome. But no, we love his work. Watch it for a while. I love your logo too. It's a great logo. Yeah, go give Kodiak Broncos some loves, guys. So go check them out. We appreciate you popping in, man. I'm guessing that sub was you that got us to 110. Up, guys. By the way, we are here at 8 hours in. Eight hours in, guys. We're 8 hours in the 24-hour stream. It's going to be fun. We're going to keep going. The final bit of this stream is probably going to be tough because that's going to be when these guests come on. Mario's going to keep us on our toes. Yeah, that's why we're trying to get together some good stats and stuff and some good questions with Mario popping on. I'm up late night too. Service industry does that, absolutely. It's been so tough this off season. I feel it, man. They've barely made moves this off season. Yeah, I can barely do 1 hour at this point. To me, an hour goes by so fast. Maybe that's just me and the ADD. I just can't sit still, and I need to go longer and just distract my brain. All right, well, we are 8 hours in, guys. Thank you, Kodiak Bronco, for popping in. Thank you for subbing and following back. I appreciated you. I gave you a sub right now on with the personal page. I thought I already was following on the personal page, but I mean, I was following on I was subbed on the personal page. I thought I was subbed on the Still Up page, but I wasn't, so I just did. So it's hard to manage subs on both pages. But I'm going to mute this, guys. I'm going to keep writing, okay? Right on. Thank you, guys. Well, yeah, guys, if you're just joining, make sure you like, subscribe. We're writing our script for Wednesday's episode. And then we're also trying to get some good questions about Andre Tillman and Pat Bryant. So when Mile High Mario Vitanzi comes on, we'll have some good questions for him. Besides that, we can expect Dak from Orange and Blue Network. He's going to come on. We had Jay Weaver for over an hour. We did the Jonah Coleman glaze hour. So we just glazed Jonah Coleman for an hour. It was beautiful. It was quite a beautiful thing. More beautiful than watching Willie get freed. No one cares about Free Willie when you can just glaze Jonah Coleman for an hour. So it was awesome. If you're watching right now, guys, I'm Cody Chapa, your host for Still Up Sports. We normalize late night sports talk. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 1:30 a.m. Mountain Time is our normal time. Besides that, we will be doing watch-alongs on Sundays and Mondays for football. Saturdays too. But we're also going to be covering like college football the best we can. We're going to be busy this, guys, we're going to be here. Check this out. We will be at UNLV versus Memphis. We will be at UNLV versus Nevada. I worked overtime yesterday just so I can get these tickets. Both UNLV versus Memphis, very cheap, 40-ish after ticket insurance. UNLV versus Nevada, 50-ish, 57-ish after ticket insurance. So a day of overtime kind of covers it, most of it. But so I got those lined up. I wanted to go to UNLV versus North Dakota State, or UNLV versus Cal, or UNLV versus Wyoming. Those were games I really wanted to go to. But I just couldn't swing those tickets because I'm focused on Denver right now. I'm getting me and my mom a ticket for the Broncos Chiefs game November 1st for my birthday. And then I'm still getting a ticket for Broncos Raiders here, which I'm going to aim for the cheaper end on that time. Last year, I got a really good ticket and I was in like section 107 at Allegiant, so very low. This time I'm going to take a cheaper ticket and then I may be a little higher up, but that's fine. Just because I'm focused on my Denver trip where I'm going to be in Denver for 2 weeks. So November 1st to about like November 12th or 13th, I'll be in Denver. And the only things I have planned in that time is the Bronco game. On the 11th, I have a concert at Ball Arena, 3 Days Grace. That, and then besides that, we're going to get a Nuggets and an Avs game in there because I will tell you this. Last year, we got 2 tickets for Broncos Pacers. It was early, like one of the first 10 games of the season. And we got these in the off season before the season begun. And they were like $29 a ticket. So they were up there, very high up there at Ball Arena, but still good tickets. So we're going to try to do that again. And we're going to also try to swing that with an Avs ticket too. So that way, the only thing we'll have planned for that whole time is just Broncos
concert at the end of 3 days grace, and then Avs Nuggets. So that way I have nothing but flexibility and plenty of free space in that time while I'm out there to go visit creators, go make some content with some creators in person, do some interviews. I'm going to go hound a few people or try to get some interviews with some people. I'm really hoping that with the trip to Denver, we can really throw ourselves past 500. Because I would love to get past the whole 500 thing before the season's even over. That way, that's a thing of the past, so I don't have to worry about that, But yeah, guys, so we're going to be at UNLV versus Memphis. That's going to still be a fun game. No lie, UNLV is getting better under Coach Dan Mullen. A lot of people know they got Vontez Perfect on the defensive coaching staff. So if you wonder where Vontez Perfect has been this whole time, these last few years, he has been at UNLV this year. So he's been coaching up and doing some quality control. Kind of crazy. Vontez Perfect doing quality control coaching, right? So keep an eye out for UNLV defenders and see if they're looking a little extra violent. But besides that, UNLV versus Nevada, the Battle of Nevada, that's going to be fun. And it's cool for me because I was just in Reno a few months ago. And when we dropped my cousin off, we went to Reno. And Reno's amazing. It's beautiful. But it's a real rivalry. There's a Reno coach who once had a quote about UNLV, and he said, "There's only two things in this world that are red." He said, "The devil and UNLV." Those are the only two things in the world and they're the devil or UNLV. But yeah, guys, so that's gonna be fun. A little bit of content to gain there. That's fun. Besides that, we've already hit an arena game for content. We've hit a Las Vegas Lights soccer game, for some content. We have hit a Las Vegas Aviators game. We like supporting sports and trying to just go and learn more about them. I'm going to try to get to more UNLV athletics coming up, guys, just to support UNLV. I'm going to try to get it to some UNLV athletics. Besides that, I want to hit an Aces game. Hopefully Aces Fever or Aces Sparks, because I want to see some real stars. So I'd love to see the Fever so we can see, stars like Caitlin Clark, Lexi Hall, Aaliyah Boston, Sophie Cunningham. Those, Fever Aces would be great. If not, Aces and Sparks would be cool. Kelsey Plum, Cameron Brink. Of course, the whole Aces lineup is, filled up with champions, 3-time champions. So I'd love to hit up that. Just trying to get more sports knowledge. And sometimes you can only gain sports knowledge by going and seeing sports and learning more about it firsthand. So I thought this would be fun. Those are the two biggest games I could swing, because I wasn't going to put more money into that because of the fact that we're focused on our Denver trip. Because we still have to pay for a hotel for 12, 13 days while out there, and then besides that, we got to get flights and then spending money, and I'm still getting the Broncos tickets. So and I'm trying to hopefully find a Broncos ticket with an aisle seat for my mother, because she doesn't move around well, and an aisle seat would help with her cane and stuff, trying to stand up and move around. All right, guys. So if you're watching right now, come subscribe if you'd like. We're at 110 on YouTube. I think that was Kodiak. I think. Appreciate you, man. Let's open up X again. Some of these things are running a little slow. Hey, best defenses. I can already tell. Is that what you're talking about? What's in common with those? Nice. Yep. All right. So yeah, guys, go check out Kodiak Broncos again. The man does great work. Him and so many great content creators. They put out stuff with such volume and with such knowledge of players, and they know. I bet they already know. Kodiak probably has a great understanding of this next draft coming up, because the man has such great knowledge. I'm working on Pat Bryant stuff, so I got his stats pulled up, and
we're gonna get a few questions together for Jay, not Jay, for Mario, because Mario's a smart boy, and we're not trying to come in there with some basic stuff. We want to get some good stuff out of him. And yeah, guys, so probably when we hit 12 hours, we're going to sign off and sign right back in. That way we can actually upload these, because we didn't get to upload the first two. It just wouldn't take it. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this in 12-hour increments. So we're going to sign off and sign right back in after 12 hours. Then right now we're only 8 hours in, guys. So we're not even that far in. Hey, sweet lady. So now I got the old lady cat right here. I had my tuxedo boy, and now I have my old lady right here. My son, the tuxedo boy, guys, he's only 4. But she's different. She's an old lady. What? You want to come on my lap? Come here. You want to come here? We send a lap? Hi, sweet lady. She's sweet. Sweet lady. Yeah, guys, I have a cool little background. So soon we won't have this wavy thing. Soon you'll see a cool little background that I had made. It's just something that's kind of neat. I like. But we're waiting on that. But yeah, so if you're watching, drop your comments right there, questions, all that. Besides that, like, comment, subscribe. All that helps. We're at 110, so we're 15 away from our goal, so that's awesome. I'm going to mute this for a second, guys, just because I'm watching some stuff. We're putting together some notes and questions, and I'm not trying to get copyrights, because I'm actually going to post this video after the fact, and I don't want them to catch any audio or stuff in here and then flag it, because I had that happen on one of my streams before. So, just if you got comments, questions, drop it. I'll see it, and I'll immediately I'll immediately unmute it, and I'll answer your question. So let me know. Yeah, guys. So again, comments, questions below. If you have anything you want to, talk about, let me know. We'll do it right now. Normally we have a script and we're talking and we have plans going, but that's because normally these shows go for 2-3 hours a night. Normally they don't go for 24. So I don't have a script plan for this moment. I'm just trying to make sure that we got good questions for when our guests come on. So besides that, I just freestyle in between. And if the chat does end up dead or slow, I just mute it and I just work on this. I got stuff pulled up here. I got this. I got a screen right there if I need to. So, and then at one point or another, we'll go crack a Red Bull, but we're good right now. If anything, we're just yawning because we got this powerful freaking AC vent blowing cold air on us right now. And we may need to throw on a hoodie or a blanket, so we'll see. But right now, if you got questions, just let me know, guys. Something, guys, the sound pad right here, we're going to get, with the sound pad, we're going to get more sounds in here. So you can see all 6 of these are lit up. You can see they're lit up. Now, not all of them are lit up. And now there's a whole section that isn't lit up. So I got room to fit more sounds and audios, and I want to get some cool audios that I could put in there. Some sports themed audios. I don't know how to do that yet, but I'll do it. Maybe some like clips or something, some crazy NFL audio clips or something. But I want something to put there. It'll be fun. If you guys just joining, we're writing our script, and we're writing our script for Wednesday, but we're also getting some questions down for our guests that are going to come on the show. We got the cats hanging out with us right now. Let's see. Here you go. There you go. If you got any questions or comments, drop them in guys. Let me know how you're doing. Hope you're having a wonderful night. Welcome to Still Up Sports. We normally have scripts and we're talking right now, but it's a 24-hour stream. So on 24-hour streams, we just do whatever we want, and we just free flow as we are in between guests. So we had Jay Weaver on earlier, guys. We had Jay Weaver on earlier from Orange and Blue Network, Mile High Outcast. We're gonna have Dak from Broncos Bros. We're gonna have Dak on. That's gonna be pretty cool. And then besides that, guys, we're gonna be having Mario Vitanzi from Altitude Adjustment on in the morning as well. So we're just writing some questions and stuff. So if you're watching right now, drop a comment, go like, subscribe. Come for the sports, stay for the cats. We're just sitting here with the cat. This is my son. Then we got the old lady. We got the old lady right here. She's napping. And then we got my son here on my lap. So we got plenty of animals right here for your guys' entertainment. Yes. He is just napping on his dad's chest. You can hear him purring too. Here you go, guys. But yeah, guys, if you got some comments, questions, just let me know. We're just doing 24 hours again. We're on our quest, you know. You see it right here. 24 hours to 125. We're at 110, 15 away. So I think it's doable, guys. Besides that, I got some cool stuff on my mind that I think we could do in the future that would be pretty fun. So, if you're watching right now, drop your comments or questions. We're just getting some stuff done. We're writing the script for Wednesday, and then besides that, we're just getting some questions for our next guest. That's all. But yeah, feel free to pop in and let me know if you got anything on your mind. Besides that, guys, again, like, comment, subscribe. Every little bit helps, guys. Definitely, drop your comments and questions and below, because we're on our quest, 24 hours to 125. So let me know if there's anything on your mind. Just going to step aside for a second, guys. And let me screw this on. This feels a little loose. 1 second. guys. Hold on, let me double check the audio. Okay, good. Yeah, I was trying to tighten up this mic. It was getting a little loosey-goosey. So we're tightening it up and make sure it's working good. All right. I'm going to step aside for a second, guys. I'll be right back. Hope you guys are having a wonderful morning. It is currently 4:22 a.m. Mountain Time. If you are joining for the first time, this is Still Up Sports. You know, we normalize late night sports talk, starting with your Denver Broncos, but we also cover other sports, guys. You caught us in the middle of a 24-hour stream. We're trying to reach 125. We're slowly reaching we have a goal of 500. If we reach 500, I go skydiving, which would be pretty cool. Besides that, the point is to normalize late night sports talk and get more people interested and at least know that this is an option for them. There's so many sports fans that go neglected, that don't have the option to engage in live sports talk late at night. And it's a shame that they get reruns or have to wait till the morning when they have to be asleep. So, you know, just feel free to pop in, like, subscribe. Any little bit helps, guys. We're trying to normalize late night sports talk, and your help really goes a long way. Thank you. If you guys are watching, we just went 9 hours in. We're just killing it, guys. 9 hours in. We'll go another hour or two without another Red Bull. But if you got comments, questions, let me know. If you got comments, questions, just drop them because I have no problem answering, guys. We're 9 hours in. 9 hours into 24 hours, so we're still going. So just let me know. Okay, guys, we're working on this stuff right now for our interview with Mario. But feel free to comment if you're here, guys. Yeah, comment. Let me know, guys. You got questions. If you guys are just joining me, my name's Cody Chapa. We normally cover late night sports talk, where you caught us in the middle of a 24-hour stream. Normally we go Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 1:30 a.m. Mountain Time. And besides that, we do watch-alongs during the season. That'll be for the Broncos games as well as primetime games. and that's not counting on Saturdays during the season. We're going to be either at a few college football games. I'll pull it up right now. Thank you guys. We're at 111 because you guys. Thank you so much. We're just trying to normalize late night sports talk. Late night sports talk doesn't get normalized unless we're doing it, and then unless you guys are helping. So just by being here, you guys are helping me out so much. Thank you so much for helping me. It's one sub, one stream at a time. I'm just grateful to be just a tiny little show amongst some amazing peers in this, business. We had Jay Weaver from Orange and Blue Network on. That was awesome. We're going to have Mario Vitanzi from Altitude Advantage. That's going to be awesome. We have Dak coming on from Broncos Bros, Orange and Blue Network. Awesome. That's coming up. That's going to be cool. So much cool stuff's coming on. And then besides that, I got some cool plans. There's something down the line that I think that would be a show that would be pretty cool, or something that I would like to do. Whether it's on my show or something, it'd be pretty neat to do. And I would love to strip away the sports side of this stuff and get everyone from players, Broncos personalities, sports personalities, radio personality, journalists, players, coaches, former players, whatever, just anyone in the sports industry. Take away the mic, take away the camera, take away the sport itself, and just get to know what makes these people who they are. Who is the person that travels and goes to wherever the team is every game and reports from them, with them wherever they are. Who is the athlete that does that every week? Who is the journalist that has to cover it? Who is the podcaster or the creator that covers these teams, and what goes into all that? I think that's a little series or something I'd love to do down the line. But we're at 111, so whoever just subscribed, thank you for popping in. If you have comments or questions, I am here. It's a little slow period right now. A lot of people are asleep, so go ahead. If you're not here for long, we're at 24 hours, to 125. You just got us one sub closer. Thank you so much. You see it right here. We're getting closer. So that's awesome. Incredibly grateful, because we just want to normalize late night sports talk. It means the world to me to try to do it. It's a different process. It's going to be a difficult process. Some people told me that it was not a good idea, or that it just doesn't make sense because, it's so late. But I think we can make this work. And the whole point is there's a whole bunch of fans that are wanting to talk and engage in late night sports talk, and they just can't because they get off work at midnight and they are up late, or they get off work super late. And by doing these 24-hour streams, I'm just proving that we are still up, that we are there for those late night fans. I'm showing you guys my commitment to being there for you, the late night sports fan, and I'm trying to show my commitment to getting better, whether it's watching film, studying stats and stuff, or writing scripts, or talking on camera to you guys. I'm getting better and better, and I'm just going to keep trying every day for you guys. So thank you so much for popping in. It means the world to me. If you got comments or questions, let me know. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. There's so many people I would love to have on this show. So many guests that I would love to have on this show and talk to. When I'm in Denver, there's so many people I want to talk to and interview and do stuff with. I have a soft goal of 500 during or at the end of the season. I would just love to get there as fast as possible, because then once that happens, and once we get the views that we need, we can actually start maybe a monetization. And then when that happens, these 24-hour streams can become charity streams, because I would love to donate money to charities and stuff, and raise money for charities, do fundraisers for the show, do some good, because I'm inspired by what kind of good that Tom Grassi, Brandon Perna have done with their streams. And I would love to, there's everyone's doing some amazing stuff when it comes to fundraisers, and I would love to do some good as well, and use my platform to help things that I care about. But besides that, guys, again, my name's Cody Chapa, and I know it says, when you look at my name, some people think it's Cheapa or Chapa, or they say it wrong. It's Cody Chapa, guys. Say it with me. Chapa. Cody Chapa. Cody Chapa with StillUpSports. So if you got any questions, just let me know. Drop them in the comments, and let me know. I know that everyone's doing their own thing right now, but just let me know if you got anything on your mind. We'll cover it. It's not just Broncos; we cover anything. But yes, thank you so much, guys. We're at 111. We're working our way there to 125. We're growing immensely. Thank you so much for the support, guys. I'm just grateful to push and normalize late night sports talk. We've had some great guests, and who knows how many guests and who we're going to get on in the future. I've invited a lot of people, and I'm sure we're going to keep going and seeing how this goes in the future. So just stay tuned. All right, guys, if you're still here with us right now, we are at 5:17 a.m. Mountain Time. If you're joining us, this is Still Up Sports. You see my son right here. He's hanging out with us. That's my boy. He's just hanging out. We're just still up. He's just hanging out with us. If you got any comments, questions, drop them in, guys. Let me know. We are almost at 10 hours in. Once we hit the 10-hour mark, I think we're going to step aside for an intermission or a be right back. We'll step aside for a few minutes, though. Go subscribe on YouTube, guys. We're trying to get the 125 this stream. We're almost 10 hours in. We're 7 minutes away from 10 hours in. Once we hit 10 hours in, we're going to step aside for about 10 minutes. Go stretch our legs, refresh for a second. So we're almost 10 hours in. When we hit 12 hours in, we're going to end the stream and pop on for 12 more hours. That way, at least we can upload it, because YouTube only wants 12-hour increments at max, I believe. It won't do 24 hours at least. So we're going to break it down into 12-hour increments, okay? But go subscribe, guys. Help me out. We're normalizing late night sports talk. All right, guys, we're going to step aside, okay? We're going to step aside. Hope you guys are having a wonderful morning, guys. It is 5:40 a.m. Mountain Time. If you're having a great morning, let me know. If you have any comments, questions, let me know. Drop them in the chat. Oh, hold on. You can hear me over there. Oh, guys, we're 10 hours in, guys. How are you guys feeling? When we hit 12 hours in, we're going to end it and then start it again for 12. That way we can actually post both parts on YouTube. That would be the plan. If you're here right now, we're at 111 right now. We're trying to hit 125. So, you see us right there. We're trying to hit 125. I would appreciate if you jump in and subscribe. We're trying to normalize late night sports talk, guys. One sub at a time, one show at a time. Just jump in, help us talk sports. It's nice and fun. I think it's a blast. So come show up, say what's up. Have any questions, comments, drop in. I'm not getting off the air until 7:30 p.m. Mountain Time. So we still got time. We're only 10 hours into this stream, guys. So let's keep going. We're proving that we are still up and that we're trying to, we will be as still up as we need to be to normalize late night sports talk, guys. We had a great guest in Jay Weaver. We have a great guest showing up in Mario Vitanzi. We have a great guest showing up in Dak from Orange and Blue coming up soon. So, at least today. They both said kind of in the morning. And then who knows who will show up towards the end. I think it's been a fun time, and I'm excited to talk to these guys more. I'd love to have their input on these things. There's some fun stuff to talk about. And besides that, guys, we do watch-alongs as well. So there's going to be Broncos watch-alongs still. We'll be there for those. And we will be doing other stuff too. So just stay tuned. Got any questions, comments, drop them right now. We're slowly working our way to the early morning hours time. So maybe some people will start waking up soon and they'll pop in the chat and stuff. But yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful day. You want to talk Broncos? Let's get it going, guys. I'm ready to roll with you. We got the Red Bull. We're ready to roll. We got 10 hours, 15 minutes in. So we ain't even there yet, guys. We're not even halfway there yet. So just smash the like button. We're working our way there. Hope you guys are having a wonderful morning. Let's see. Hey, Dak. Good morning, man. Hope you're having a great morning, man. Man, me and Jay had fun. It was the Jonah Coleman Glaze hour, man. It was fun. We just talked Coleman for a whole hour plus. It was awesome. Damn, that AC, it's cold. It's blowing in here. I guess that's what I get for having 100 degrees plus outside. It's cold shit. That's what I also get for having this fucking AC above me, man. But no, we had a fun time. I got to get to some questions for Mario. I didn't get to ask you who you'd want to talk about or what's on your mind, but whenever you do pop in, we'll lock in on all that. It's no rush. I'm here till 7:30 p.m. Mountain Time, so I'm still here for a while, man. I'm only 10 and a half hours in because we started a little later than normal, so we're just rolling, man. We're just rolling. But, if you were curious, 111. So we're working our way there. We're getting there. Well, the goal is to get to 125 today, at least with this stream. So, absolutely, man. Hey, it's no rush. And that's what I love about these 24-hour streams is I can just offer it to you guys, and you guys don't have any rush to get in, because I just lock in when you guys pop in, and then I just freestyle the rest of the way, and it works. It kills time. Jay stayed on for at least an hour and a half almost, so he stayed on for a good bit, and it was fun. I gave him, I fueled his little fire with this whole Jonah Coleman thing. I can't help it. I love how much he rides the Jonah Coleman train, so I just added some more fire to that, I added more fuel to his fire with the whole Jonah Coleman thing, so have fun with that. Absolutely. We're going to start off the week strong, bro. Hope you're having a great day, man. Hope you had a great Sunday yesterday. Hope you spent some time with the family. Hope you're having a great time, man. One thing I will say, though, is once this stream ends, I'm going to go walk the dogs, Gonna go have some like a really good meal, and then I'm gonna take a great shower and then go to bed. And I'm gonna sleep plenty. Get plenty of sleep whenever this stream ends. Let me swap these earbuds. Got to keep these earbuds ready at all times to swap. So there's always one ready to go at all times because they will die every once in a while. But yeah, man, no brush. I know that everyone's got their own stuff going on. And I thought Sunday into Monday will fit real good because I just got this vibe that towards the end of the stream, it's going to really keep it eventful. So it's exciting. And what I like about, these hours, because by now I would normally be done with my normal late night stream, but because I'd end around about 5-ish, almost 6. What 4:30 would be almost like 5:30. Yeah, 4:30 my time, 4:30 Mountain Time, just so it's right before the local radio goes on the air there. But yeah, we're just mowing along, chugging along here. We got some of the script going for Wednesday's episode, but if you got anyone you want to talk about, when you pop on, let me know and I'll put some questions aside for you, man. You just let me know and I'll write some questions. I love to write some questions, so when you can pop in, I got some stuff for you. But yeah, we're right at 111. We're just chilling, moving along. If you guys are just joining right now, it is currently 6:21 a.m. Mountain Time. We are almost at 12 hours. We're actually almost at 11 hours. Once we hit 12 hours, we're going to log back on. That way, the first 12 hours will be saved, and then we can, upload the other half, because YouTube will not let me load the first two 24-hour streams because they're in one big go. So once we hit the 12-hour mark, we're going to exit and then come back on. That way, it's in two parts, but it'll be available both to rewatch if anyone chooses to bear through that. Hope everyone's having a wonderful morning, guys. If you got any comments, questions, let me know. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here for a good few hours. So if you got comments, questions, just let me know. We're going to be sitting here for a good few hours. We're just getting some writing done, just getting some, watching a few things, just getting some stuff done. So if you want to hang out, drop some questions, please do. Besides that, feel free to come subscribe. Check us out on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, X. We're on all four of those platforms, guys. Besides that, again, the subs really help because we're really trying to get to 125 with our goal for this stream. And that way next week we can make a push for 150. So, again, my name's Cody Chaper. We normalize late night sports talk over here, guys. We wouldn't have to normalize it if other people were doing it, but we have to do it to normalize it. So feel free to hop in and, help me keep the ball rolling with some of these conversations. We've already had Jay Weaver on from Orange and Blue. That was fun. Who knows who else is going to pop on? Honestly, there's so much going on. So it'll be fun to see who we talk to, who else hops on, and maybe we'll snag someone else. Who knows? Just stay tuned. Hope you guys are having a great day. You know, we're going to get some guests in here a little later in the day, probably. We're just cruising along right now. It is 6:38 a.m. Mountain Time. You know, welcome to StillUpSports, where we normalize late night sports talk. I'm your host, Cody Chapa. You know, you caught us in the middle of a 24-hour stream. We are past 11 hours. So in about 50 minutes, we're going to end it and then pop right back on. Like immediately back on for another 12 hours to make this a 24-hour stream. That's what we'll do.
Eat Rob.
So just stay tuned for that, guys. All right, guys. So we got 35 minutes, and then we're gonna turn the stream off, and we're gonna start it back up again. That way, we can actually upload these 12 hours. And then once we do that, we're gonna, really reset, get ourselves going. All right, guys. So in about like 15 minutes, 18 minutes, we're going to jump off. And then we're going to log right back on and go for 12 hours because we're almost at the 12-hour mark, and we're going to make sure that we can save these streams and have them posted. So we'll be jumping off in about 15 minutes, and then we're going to jump right back on immediately. So that way we can at least have both these streams on YouTube because they haven't stayed on before. So we're going to, in about 15 minutes, we're going to log off and log back on. That way YouTube will at least upload these 24-hour streams, even if they're done in part 1, part 2 type situations. So stay tuned. just working our way through here, guys. 7:20 a.m. Mountain Time. People are finally probably waking up now, cruising in. We're going to be getting off shortly and then jumping right back on for 12 more hours. If anything, we'll log off, log back in, hit an intermission as we go get like some breakfast, have some breakfast and ease in, get ready for these morning hours as we may get some guests coming in soon. Let's see. But we're almost 12 hours in, guys. So because of that, it makes sense that we're going to exit and pop back on. All right, I think I'm just going to do that right now real quick, guys. We'll give it a few more minutes, then we'll do it. And then after we make the switch, we will take a quick intermission and go, wake ourselves up. Quick intermission. But yeah, guys, so we're at 111 right now, which is pretty incredible.